ESG-driven New World Order. We will continue our journey towards unlocking sustainability and keep driving towards positive change. We are privileged to have an exceptional lineup of speakers today whose expertise and insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of sustainability and the transformative power of ESG principles. These diverse backgrounds and perspectives reflect the global nature of this challenge, and we look forward to the enlightening discussions that will follow during the technical sessions today. We have meticulously curated 3 technical sessions today, followed by valedictory session in the evening, and each session will be exploring crucial aspects of unlocking sustainability in our rapidly changing environment. So now we'll proceed with our 3rd technical session of the summit. So may I request our esteemed guests and speakers to take their seats on the dais for the technical session 3. May I request CMA Ashwin D. Dalwadi sir, convener of GS 2023, council member ICMAI. I request CMA Professor Ashish Bhattacharya ji, distinguished professor, Shiv Nadar University. May I request CMA Asim Mukhopadhyay sir, CEO and MD Tata Motors. May I request Dr. Aditi Haldar, Director GRI South Asia. I call upon Ms. Manekshaw Sharma, Director KPMG, and CMA Dr. Ashish P. Thatte sir, Council Member ICMAI. I think he will be joining us shortly. So may I request all our esteemed speakers to please take their seats on the dais. This technical session 3 is ESG collaboration and business responsibilities, the CEO's dilemma and CMA's role, which is very important today. And as ESG considerations gain prominence, CEOs are really facing a challenge of balancing societal and environmental responsibilities with their financial expectations. Yes, the CMA plays a crucial role in assisting companies by providing guidance and resources to integrate ESG considerations, enabling CEOs to view ESG as an opportunity for long-term sustainability and more equitable economy. With these little words, we'll proceed for our session. First of all, I would request CMA Dalwadi sir to kindly welcome our guests with pleasantries. May request sir to please felicitate Ashish Bhattacharya sir. A big round of applause for CMA Professor Ashish Bhattacharya sir, distinguished speaker, Shiv Nadar University. Thank you sir for sparing valuable time with us. Refreshing green welcome. Sir, plant. Now may I request Dalwadi sir to kindly felicitate CMA Asim Mukhopadhyay sir, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solutions Limited. Thank you sir for coming all the way for this session. Always consistent support from your end. Thank you so much. Now may I request Dalwari sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Aditi Haldar, Director GRI South Asia. We have been associated with ma'am for decade, I think, and she has been always together with us for all these initiatives. Thank you so much. May I request Dalwari sir to kindly felicitate Ms. Meenakshi Sharma, Director KPMG. Thank you for joining with us today morning for the session. May now request CMA Ashwin G. Dalwari sir, Convener GS 2023 and Council Member ICMAI to please deliver welcome address.
चित्तोदर को बोल दो ना, he has consented to give vote of thanks. नहीं मैंने बोला he has consented, तो आप बुला लो. Okay, but he is not likely to come. Anyway. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you today morning at third technical session on ESG, collaboration and business responsibilities, the CEO's dilemma and CMA's role. So I take this opportunity to welcome speakers, our learned speakers, Shri Ashish Bhattacharya ji, Aditi ji, Asim Mukhopadhyay ji, Miss Meenakshi Sharma ji, and my fellow colleagues of the dais. See, the topic chosen is really interesting because when we talk about the ESG, environmental, social and governance, a framework used to evaluate sustainability and societal impact of companies and investments. See, as the awareness is growing, the pressure is being mounted on companies towards more compliances towards ESG. But for CEOs, it is really a dilemma that they are stuck between two goals, short-term and long-term, because ESG goals will yield you results in a long term. And as a CEO, you are supposed to give immediate returns to your investors also. So this topic is really apt. And looking to these challenges before CEOs, I am sure today's speakers are going to deliver the important aspects of all these challenges, how they are facing, they feel and how the CEOs can face it. At the same time, role of cost accountants. See, in this framework, cost accountants can work as a catalyst because we can provide them, CEOs, a kind of information, and through that, they will be able to deliver their goals. So looking to this topic, I feel that, yes, today from our worthy guest, with the speakers, we are going to get a lot of inputs on our ESG matters. So I once again thank you all, and I request Professor Ashish ji to take his session. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. It is always my pleasure to be here in any of the events of the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of India. So, I don't know whether I should thank them for inviting me here, but I will thank them because they always invite me. Thank you very much, sir. Today, the topics are absolutely important for two reasons. Because everyone is talking about ESG. Now, are they talking about ESG in spirit, or are they talking about ESG as a PR? Today, in our deliberations, we shall come to know from our experts. Now, when we talk about ESG, it is nothing but a coming forward to sustainability. What is sustainability? Sustainability is sustainable economic development. What is economic development? Economic development is to improve the well-being of common man. It is not measured by GDP, but there are many other measures which comes to us, like the development report of a country. And of course, in India, we don't have a pride position to say that we are in a very high rank in that World Development Report. Leave that aside. Now, when we talk about this sustainable economic development, what we do mean? If you look at the definition that comes everywhere, because that is given by UN committee, that benefit or welfare of this generation and subsequent generations. That is what we talk about. But look at me. I am the first generation. My children are second generation, and grandchildren are third generation. What it means? It means that we are living in three generations at the same time. And therefore, when we say that this generation and future generation, we should not think about that this generation is different and future generations will come. It is a continuity. And therefore, when we talk about benefit of future generations, well-being of future generations, we are really talking about welfare of ourselves. When we look at a small community like our family, we never have to think about it. We see that our next generation and subsequent generations are at least as well living as compared to us, or they are little better than that. And we feel pride about it when they are better than what we have done, how we are living. When it comes to our housing society, we also think similarly. We say there should be a park, there should be a playground, there must be something, they should breathe oxygen, so on and so forth. Beyond that, we say, Jane do. We need not have to bother. Today, when we are talking about ESG or sustainability development, then we say, we cannot say, let us not bother about it. Now, when we talk about environment, naturally, what we are really trying to say, we are saying that so long we have not cared for environment, because we always believe that these scientific and other discoveries will take us forward, because they have done so long. The new technology has come, there are new discoveries, and we never bothered about the environment. But today we are bothering about environment primarily because of the climate change, because we are feeling the impact of that climate change. Therefore, now we are questioning whether this scientific discoveries and innovation will take us forward, or we have to do something to understand that we cannot consume the resources, economic natural resources, in the manner we consumed earlier. Now, there are two kinds of natural resources we talk about, which regenerate themselves. So, we say that our consumption rate should be lower than the regenerative rate. Second is non-regenerative natural resources. We say that we should consume less because it should match with our discovery for alternative use of those resources. That means whether we can reduce our consumption. Therefore, we have started talking about circular economy. And so long environment is concerned, it is like a basin where we dump all kind of emissions. Has it reached its capacity? Perhaps yes. That is why we are talking about the climate change, global warming, etc., etc. So when we talk about ESG, we are asking ourselves that whether as an industry or common person can we do something to reduce our waste of economic resources and reduce our emissions and other kind of waste, so that we don't exceed the capacity of the basin, which we call environment, and we can keep breathing easy. That is what we are talking about. And we are trying to find out large number of alternatives. For example, one is we are talking about the e-vehicles. Is it the right solution? No one knows. Today it appears that it is the right solution, because we are not consuming petrol or diesel or gas. But what is the impact of this? We really don't know. Of course, my friend Oshim is there, so he will tell us little better than what I know, but to my mind, we are not very clear, because recharging stations are consuming energy. When we talk about batteries, we don't know that when we dispose it of, what would be the impact on the environment. Whatever it might be. Point is, we are now exploring that what alternatives could be there to ensure that we are protecting the environment. So what we are saying? We are saying that if we are in industry, then we need to, it is very important for us to understand how our operations and products, that means the strategy and products and services, are impacting the environment. Can we reduce it? That is the first point we are asking. And one very clear thing I have seen, that is the generation which is coming out. We can call it Generation Z. I can tell you that even kids of 7, 8, 9 years, they are now saying that environment is important. That kind of awareness is created. And you know what they are asking? That what you have done, why should we carry this legacy of climate change? We have not contributed to that. And therefore, when you have to attract the employees, they will ask what your company is doing for ESG, environment. As a customer, they are asking that, what have you done about it? We are ready to pay a premium price if it is an environment friendly product or it is an environmentally process through which it is being produced. And 40% of employees and customers in next decade will be this Generation Z, who are asking, what is our fault? Why we have inherited this kind of environment we cannot breathe? This kind of environment where there is a climate change. Why we are always talking about that water will not be available, and actually in some countries there is so much of a scarcity of resources, water and other natural resources. So these are very important questions which your employees will ask, which your consumer will ask. We have to answer that. And that is why as an industry, as a company, it is important for us to understand how we are impacting the environment. Second comes the society, because ESG is second is social. Now somebody will say that it is a risk management for the industry, because if we don't get a healthy and educated, that means skilled, are not available in future, we shall not be able to do business. And second, the kind of inequality that is growing, the kind of thing that is happening, it is important for us to understand that we shall not get a conducive environment to work for. Again, I will refer to Generation Z that is asking that we should be sensitive to this kind of inequality. And where would be the market? Bottom of the pyramid? To an extent, yes. But then how the business will grow? If there is no purchasing power, then business cannot grow. It has to sell its product and services. And therefore, as a company, we need to think about the S part of the ESG. That means, what are you contributing to the society? What is the impact on the society? And when I say so, so far we have taken the position that it is the government whose responsibility is to formulate the policy. Were we right? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Because we are taught like this, that it is government responsibility to frame policy and we shall comply. And therefore, every company had some time ago compliance officer. They tick that there are 300 legislation. Are we complying with that? But are we complying with the moral legislation, our own, our conscience, our spirit? There is no compliance officer for that so long. Today we are talking about ethics, we are talking about culture, but there is no officer about it. Yes, by and by perhaps we are starting to think about it, that how we are impacting the society in general beyond our own employees. Because I can tell you that when I started my career in a way in the sustainability and others, a very large company came to me because no IAM has a brand. So all consultant companies come to the IAM to ask for consultancy report. I gave a report and I said there that if you are serving your own employees, then you are not serving the society. And the gentleman or lady, I will not name, who came here and said that you claim to be an expert in this, you are not. Because this is sustainability when we are looking to our own employees. Think about it. Is it sustainability? Is it the social impact we are talking about? Definitely not. Now third is governance. Why governance is important? Because it is board responsibility. Today we don't talk about that the shareholders own a company. No, they don't own. They are one of the owners of factors of production and therefore they are not owning the company. Company is not a collective of shareholders. Company has large number of stakeholders and we cannot ignore them. And therefore we cannot say that governance is only to look at creating shareholder value. It is not. It is absolutely not. And therefore, it is the board which is responsible to ensure that the company is working on ESG. Why it is important for the board? Because the executive manager, CEO, will always be under pressure to show result. The other day I was looking at the Enron case, all the Enron scandal. And why, what is the one of the reasons? Because when an executive claims that he is the best and innovative, board should look at is a red flag. Why? Because when he will say that I am the best, then he has to maintain his reputation to be the best. And how will measure his reputation? Share market value. And therefore all kind of manipulation will be done by the manager to ensure that share market value is rising. Therefore he is under pressure. And second is his own compensation. We talk about we talk about ESOP, we talk about the bonus, blah, blah, blah. And therefore, the board has to take the responsibility to see that ESG is being implemented. The second theme which has been given to me is collaboration. With whom to collaborate? Of course, we need to collaborate with all our partners. We talk about value chain, etc., etc. We know about it. But there is a new way to collaborate. Because when we talk about environment, it is as a manager in the industry, our responsibility to make it a social issue. Why we should make it a social issue? Because if other companies which are consuming natural resources, if they don't really care for the nature, then I will not be able to be in the market and be competitive. Therefore, I need to collaborate with not only with our competitors, or we shall say that who are in the same industry, but we should collaborate with someone has said archetype, who are consuming these kind of resources. We should collaborate with them. So that is a new kind of collaboration that is required if we have to implement ESG. Rest collaboration is with social activists. So long we have said that, oh no, social activists. I can tell you that even now, if somebody is joining from a particular university, then even in education institution, the administration will say, why are you considering him? He is from that university and he must be a social activist. So we are not really cared, we are very afraid of any kind of criticism. But if you are afraid of criticism, we shall not be able to implement the ESG. Therefore, we should interact, collaborate with the social activists. I am not talking about those who only say negatives. If you look at a collaboration, a relationship is being developed with them and invite them for discussion. Even in the board meeting, they can come up with lot of suggestions and they can also see that what is the undercurrent going on. That helps you to implement the ESG. Therefore, when we talk about this collaboration part of it, we should think laterally, we should think creatively, and we should say that we shall collaborate with our tribe. We have to socialize it. It is a very difficult skill, but we need to that skill. A new age manager, 20th century corporation governance demand that a manager should be able to collaborate with archetypes, not only with the competitors and others. So your membership with CII and others is absolutely fine, where we talk about in the same industry. But it is important for us to speak to those who don't belong to our industry but consume similar kind of natural resources. They are also impacting similar kind of creating social impacts. That is the kind of collaboration I will talk about. Third theme which is given here is business responsibilities. Business responsibility comes under ESG. Your responsibility is to implement ESG. CSR is not ESG. Therefore, when we talk about impact, impact. So business responsibility is to measure the impact. It is true that when a business spends the money, they want to take it back, all the benefits. And they are so far the most important weakness of capitalism is that they don't want to internalize the cost of externalities they create on the society or on the environment. So business responsibility is to internalize that cost and to reduce the pain, and don't say that I am doing CSR because I am inflicting pains and I am also giving a remedy for that pains, or I am bearing the cost of that pain. That is neither CSR nor sustainability. So that is the kind of responsibility I like to see from the business leaders and managers. Don't talk about ESG and CSR, etc., only on the platform. Do it in the spirit. Third is CEO dilemma. Now, one of the CEOs is sitting here. He will be able to say that what kind of dilemma he faces, but being an academic, I feel that CEO has no dilemma. Integrated thinking has come up through integrated reporting. So you have to balance both. You have to feel the pressure of the short term, no doubt, but you have to balance and say that I will do long term. What it requires? One thing only, courage. Courage is required to say that I will create value in the long term, forget about what is happening in the capital market in the short term. Because capital markets sometimes never understand all these aspects. Capital markets sometimes never understand this strategy because it is difficult to communicate this strategy. Yes, we have to make money. We have to create value. We have to serve the shareholders, but we have also to serve the stakeholders. Now, sometimes I ask myself, why should we maximize shareholder value? A maxim which I have read when I read the finance or read the corporate governance or blah, blah, blah. Now the capital market is giving an average return of 10 to 11%. Have we stopped investing in the capital market? Perhaps no, we have not stopped. But at one time you would recall it was giving a return of 18%. So if we get a reasonable return as an investor, we shall continue to invest in the capital market. Then why to maximize it? Maximization is not required. After all, even when there is a zero return on the savings, in some countries it happens in between, because I am talking about the real return, not nominal return, then too we continue to deposit the money in the banks and post offices. Therefore, forget about maximizing the shareholder return. Create value for the company and think about all the stakeholders of the company. Therefore, I don't think that there is shareholder dilemma unless they think of themselves and manage their reputation and compensation. What is important is, but I say always, that check and balances should come from the board of directors, because CEO is under tremendous pressure to give results. Pressure from the shareholders, pressure from internally himself or his colleagues or her colleagues, and therefore it is the board responsibility. But I will not talk more about the dilemma, because my friend will say, you are speaking all theoretical, I know that what kind of pressure I have. But last is CMA's role. We are not cost accountants, we are management accountants. And management accountants means you are a member of the top management. Whether you are a practicing management accountant or you are employed as a management accountant. And we are not bean counters. And therefore, what is important for us to give the management a support to the extent possible, quantifying the numbers. And we should also try to see that how environmental cost can be built in the business model in framing this strategy. And therefore, as a management accountant, we should understand the ESG, and we should try to quantify and say that how we can include it in the business model and the cost. That is what is important for us. And as a management accountant, we should innovate. If we think traditionally, we shall not be able to give the support, and the management will not be able to look the value that we are providing. So CMA's role is to innovate, and support the management to understand that in new environment, what cost means and how to calculate the cost, that is important, and how to measure the environmental and social impact. With this, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for wonderful way of describing your insightful thoughts on this topic. Now may I request CMA Asim Mukhopadhyay sir, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Motors Smart City Mobility Solutions Limited, to please share his perspective.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a very proud privilege, and particularly I must thank the institute and my own institute. It's always a proud privilege to be there when I'm invited to speak in the institute or participate in any forum of the institute. But I'm more delighted today because this is an organization, this is something where we are talking of unlocking sustainability and ESG-driven new world order. In fact, my respected Ashish Da has made a very exhaustive speech. So I made a few slides. I will talk on those, but I would like to see that whatever he has stated, I don't repeat the same. So because very exhaustively he has covered the one. So with this, I start with the presentation. It's a call for sustainability. You are all aware that nations across the globe are taking efforts to combat the common cause for climate change. 70 plus countries, including the biggest polluters, China, USA, and the European Union, have set a net zero target. India is the third largest emitter of CO2 in the world after China and the US. And our country is focusing on achieving net zero by 2020, achieve about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel based energy resources by 2030, and reduce the country's carbon intensity to less than 45% by 2023 from 2005 level. Ashish has also mentioned a very important point, that these electric vehicles are running in the country, how it is sustainable. I will definitely cover it during my deliberations. Coming about the CEOs, this is a very important thing. I think the topic also and the coverage has been chosen so nicely. I think I must thank the Institute and the technical committee who has chosen the topic, that we are able to contribute, or we are able to project our thoughts. And as a CEO of I would say an emerging company, a company where everybody is on the learning curve. In fact, I was presenting to my Tata Motors board last month, where all the directors, including we have global directors, they say the business in which you are handling is actually a learning curve for us. Can you make an exhaustive presentation in the next board meeting to tell about how you do the business? See the interest this topic has created. I would say, if I make it, okay, I represent the mobility solution business, but in general, sustainability is an agenda for every company. And many companies have started long back. My co-speaker was talking of Dr. Irani, who has called off a sustainability call long back in the year of 2003-2004. Currently, our group is has launched already under sustainability a project called Alingana project, by which by 2045 we will be net zero. So that's the endeavor. So balancing financial performance and ESG goals, I don't think they are mutually exclusive. They are very much collectively exhaustive. If you talk of today a company like the company which I manage life cycle profitability. So a year's profitability doesn't mean anything. I have been operating as an own operate and maintain model for 10 to 12 years for any business. So in that case, I think ESG has to be integrated with your sustainable. If you are to have sustainable profitable growth, it has to be ESG compliant. Integration of ESG consideration with strategic decision making. It has been mentioned by, I think, Asinji was mentioning that how we have to use those inputs. Today, you know, it's a tech world. I was there last week, part of it, I was in London and Lisbon. I was in Oracle lab. I was trying to, they wanted to project the Oracle people, how the Formula One, the race, the Red Bull, how the race is basic modulated and they are giving the instructions. I will feel that it's a mind-boggling technology by which it's a tech-driven architecture. I was explaining to my co-speakers that today about 300 electric vehicles ply in the Delhi city of ours. And from a mobile phone, I can track a vehicle with a 1 minute lag, the vehicle, where it is, how the driver is driving it, whether he has missed any stoppage, what is the state of charge, and sitting anywhere in the world, if the connectivity, internet connectivity is there, you are there. Driver behavior can be monitored. So technology has gone in such a space, and that technology will help us for strategic decision making in the ESG world. Then aligning ESG ecosystem with companies' organization performance and potential conflict between short-term profitability and long-term profitability. I have sustainability, which I already said. So companies actually face reputational damage and financial loss with inadequate ESG management. This Volkswagen's emission scandal, everybody is aware. That gives a kind of a noting that this can happen if we don't address it. Coming back to, we say ESG should be viewed as an opportunity rather than a burden. So I try to keep up a few line items, and then I'd say which is a strong ESG proposition, what is a weak ESG proposition. If we talk of top line growth, it is a better, if it's a strong ESG proposition, it is better acceptability by customer. It's a weak ESG proposition if it is a risk of losing customer due to poor sustainability practice. Customers will also not be with you. If it's a cost reductions, being the Institute of Cost Accountants, we talk of cost reduction, today cost optimization, maybe value creation. So, in cost reduction, a strong ESG proposition will be lower energy consumption, efficient water usage and recycling, and weak will be the higher cost of energy under conventional methods. I think there is a great way of monitoring the energy. As for example, I would say battery technology, which is there for the electric buses. The generation 5 technology currently deployed in many companies, including us in the buses, is giving a range which India never thought of 1 year back. I am telling you, when our company won the largest e-order, which CSL has launched 5,450 e-buses in the country, the Chief Climate Officer of White House came and met me in Bombay House, telling how come India is able to produce electric buses, whereas all the electric buses flying in US are imported. She came with some other agenda, of course, but she met me in Bombay House, the Tata's headquarters, and I said, ma'am, 400 such buses are in Bombay only. You can travel by those buses. And today I travel in different cities wherever my electric buses are flying to see the feedback of the people. You will see many influencers have published in the YouTube videos what people talk of that. What kind of shift has happened from the diesel age to the CNG age to the electric age. But whether electric age is the final age or the charging technology is the final technology, I will come back to that. Coming to regulatory and legal intervention, support from government agencies and subsidies, at least in the FAME 1 and FAME 2, the central government has given us good subsidy. Now, all the industries, but subsidy cannot drive an economy. So, this has to be very sustainable. The CSL tender has reduced the operating cost at such a level by which it was understood that the cost is not more. If you talk of life cycle cost, it is even less than the diesel, apart from the comforts, etc. Weak risk of penalties and stringent actions, productivity uplift boosts motivation, talent attraction and improved credibility. And when it called a weak ESG proposition, it generates waste during the process. Investment and asset optimization, low cost of debt and better investment returns. And here it is risk of premature asset write-offs, high cost of debt. So studies have indicated positive correlation between ESG performance and financial performance. That means, again I am telling, they are collectively exhaustive, they are not mutually exclusive. So, Ashish talked about the ESG collaboration, so I would not talk in detail, but only one thing I would say, a collaboration is not a one-on-one partnership, joint venture or a public-private partnership. Instead, is a multi-organization undertaking to collaborate on shared goals. My presentation is available with the institute, and I am free to share the presentation whenever it is required. This is a good slide, and I wanted to explain to it that business responsibility is in a new avatar in ESG. I have tried to project that how you move in a chain, like from conducting and governing with ethics, transparency and responsibility, to providing safe and sustainable goods and services, to promoting well-being of employees, to respect and promote human rights, to protect and make efforts to restore environment, responsible engagement in influencing the regulatory policies, support inclusive growth and equitable development. Most important is the inclusive growth. And finally, engage and provide value to customers. These business responsibilities will assist organization in generating long-term value by fostering sustainable business practices. Now coming back to Tata Motors. Tata Motors sustainability is being brought into the center of business strategy for all horizons to meet net zero targets. As I told, that Alingana is the project which we are doing, and we wanted to get net zero by 2045, needing by, if we stop producing by 2040, the diesel vehicles or the CNG vehicles, these vehicles will ply on Indian roads. So we will be able to plunge into much before 2070 the electric vehicles and using renewable energy. I must say that current production of, now I will explain, current production and current e-vehicle, what it will give? It will give a zero pollution environment. But unless and until the chargers are able to, the chargers are able to take renewable energy, which is very much possible, and the experiment is on and very soon. And we are managing an ecosystem. As for example, the chargers are also given by our group companies, Tata Power. We are managing an ecosystem by which the renewable energy we use. The coal burn technology which is there will not enable us to reach net zero, but definitely clear the pollution. The fact remains that we will go by stage by stage. You can't just jump over. So initially zero pollution, and I think Delhi government has planned for 9,500 e-vehicles in Delhi city. And out of those 9,500 e-vehicles, already about 5,000 have been tendered and allocated. So this shows the interest, and similarly different states are doing the same thing, and Delhi being the capital city, it's definitely having some edge. So sustainability forms core everything which develop in Tata Motors, pioneering circular economy to product, service and new business models, and it's a signatory of RE 100 and is committed to use 100% renewable energy, as I said. And Tata Universe, a Tata Group consortium which has been committed to address the e-mobility ecosystem. We have incorporated Tata's TML Smart City Mobility Solutions, focusing on passenger mobility solution through deployment of e-buses. Currently, we run about 800 electric buses, and already we have covered more than 8 crore kilometers in the country for operation of the e-buses. These are in the model own, operate and maintain. That means it's a life cycle profitability. 12 years the buses will be maintained, and the operating cost which we have learned during our cost accountancy days is actually the driver for managing this type of a business. So I was talking to the SFE folks, we are making the modules. This is nothing but my knowledge which I have learned during my cost accountancy age, that is the passenger kilometer, or even for the trucks. Penske is the company who does in US the ton kilometer. So I think the learnings which the institute has given us has finally enabled us to create new business models. Only how you explore is the key. And we have an order book of 3,000 which will reach by the year end. By the year end, 3,000 buses will be flying electric buses. And I must tell you, most of the big companies, including big public sector companies, are in touch with me to see that their employee transportation are made by electric buses, and that volume is no less than whatever is the volume is there by the STUs. For your information, India as a country, 10% buses are only managed by STUs, 90% by private operators. So generally just see the scope of the EV buses, the zero pollution vehicle as of now, but these zero pollution vehicles will change to renewable energy in a short run. Then leveraging one Tata synergy to drive the shift towards sustainable mobility solution. As I said, being a big group, we have the privilege. We have our Tata Power, we have our Tata Capital, we have our Tata Project. So frankly speaking, the entire house is helping this smart city mobility solution business to see that they are able to render the world. And currently we are doing only buses, but it will not be restricted to buses. It will go to the entire business model. And the way subscription economy is going, 10 years down the line, I will not be astonished if we find 50% of the business are getting converted to this. That's the order, and that is the purpose for which the company has entrusted initially the responsibility to me to set up, and the company has already celebrated its first year anniversary. and I'm proud to have my employees, the guidance, etc. And of course, the knowledge and skill and insights which the institute has provided to me to drive this company in the position in which I'm supposed to do. This is now I have come to the role of CMS. Of course, my respected Ashish has already explained, I only structured it. Structured it in, you say, here the role of CMS. I would say, step 1, prepare, evaluate opportunity, explore collaboration. Step 2, design, identify and engage with partners, engage with relevant stakeholders, develop governance model. Step 3, purpose, establish strategic approach, partner to prioritize ESG practice. Step 4, management guidance, get senior management buy-in, measure financial impact, partner in operationalizing ESG practice. And step 5, continuous assessment, assess life cycle impact of ESG, develop exit strategies in case of new technologies. I would say management accountants are critical in helping business to integrate the ESG goal into governance, management and reporting, as well as facilitating greater connectivity between social, environmental and economic benefit. I have no hesitation to say that CMAs have a big role to play in this journey. And actually speaking, I try to project the thoughts in this way, because if we have to publish a paper on what should be the CMA's role here, and you make it further socialize with the members and the students, you will be able to do it. That's the purpose for which we have make it. So finally, I would say that we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and the last generation that can do something about it. The climate emergency is a race we are losing, but it is a race we can win also. A nation that destroys its soil destroys itself. So building a more sustainable global economy will help reduce the greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change, and CMA community has a great role to play. Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm, it is about doing more good. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Please repeat the question. See, lot of now I agree with you. The reconservation projects and is already on, and this type of batteries, 2 examples are available, and one is available, and we are doing a lot of experiments are going on. One happened in a city close to Birmingham, where they have used those batteries, salvaged these batteries, and able to provide 7 days power to the city. So a lot of experiments are going on there, and I am privy to, I cannot disclose also, such one experiment has happened in Australia. In our country also we are taking of that. I have no knowledge about what happens in China, must be happening something. But I would say that lot of research is going on in UK and Europe, and also in India, to see that this salvaging, how for a productive use this salvaging can be used. And I am telling you, the battery manufacturers, the cell manufacturers are mostly in China, and today the assembler are here. They are also giving me lot of confidence that the batteries will be used in a very, very close setup, salvaged, and can bring like to some kind of, you can say, lot of reconservation of engines are happening. So similar thing is possible, but right now I will not be able to give an answer. But India being a country of technocrats and innovative mind, definitely we have to come to a solution. Very good question. Thank you so much. I don't think, now you see the rainy seasons, the strong rains in Delhi, our buses can sustain. So I think lot of, I was there with the transport secretary yesterday of Delhi. So I was telling him some small glitches were there, so both of us were discussing. The first lot has come of the Gen 5 battery, giving a range of almost 250. So that's a great news, which was not there in the earlier 120, 140 was the range. Lot of safety practices. ARI has given the norms, and we being the Tatas have increased the safety manifold. So I think rains will not create that harm, but natural calamities nobody can predict. So something happens, is not there, but our engineers, and I would say the country's engineers, are doing their best to see that we provide the safe transportation to the country, and electric is not an hindrance. Some question. See, government is very progressive, I would say, and at least so far as the e-mobility is concerned, lot of forums have been constituted and trying to help the industry to come out. It's an evolving business. It's an evolving business. It will happen. Yeah, good question. We have already formed a joint venture for hydrogen ice with Cummins, and I am also on the board of that company. So hydrogen ice is the next answer. The company has been formed and registered. It will be operating from Jamshedpur, and similar many such initiatives will be there. This is the first company in the Tata Group which will be producing hydrogen ice vehicles. The first vehicle will be rolled out before 31st of March. So we are looking towards it. That's why I said I will tell Ashish, the electric, the way we am doing it is not the answer. It is the first step forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was indeed a very wonderful presentation by sir. Now may I request Dr. Aditi Ahaldar, Director, GRI South Asia, to present her perspective.
This is the way, no? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Very nice to come back and be with the the cost and management professionals here. I am very actually humbled to listen to, of course, Professor Bhattacharya, but more I think to listen to Mr. Mukherjee, because this is like music to me. So many years I am in this profession of sustainability, and people used to actually call me that you should wear a garland and maybe go around and talk about philosophy, not about business. So I have come across from that stage where sustainability used to be synonymous to philosophy and not to business, and that is why this has been a music to my ears to really understand that integrating ESG or integrating sustainability is a larger way of making profit for a very long term, and that is what I think Mr. Mukherjee presented today. And it is not about just the business, but also what I liked is creating the ecosystem for the country and for the region to become more sustainable. I think that is the purpose of business, not just its wealth creation, but also real wealth creation for the entire country and for the region. So thank you, ICMA, for inviting me here. My presentation today would be a little bit different. First, I would like to share who I work with and what is the role of that organization. I work with an organization called GRI, Global Reporting Initiative, and we are an independent institution set up 27 years back to actually promote the whole context of sustainability reporting. And we work with organizations, both government, investors, and largely businesses, to look at how they can not only reduce their impacts, but how they can integrate sustainability into their core business, so that they are a much responsible organization in the long term. So we deliver the GRI standards. Many of you may have heard about sustainability reporting and then sustainability reporting standards. We are an organization, and the standard stands for disclosure of environmental, social, economic and governance parameters publicly in the domain where anyone can actually get those information about the business's activities and its impacts. And therefore, what is the decision by the stakeholders is very, very important. So we work with not only the report preparing organizations, but also report using, like, you know, the rating agencies, the civil societies, media, academia. Therefore, make them understand that their common point of reference could be the GRI standard, based on which they do not have to actually make noise, but really collaborate with businesses to make them more responsible. I was hearing, I think, Professor Bhattacharya talking about social activists, and this is, or environmental activists in that case. I think this is where GRI plays a very important role, that we don't have to always make noise, but I think we need that strength of knowledge to bring everyone into coming to a decision where the world can become more sustainable. So that is how we are a multi-stakeholder based organization, and the GRI standard is freely available, no money required, and no transaction happens between us or anyone using the GRI standard for last 27 years. I don't know whether it will change soon, but so far this is a public product which is available to everyone for use. So our focus areas has been to create and maintain the world-class sustainability disclosure standards. We drive the global adoption of the standard because we feel this is the common reporting ground based on which companies and their stakeholders can understand where the business is going and how they can become more wealth creating organization. We also work on improving the quality of reporting, because disclosure is very important in the sense that it directly brings about two things. One is the accountability, and the other is transparency in the market. And that is why reporting is very essential to promote that ESG is integrated, because I can actually say that I am an honest person, but my real action on the ground will tell me whether I am really using honesty or not, right? So for a company, if they say that they have ESG integrated, they have to also communicate and disclose very openly that they have done these are the red marks, these are the green marks, and that is what their plan is. Therefore, reporting becomes very, very important. And we support full public access to sustainability disclosures. What has happened is all these 27 years is that we see 75% of the largest 250 companies across the world, they have used the standard. And in India, the Tata Group was the first one, as Mr. Mukherjee was mentioning. Dr. Irani was in our board, followed by many others, and today we have Mr. Girish Ramachandran also in our board from India, who are these 10 to 12 people across the world having this complete control over the GRI as an institution based out of Netherlands. But we are not a Dutch organization, we are an international and independent organization. So 450 organizations from 68 countries, they are our community members, and we create that ecosystem through these organizations spread across the world. Whenever there is a change in the standard, we have 30,000 people and institutions coming together to maybe change one paragraph in the standard. So there is a very, very transparent due process which is in place to create the GRI standard, which could be a common ground for disclosing information on ESG. And there are 168 policies from 67 countries which refer or require the GRI standard in their policy and regulation. So this is where GRI is for 27 years. I will not get into this because of lack of time, and I think there should be more interaction with the audience here. But I thought that this will be a good starting point, because in India or in the world, we are talking about many frameworks and standards. So there are, just to bring a little bit more clarity for everyone, So there is this big club of standards which are there, and there is this big club of frameworks which are there, right? You see GRI for 27 years, then the FRAG has just come in, last year. The FASB is there, OECD guidelines have come up for a couple of years, IFC has a standard and the framework in between, they are there. Then ISSB has just come in, right? Because IFRS actually was the financial reporting standard, and now they have realized that without sustainability integrated, they cannot move forward, and the world has to be responding to this need that business organizations have a greater role to play, not just making profit and showing, their quarterly reports to be going up, but the responsibility of looking at what are the resources they use, including people and the planet, and therefore where are the big footprints happening, and therefore what are the responsibilities where they can plug in the negative impacts and build on the positive impacts. So this is where the reporting actually plays a very important role. On the other hand, you see frameworks, lot of frameworks including, and a couple of them are actually focusing on climate change. But I would like to make a very important note here, which I personally believe, that climate change is one, but in a country like India and the region, the subcontinent, I think social issues are very, very important, which sometimes go hidden behind the hype of climate change, right? There are many other environmental issues like waste, like water, which are actually having very important trigger point which can take us through a very major crisis, and that is looming, and we are not aware. We feel there are n number of rivers, the oceans are surrounding us, and then we are happy. It is not so. So we have to be very carefully understanding what are the ESG issues, which is not only the responsibility of the business, but really the whole ecosystem of looking at multi-stakeholder approach. The regulator, the government, the investors, the civil societies and the businesses coming together to look at where are we really, and how can a business entity survive if those kind of crisis is looming around all of them, right? So this is where multi-stakeholder importance is actually becoming more critical these days. So there are rankers and raters which are there. So if you can just be very clear, and this is where I think the CEO or the CMA's role is. Wherever I go and speak or having a a round table or a seminar, I think there is a lot of confusion of looking at what is the purpose of the organization versus which are the ranking and the rating organizations they are connected to, which is the framework they are taking, and which is the standard they want to subscribe to. So there is a lot of difference. The first point, I think the CEO can remove the dilemma, and the CMA's role is to guide the CEO, saying that this is where it is. We need to understand what we need to do, right? So the original root of all this, whether it is a standard, whether it is a framework, whether it is rankers or raters, the original thing is that businesses, they operate and there are activities, and these impact the activities on the world. So there will be no question. Business cannot say that no, they are not impacting the world. And there are degrees of that impact. There are specific areas where they have impact. So we need to be aware of them, we need to measure them, we need to use a system in place where the measurement can happen in a very organized manner, well structured as per the organization's need. So the other side to do it is, in the world there are many changes which are happening, like the climate change or water crisis and so far. Therefore, how are those changes impacting the entity? This is the other side. Now ISSB is come up, like the IFRS Foundation is come up with this approach of sustainability, which is this side, the impacts of sustainability topics on the the business entity. GRI has been a very strong proponent on the other side, impacts of the business activities on the world. But what we now need is to collaborate the two and bring them together if an organization has to be smartly operating in the long run. They cannot just do one dimension. This is very, very important. So even the use of word of ESG and sustainability, please think through and look at it from the lens in the entire value chain. Which part of the sustainability are you really focusing on? Is it this one, from the world to the impact on the entity, or from the entity to the world? You need to be very aware of. The next point here is that there are different developments which are happening, and therefore there is the pillar 1 of sustainability reporting, which is on the entity, and there is the on the impact on the world, and pillar 2, which is the strengthened financial reporting, which focuses on companies' disclosure addressing the financial implications of sustainability issues. So these are the two things you need to understand. As far as possible, I think what is important here is very, something to take note of, because I know I was addressing the Chartered Accounting Institute's, conclave last week, and now I am here. I have great hopes from the, the CMAs, because you are the profession who are really the pillar of wisdom and knowledge and your expertise to steer the organization to look at the entire value chain, look at the resources that you use, treat each resources like a capital, and tell the CEO and the board that these are the resources, these are the capital where the large impact is happening, and therefore our responsibility is to take care of them. It's very simple. Nothing else is required. Yeah. Second, the CMAs always remain behind the scene. And I have been interacting, as ma'am announced that, I have been with the, ICMA for a couple of years now, almost a decade, and I feel that they are behind the scene. You have to make your presence felt, not just saying I am a CMA, but to give this very wise decision at every point of this decision makers sitting together. I think that is the power that you have, because you have the expertise and the knowledge of all the capitals which is required for an entity to flourish. Therefore, if the flourishment has to continue, CMA has to actually understand how waste generation is not contributing to profit making, how water crisis is not contributing to profit making, how human rights issues are actually going to plague the reputation, and how workplace environment and safety is going to actually cause a lot of productivity of the people going down. These are the expertise of the CMAs, and therefore the double materiality is like a process and a tool that is available now. It will be increasing. GRI will be working with CMAs to look at this double materiality to be functioning in the company while they assess their performance and their management systems and their strategy, which has to be in place. Therefore, it is not just about the GRI standard, but really what is the purpose of the organization. Yeah. So my last point that I want to make is that the role of CMAs is to definitely influence the decision of the CEO, who takes charge of the whole organization on behalf of the board. And the execution of this group of people is to really understand what is the purpose of the organization. And I felt very happy to, understand a bit more about the Tata e-mobility, because he shared that the purpose of the organization was not just selling a product, but they are really serving the function of a society. So this transformation of an entity to not just sell a product, but look at contributing to providing the purpose or the function of a society is very important transformation that a CMA can make it happen. Yeah. So the purpose of the organization is what? Is it to just make that shareholder number go up? Is it to make the shareholder only just happy? Or do they consider that business entities are part of the society and they have a major role to play in terms of looking at different stakeholder need, and therefore the organization will not be just trustworthy, will be credible, will be also dependable, and therefore they can exist in complete connection with the different stakeholders in place. Secondly, sustainability reporting is a very good profession where everyone, the CMAs, the chartered accountants, the sustainability professionals like us can work and get into signing many more contracts, no doubt about it. But we need to really understand what is the purpose of sustainability reporting. Is it to just do the checklist because it's a mandatory requirement by a regulator? Is it to do something because I feel I can touch a publication which is giving me a feel-good factor? Or is reporting really connected to my second point, which is enhancing the culture of accountability throughout the organization? So if any water crisis happens, am I accountable as a business entity? If a pollution is happening, am I accountable for that pollution? If some rehabilitation needs to happen, how am I being accountable to all those people who have contributed to the the wellness of the entity? And the last point is build on the build an organization of trust. And therefore, whether you are behind the scene or coming up front to make all those decisions or facilitate those decisions, I feel CMAs have all these roles which are much larger than just looking at giving an assessment report. Thank you very much. I would love to converse with all of you later if need be. Okay. Should I take it now? The question? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Ma'am, see, now we can monitor what emissions we are doing. So it is easy to control.
Okay.
Now the problem with Indian business sector.
Huh.
Sure. Okay. So the problem with India is that we are manufacturing hub. And
We are
R&D
manufacturing hub.
Yes,
Yeah.
and R&D centers are in different countries. Like Maruti Suzuki R&D center is in Japan, and manufacturing is in India. Same with Honda, ZF Gearbox, Volkswagen, MG is in China, but we are manufacturing in India. Now the GHG emissions are accounted in India, not in those countries. So even if India try, we cannot become green because the cost of this green energy has to come from those countries. So we have been requesting that the emission share should be given to that country who owns, like 56% is owned by Suzuki
Yes.
in Maruti Suzuki. So 56% of emission share should be accounted in Japan, not in India. Same with Sweden. Sweden is trying to become net zero by 2030, but their manufacturing hubs are in India. Same with Apple. Apple has offloaded manufacturing to Foxconn, and Foxconn is in Taiwan, and they are opening manufacturing facilities in India. Now, when we incorporate green energy,
Yeah.
the cost is not viable. But somehow they are becoming net zero by offloading manufacturing. So how
Offloading?
standards will
Can you repeat that? By net zero, by offloading?
they are offloading manufacturing from their
Yeah.
accounts itself by
Yes.
giving the manufacturing role to other companies.
Yes.
Now these companies are headquartered in different countries like Taiwan, India.
Yes, I heard that.
So now the GHG emissions are accounted in India, and now it is becoming difficult for us where we don't control these profits and diversion of these profits into green energy. So how standards, or we are pushing that standards should be like that. The profit share should be directly linked to the GHG emissions, and GHG emissions should be accounted in that country, not in India. Then only we can become net zero until unless we control these profits. What are your views on this?
Yeah. Very good point, and I think it's a suggestion for everyone to think through. But I would like to add to your suggestion also that, see, when the manufacturing hub coming here, who decides? It's the government. And why do they decide? Because we also need jobs, employment here. We also need to show that India is growing and the GDP is growing, right? So that, let's face fact, let's be honest to ourselves. So we do need the manufacturing hubs, we do need employment, and we do need that GDP is growing up, right? So that is one side of the story. We need to be very aware of it, and we need to be honest about it. Number two, how do we actually sign the contract when whoever company from Japan or Sweden comes here, I think we have to be what, Professor Bhattacharya mentioned, the courage to say that you have to abide by the climate change, issue which is here, and we want to also show that we are not emitting so much of GHG because the manufacturing is here. Yeah, and this will actually slowly, the EFRAG, which is the European Union standard now coming up, the entire value chain will be also, kind of monitored. The supply chain will be monitored, and therefore it is not far away that these kind of, what is your suggestion, will not come into the market. So it's a long way, maybe 5-10 years, but definitely the, the world is thinking about how the corporate headquarter may show that it's net zero, but down the line the supply chain also has to prove itself that it is moving towards reducing GHG emissions. So that's no doubt about it. But I would like to also say that as a nation we need to be very clear whether we are going to entertain other countries to come and have manufacturing hubs here, or should we have more Indian companies to do more and sell them by saying that we have produced and manufactured well designed products which are not causing harm to the planet or to the people. So that's a decision, by us. We are a democratic country, right? Let's use the power of that. Yeah. Any more questions here? Okay. But sir, do we have time to ask the other speakers? Okay. Later, no? Later? Okay.
Yeah, just one question.
Yeah.
ESG, to control that climate change, we require phenomenal investments, and as we see, the benefits are reaped over a period of say 40-50 years, because we are passing it on to the next generation. So when such a phenomenal investment is required, the government should bring up some PLI schemes where the phenomenal investments will be reaped over, and the corporates can definitely go ahead and invest, so that there is no pinch as such, and it will not affect the financials immediately. So the suggestion is, can we have it like a machinery type? If we have, say, if we invest in machines, we claim depreciation. So like if we invest in this criteria, so can we claim through the CSR route, can we have some type of incentives? That is my query.
Question
Yeah.
or suggestion?
Suggestion as well.
Okay. So, okay, to add similarly, I will add to your suggestion. First is that, businesses use the resources which are sometimes freely available. Okay? No one questions, they use it. So, I think there is a trade-off in that. We need to be very aware of doing the real accounting. We just do an accounting when we invest in infrastructure and we look at the price and we say, okay, this is the investment. So, number one is to do the real accounting of intangible resources. Yeah, that is very important. Yeah. Number two is that when there are many infrastructure requirements, like you say humongous investment, that is, I think, a perception. I'm sorry to, I differ with you. Many times sustainability can be well integrated by just changing human behavior, bringing a culture of change, like safety. Safety is not always requiring, infrastructure changes. Safety requires a cultural change, that I value my life and therefore I need to be safe. So, of course, there could be some trainings required to, say that this is, you cannot do this, you can do this, and so on and so forth. There are many issues like this which have to be actually looked at where the business is making the largest impact. Look at where you need infrastructure changes, where you need technological changes, where you need behavioral changes, where you need management changes. Then only, say that this needs a humongous, change, right? Humongous investment. Because I think that is a perception, not based on facts. Yeah. So, therefore, for facts, start measuring what is most important to the entity, where are the risks and opportunities, and therefore, my investment in terms of technology, innovation, science, behavior, education, where do I start? Then it will not sound that you need a humongous investment in terms of money.
Yeah, thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation and taking up some questions now. So with this now, may I request Ms. Manekshaw Sharma, Director KPMG, for her presentation.
Thank you so much, the Institute, for having me here. It's a pleasure to be speaking amongst such an august audience, and we can see the numbers also growing up. I'm sure there's some bit of environmental impact to this summit as well, and I'd say larger rumors around that. But it's still good to see on a Saturday morning so many people in the room. It's always a challenge to kind of speak after, such what should I say? Such accomplished speakers. It's always a challenge, but I'll try to do my bit for the next 15-20 minutes that we're gonna stay together. This will be largely around the business impact. Mr. Mukherjee also kind of spelt it out on how, as a CEO, he looks at ESG. Before that, Professor Saab already guided us on how ESG has become mainstream, and Aditi, of course, has been a professional in this, so she has kind of spoken about the framework, the standards, and how the entire sustainability reporting is changing. I think it has all got to do with the way the world is changing. We're not, I think one of the speakers said that we're probably the first generation facing the climate change, and I think everyone here would want to believe that we should be the last generation looking at the impacts of climate change. Our children should live in a free world, which is not bothered by the impacts that, we have created or our forefathers have created. But let's look at the opportunity side of it. I think at the rather beautiful side of it, if I were to stay. And I think Aditi did say that when she was earlier in this profession, what did she hear, and now, I'm sure she's the face in many conferences, we've seen her together. I think the times have changed starkly if you talk about sustainability, right? And in India, I think this word kind of came in with CSR. Right? And that is when 2013 Companies Act came in. So I'm a company secretary by qualification, so I will kind of use references from law here and there. But I think that is the first time when we saw CSR and heard about GRI reporting, for that matter. And some companies were doing this, though it's not a mandate, but highly intensive industries like cement or steel or mining, started doing it. And I used to work with a tech company that time, and this was kind of a, something like a new kid on the block, and we were just wondering, and we said, oh, this doesn't bother us, ESG, or I think ESG is a more recent coined term, if we were to say. That time it was CSR, a little later it was sustainability, and we said, no, we don't pollute, we are a tech company. If you went to the banks anytime, they would say, it's absolutely got nothing to do with us. We are not manufacturing anything, so we're not polluting, and if we are not polluting, we've got nothing to do with sustainability. And I'm sure some of those here will kind of agree to me on this. And then it changed. It changed from Schedule 13, where there was those 17 activities listed, and it still kind of worries me when people have those fancy and all tick-marked CSR reports, and you come out of that fancy office, and you just go to the near about areas, and you will find a lot of things that you will not feel happy about. Though one of the aspects of the CSR mandate from the Companies Act also says that the funds should be invested in near around areas, but I don't know where those funds get invested. So that is there, but the times have changed now to discussions, the theme of an institution which kind of supports financial industry, the global summit having its theme around sustainability. Where we have come to, it would have been unimaginable a few years back, and I'm sure the ICI convention you're talking about had a similar theme. Everybody, the government is talking about sustainability, is talking about ESG, so I think we are in very good times. IFRS has brought about 2 standards already. Now, it would have been very unbelievable for me to think, and some people on the stage, dais as well, and in the audience, that accountants would ever think about sustainability or ESG. They always thought it is the job of the CSR guy. We've got them here, and they'll do something or the other. And excuse me, or please forgive me, but philanthropy and CSR have been interchangeably used, not in our country but everywhere else. That is changing now. A sea change has come in. So I think we are in the best of the times, whether we are a finance professional, whether we are a sustainability professional, but all is changing. And now at least we have, we have at least recognized and accepted that yes, we have done something wrong to the environment. Now the knowledge level has come down to, even if you talk to a cab driver, right? He will say that, madam, हमने ये सब कुछ किया है, इस वजह से ये हो रहा है आज. So, the understanding level has come to that level. And what Mr. Bhattacharya was saying is absolutely right. The 9-year-old children today talk about SDG goals. They're working on projects SDG goals because their schools are actually talking with alignment to the SDG goals. And they're not doing it on paper. See, today, whether you're doing it on letter or spirit is for professionals, but with kids of that age, it is not that. Everything, I think, comes from spirit. And similarly with the consumers, one of the presentations did talk about consumers are actually doing this. Now just see for yourself, when you're doing online shopping, if it asks you for a little more, and there'll be written there, this has been sustainably sourced, you don't mind paying a little extra. The Gen Z or the Gen X or whatever you may call it, they don't mind paying a little extra. So that is where we have come to. So I think we've come through a difficult task. I don't say that, whatever we have created around us is very beautiful, but we are definitely living in the best of the times when everybody is at least accepting that we are in a mess and we need to really, really do something about it. The CEO talking about how sustainability can be merged to derive profits, fantastic. I don't think there can be anything better than this. And if businesses get onto this, if so many management accountants start thinking about it, and the kind of information that you supply to the management is based upon the sustainability parameters, I think we are in the excellent times. So on that note, I will start off with my presentation here. So this is what, again, I'm trying to just showcase where we have come from, where we have reached. There was the financial integrated reporting, if anybody understands that, kind of talks about 6 capitals. And you can imagine anything that you do or that a business does is not outside of those 6 capitals. Everything is in there. We started from the financial capital way back, so that has been the essence. Until now, somehow I believe, and people here can correct me, why were we not able to gain mainstream? Because the financial capital was standing outside. The annual report just had the balance sheet, the cash flow, and the P&L, which never talked about sustainability. For that, you had to refer to a sustainability report. And does an investor go to a sustainability report? A financial investor. That is why something like an integrated reporting came in. Or that is why now the IFRS Institute, ISSB, has come out with this sustainability standards, because they need to meet. As an investor, I really need to see that are you driving profits out of the right means by doing the right things on all the 3 things: environment, social, and governance. And that is what I need to see in your accounts. When this beautiful merger is happening is the glorious time for environment, social, and governance, for sustainability. So financial capital started, then we moved to manufactured capital, then we moved to human and intellectual capital, and finally the era of sustainability and climate change happened. I don't know whether COVID has caused a lot of harm to all of us in one way or the other. But I think the only good thing which has emerged out of it is our preference to understanding that yes, we are doing something wrong and the environment is something that we really, really need to preserve and conserve. Again, I think in the last 2 years, the progress that we have seen for everybody to get into ESG, the government of India kind of announcing the net zero norms. Huge groups like Tata's, Reliance, Jindal's, etc., giving their net zero norms. Think of it, just kind of thinking of it actually is such a difficult task, but they have actually taken up those targets that they will become net zero. And I think this has all progressed in the last 2 years. Nature has shown us that if I really want, I can all put you to rest. And that is what was done to us from 20 to 22. Now, if we have to gain speed, then we have to work according to the environment which we live in. And when I say environment, of course, I mean social and governance together. Unfortunately, today, earlier we confused CSR with philanthropy. Today, we are confusing ESG with CSR. We are forgetting that that is only one pillar. There is social, which is very, very important. And maybe not at this, but another time if we get a chance. I have a lot of examples to share where businesses have failed because they did not respect the communities around. The communities could be people, the communities could be environment, anything. So social is a very, very important factor. And so is the third pillar, which is the governance. The board has to be the guiding light for us, for the businesses, for the CEOs. If it is not there, then ESG is not there. And only CSR is not ESG for sure. So I think we've kind of covered this, but has it translated from good to have to must have? I think again in the last 2-3 years, sustainability reports, I think Aditi can share her data with us on how many companies in India were doing that, to how many companies in India are doing it now, when that is absolutely not mandatory in India by the regulator. SEBI doesn't ask you to produce a sustainability report, but SEBI does ask you to produce a BRSR, and we'll talk about that as well. So that has grown from a good to have to must have by choice. Right? BRSR you will have to do, but a company producing a BRSR is also doing a sustainability report, is also doing an integrated report where there is no mandate in any nation except South Africa in the world. Why? Because the investors are asking for that kind of information. If you are not measuring data, then that doesn't make sense. So that's what she kind of answered in one of the questions also. Talk about facts. People will ask you, you can't do greenwashing anymore. There are standards coming on assurances as well. The raters framework, I think that is also undergoing a change. And SEBI has already put out a discussion paper on that, which will get finalized soon. So that is where I think the role of the management accountants come in for clear-cut data to be instilled, because that data is going to get assured. Next year 150, 250, then 1,000. I think it's going to be another kind of an audit area which is coming up for professionals like you and I. Collaborations for survival. So I think this collaboration with not only communities that we have, but everybody, all our stakeholders. The business model has to change. So when, I'm a consultant. So when we used to do integrated reporting with people, the first thing which we used to tell the CEOs is that we will have to, kind of make your business model. And they used to laugh at us and say that, Meenakshi, we've been kind of running our businesses for long, and we have a respected business model. And here you come and say that, you have to make a business model for us. The business model which encompasses the 6 capitals, how that money is earned, to what good use that money is put to. What are the outcomes emanating? So you have an output for a business, but what are the outcomes? Outcomes is a very, very necessary thing that we as business owners, as professionals, don't pay heed to, and that is what is causing all the mess. So that is where, the whole business model will change if you look at it from the ESG perspective. There is, when I say this fast representing an existential threat to companies, of course. There have been companies which have died down their own natural death because they did not keep in pace with whatever was changing. You look at your phones, BlackBerry used to be, used to be a glam factor at some point of time. Does anybody have a BlackBerry here? We're not talking beyond 10 years, right? Nokia? No? So people did not want to keep pace with changing times and they vanished, right? Photocopiers, those kind of things. Kodak moment, the moment that the adjective still remains, but are Kodak cameras there anymore? In fact, for that matter, any cameras, digital ones are not there anymore, right? I feel so bad because I had spent a fortune buying one camera, and after 2 years I found that I was clicking more pictures with the mobile rather than the camera. So the same is with us as professionals also. You may like it, you may not like it, and that's what I say almost at all my conversations. You like ESG, you may not like it. But if you don't adapt to it, then I'm sorry. These are changing times that we kind of have to respect. Stakeholder activism, that is another thing very, very important, which Mr. Bhattacharya had pointed out. Those are the proxy advisors, right? On the governance thing, if I pick up, because I'm a governance professional, they kind of put you a negative rating if your independent directors have been with you for long, right? Your Companies Act provides you 5 + 5, 10 years. But if you are beyond 5 years, the merit that they give is, do you really think they're independent? So again, in law and spirit, some confusion. So respect those voices, get them into the room, at least talk it out with them. They may have some suggestions which can improve, but just keeping them away is not going to help. Is just not going to help. So whether they are environmental activists, shareholder activism, everything is gaining prominence. So it's not democracy in the democratic way of things, but democracy otherwise also is growing. So we need to understand and have everybody together to be able to grow our businesses very well. The regulatory landscape, if you look at India, we had some NVG guidelines come up in 2011. I will not traverse through all of this, but now last month, June 14, is when SEBI came out with that circular, which it had already passed in its board meeting in March 29, saying that there'll be a BRSR core. So again, coming to factual data collection, KPIs. You understand that better than anybody else, right? KPIs, they have given those KPIs, and now you give me the information basis that KPI, and hey, I will have somebody verify that as well. So assurance comes into play. Then your value chain partners. So there's enough mess to be sorted, right? But all of that has to be there if we have to present a clean picture. Why do we rely on audited accounts? So somebody has had a vision. Somebody has looked them through. Somebody has signed them. Similarly with your ESG reports also. Somebody signing them will give a credibility to the user, reader, investor, whoever is coming in. So the times with SEBI are in India, and I sit on some global committees for ESG reporting, and let me tell you, BRSR is one good format, though I will still say that it has a long time to go, because I somehow am not a very good fan of the tick in the box kind of reporting. But if you have to be comparable with global standards, with your peer companies sitting globally, I think that is the way to at least start with. But this is on the top of agenda of our regulator, our government as well, and that is, I think, a happy and a good news for us. This is what Aditi has already covered, so I don't think I need to spend any time here. Let's look at future. I think this is a very interesting slide. Where we've seen this, and I look at this global risk landscape, wherever this World Economic Forum kind of releases it. Just have a look at the legends which are there, right? This is the 23 risk landscape, and this is the 22. There is no economic risk in the top 10 risks in 2023. Though that would be a little wrong to say, because most of them have an impact on your economic, on economics as well. But the top risk which has been highlighted is failure to mitigate climate change. That's the top risk. And this is not Manekshaw Sharma who's saying that. This World Economic Forum who's saying that, right? Even last year we had climate action failure as the top risk. So what I'm saying is green colors are dominant everywhere. So everybody has understood that the way forward is by respecting Mother Nature and the social and the governance aspect of it. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere. I don't know how it would have looked 10 years back. I don't think besides 1 or 2 greens, anything would have been there. So I've done a lot of annual report work for client companies and companies as such. The MD&A asks you to talk about risks and opportunities. Hardly would you have seen the environment or the social or the governance risks coming up there. Now with materiality, etc. coming in sustainability reports, when you do a materiality analysis, you engage with your stakeholders and you bring out your top material risks. That is where it is getting a place. And when, both the reportings will merge and you will have a single report talking about it, I'm sure that the green risks will come to the top and the management discussion and analysis will also talk about it. The trends which are coming in, I think information on supply chain will become very, very, I think that was one of the questions also, right? I don't think if I'm doing good myself, okay, I travel in fancy cars for even a shorter distance, I use a lot of airplanes, etc. But, I am eating in bamboo plates. So I can say that, I am good, but I'm not bothered about the value chain that I have used for myself. That's not the way it's going to go any further. Right. We were having a conversation and Mr. Bhattacharya was saying that a company is just reporting about good done with their employees, not outside. So I think the GHG 3 emissions, people are seriously lost about it. Whoever we talk to, they're saying this is absolutely impossible, but I'm sure in the next 1 to 2 years, people will make their way throughout. But your value chain partners, you have to kind of get the spirit down there also. I agree that it is going to be difficult, but there's no way around it. Financial reporting, I think that 2 standards are already out. I'm sure you guys already would have also started working around it. The chartered accountants are messing up their head because till now they thought that, oh, this is somebody else's thing. I don't need to think about it with no hard feelings towards any chartered accountants in the audience here. But now they agree that, they come to us and they say that, we really need to understand something about it. So it's good. It's really good. Reporting, I think Aditi has again, spoken a lot about reporting, so I'll not talk about it, but reporting will focus on how you are implementing. So the short, medium, and long term will have to come into play. This will not be a reporting for a reporting's sake, but it has to evolve into our ESG kind of integrated thinking. We will have to incorporate that into the business models of our organization to be able to do that. The future of ESG reporting, of course, we are seeing that the frameworks and the standards, there's a thin line. In her presentation also, we saw that figure, right? And there was this common thing in between. So I think there is some collaboration happening there, good for us. Governments and regulators, the worldwide are thinking about it. Stakeholders are asking for it, so there is no other choice but to give it. Assurances are very, very important because to be able to rely on something, it needs to be audited. The last but not the least is digitizing it. I think that is something which all the reports are kind of going that way. CEO's dilemma, there are some facts on the screen from a CEO survey that we had done, speaks for itself. The CEOs today are agreeing that my business can flourish if I incorporate the ESG principles, and I may have to face some heat if I still don't look at that. So, those are some of the figures that you see on the screen. There are again top 5 challenges that the CEOs have recognized. If they don't get the budgets, etc., no implementation happening, that is again going to, they're going to feel a heat on the business, is what they say. So then, if we say all of this, then how is the CEO agenda kind of going to look like? Again, some change in business model, of course, incorporating the finer aspects from ESG is required. Looking at the demands from investors, I would rather say demands from all stakeholders to kind of come in. Alignment with the board's fiduciary responsibility. The boards have to, so now the requirements is coming from boards to us to kind of let them know and understand what this is coming in. And you just said that you had a board requirement on talking more about it. So the boards are clearly interested, but it has to be a top-down model approach, right? We've all seen in businesses, it works very well when there is a top-down bottom approach. When this is coming as a clear-cut mandate is when everybody kind of respects this. Litigation risk is there, which a CEO has to manage. I think these are the larger, broader areas, but I'm sure all the CEOs are getting equipped to doing businesses in the new manner. Setting the tone at the top, that is a very, very important thing. For all of us to kind of build it, live it, think in that manner, this has to be ingrained in the way we do our business. It's not that because of the mobility business that he is in, which is a greener fashion, that people should think like that. I'm sure that in Tata's, this is a way of life. It should become a way of life. So I, again, I will refer to the Tata's group because I really, really hold a lot of respect for this large group in India. And I happened to be at Jamshedpur when they were just taking me through a round, and they actually showed me that this was the first company in India to kind of launch the PF system way before it was heard of. That's a big, big contribution on social, if we call it, right? Way before it was mandated. And today also we see people trying to play around with kind of PF contributions and all the things around it. So, there are live examples within us who've been doing this for long. We have a name for it now. Asking the right questions, being more transparent, all the kind of reportings that are coming in is just to enhance the disclosures so that as readers, as consumers, as stakeholders of any business, we come to know what is happening, what is the business really up to, and what is it doing. Some of the questions that the CEOs need to ask themselves, what processes do we have? Clear-cut data can only be come through correctly made processes, SOPs, etc., which have to be at place. Understanding the risks and opportunities associated with ESG, ability to integrate ESG parameters with vision, goal, mission of the organization. Sometimes even have to look at the board, whether, they are actually capacitant to be able to drive this journey or no. Otherwise, help them build up these criteria and these capabilities. Focus on governance for driving D&I and equity. This is a very, very important pillar that has to be recognized now and incorporated, because governance is a very strong pillar of ESG. And how we effectively, once we've done all of this, communication is very important, because we saw some of the raters, right, in one of the slides. The raters, some of the raters don't even come to you. They will just look at your public disclosures and rate you. You really don't want to go in a toss for your business if you've got a bad rating from one of the sustainability raters. So the disclosures and the reporting is very, very important. Opportunities for growth, definitely. There are a lot of opportunities for growth for business if they align themselves with ESG, invest in real-time technologies, because if you think of doing something today without having a handle on technology, I'm sorry, but we're going to miss the bus if we are looking at that. Take the lead on IDE, inclusion, diversity, and equity. That is something that we as a nation have got lot to do. Right? And I really don't need to talk more about it, but we all in our hearts understand where we are, and it's good to see that on the forum today we have 2 women, but otherwise, and a lot of women in the audience as well, but it's not the case everywhere. I'm sure Aditi would have gone into forums where she's the only one acting, giving the IDE flavor. So that is an area where we as a nation collectively and businesses need to do lot more, bring strong connections among functions. This is not only the responsibility of your sustainability team, your ESG team, or your CSR team. It has to be a part of your business. CMA's role. So, the last slide, but I think this is the slide that you all should kind of like. I have spoken about it during the presentation also. What can be your role? You are guiding light to the management on what could be done next, what could be done better from your management reports and your accounting. I think this is where your data analysis, reporting of ESG parameters is something that you can build up into your MISs, ESG goal settings and targets, integrating ESG into risk management frameworks, very, very important, and providing an analysis basis all the data that you have gathered to your management so that they can take right decisions for the business. And of course, financial implications or ROIs. Everybody is doing their bit, right? You and I, if we do something as small as kind of, using, I'll put in a very small example, using 1 glass per day, and not every time you drink water, you put that glass to washing. You are doing your bit. We should always remember that and feel happy about it. We are doing our bit, but we need to understand, is it enough? That is a question that I will leave you with. Thank you so much for having me here. If there are any questions, I can kind of. Yes, please. Yeah.
So, like our sponsors, ONGC, Indian Oil, NTPC, if we decide that we move to hydrogen, what will be the business model they are planning to adopt? Do you have insights on that? Because these are the most biggest company which will resist this change to green.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that out. In fact, that was something in my mind too, and I wanted to talk about that. See, things are changing very fast, businesses are changing very fast, and that's the way to go forward, right? If we think that what I'm doing today, I will have no competition, this technology is going to prevail for years and years to come, we would not have, had anything. We would not have had electricity, we would not have air conditioners, we would have still sit in the Stone Age era. That's not there to happen. So while we took baby steps, came from, fossil fuel to renewables to now green hydrogen, is that an opportunity? That is a risk. I think with risk comes an opportunity, and Mr. Mukherjee already kind of highlighted this to us, that there are, business models getting changed. They've developed a new, they've framed a new entity who's working on it. So I'm sure that, while I would not have insights into the business models of these organizations, but definitely, green hydrogen is a big thing which is coming in, ushering in the new era, and hopefully it will be good for all of us. But I'm sure that people have started thinking. One of the CEOs just told us that. Yes. Yes. Yeah, please. Okay. We should leave last question because I think we have,
Yeah, hi. I'm CMA Amit Jadhav from Nasik chapter. The question is that, the role or the responsibility of the CMA, particularly if the person is working in industry, it's quite good and explanative. But the question is that how the professional CMA or the practicing CMA can play a vital role into these parameters.
So basically, as I said, and I'd request any of the senior CMAs to kind of talk about it, because I'm not one, so I may not be able to give you the granular information. But what I think is, you are a part of somebody basis whose report the management or the board is guided to work towards their vision and mission, right? Incorporating some of the aspects related to ESG, suggesting them. I totally understand that it is not something that you come up today and your management will accept and they'll make Herculean changes in the way they work. That's not going to happen. But I think as a professional, you should kind of read a lot about it. There's no other way than to get knowledge than to read about it or to understand about it. Develop those matrices, develop those information systems, put them up to your management, let them decide whether they want to inculcate all of that into their business models, and then probably you can play a greater role in kind of driving ESG for your businesses or your client businesses, is what I would believe. But
means we can say that it will be another field for the practicing CMAs.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful presentation and all. May I now request CMA Ashish P. Thate, sir, our council member ICMI, to propose vote of thanks. Here also.
Far better than that. So, thank you so much to all our presenters who has presented today. My special thanks to CMA Professor Ashish Bhattacharya sir. He has set the tone for this session. He had set the tone, and all of our speakers were speaking on those lines. So thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening speech. Asim sir is our dearest one, and he is being CMA and into Tata Motors Mumbai, so we meet very frequently at various places in Mumbai also. Sir, I'm very thankful that we are aware about what is happening in the sector about EVs and everything. 20 years back, if somebody had told me that there will be a electric vehicle which will run on the roads of Mumbai and any other city in the India also, it could have been a laughing stock for that day, that how it is going to happen. Today we are seeing that the technology is improving. Of course, there is a pressure of ESG, sustainability and everything which is there. Sir, my dream is that today I am speaking this July 2023. Why not 30 years down the line, we will have an airplane also running on the battery, which will save lot of which will have the sustainability, and we will be traveling. I don't know whether I'll be there or not, but 30 years down the line, it's our dream. I mean, unless you have that vision or a dream, and I want Tata Motors, I mean Tata company to produce that. That is what my intention to say as an Indian company. So why not a airplane should also go have the sustainability or a battery operated thing. So thank you so much, Asim Mukhopadhyay sir, for your enlightening speech. Aditi Haldar madam is nothing but she is very much near to the institute. She is a part of our sustainability board. So thank you so much madam for giving brief history of sustainability and GRI and everything else as such. Yes, what you have rightly stated is possibly when I am seeing 30 years, a plane is still a far away 30 years, but 10 years or 5 years down the line, we will have a separate professionals. We call it as a sustainability professionals or ESG professional. Nowadays, people call themselves as what you also stated, but there will be a lot of people, those who will come up as a sustainability professionals or ESG professionals. And I'm proud to say that the beginning of this kind of terms has started from this session, this Global Summit ICMAI 2023. So thank you so much, madam, for enlightening us on these such themes. Meenakshi madam is little bit odd man out, rather odd woman out, I should say, because I'm Ashish, she's Asim, Ashish, Ashwin, Aditi. You have only start with the M. So, however, your presentation was very thought-provoking. I don't know, yesterday I was not fully present here, what has been deliberated yesterday on ESG, etc. But I'm carrying so many papers, people must be worried what I'm carrying as so many papers. Sorry, I lost that page. Give me a minute's time. So this is the master circular which has been issued by SEBI, because SEBI is knowing that we are having a global summit starting from 14th of July. So 12th of July, SEBI issued the master circular. And I don't know whether we have discussed this yesterday as a master circular, but there is a provision of internal audit of ESG rating providers. Internal audit of ESG rating providers. And I'm very happy to state that one of the professionals who are entitled to do internal audit of ESG service provider is cost accountants. So it's a great opportunity for CMAs which has just emerged on the backdrop of this our ESG summit. I'm very, very thankful to Dr. Murthy, who is heading our sustainability standard board. And from this sustainability standard board, we have given a lot of suggestions to SEBI, which has been, most of the suggestions has been accepted in this master circular. So if you happen to go through SEBI website, you just see this master circular, which has been issued on 12th of July, which categorically states internal audit of ESG rating providers. And this internal audit is not just internal audit of finances, of course. So how this ESG rating providers has given rating to various companies. According to my knowledge, 150 companies top in the capitalization will fall under having the mandatory ESG ratings in future. I mean, that is in immediate future, but days are not far away that voluntarily companies will do that, like Tata Motors. They might not fall under 150, all their companies might not fall under 150, but I'm sure that they will go for the voluntary ESG ratings also. So this session has set a lot of tone for various future opportunities, various future thinking. So I'm very thankful to all my panel members who are sitting here. Thank you so much. And please join us for a cup of tea. Thank you.
Yeah, this is what I was about to say. Please join us for tea, and thank you to the wonderful panel. Thank you once again. Yeah. And we'll reassemble within 15 minutes so that we can start with our next session timely. development. So we have very learned speakers to dwell upon this topic in detail. So we have with us CMA Harshad Shamkant Deshpande sir, Council Member Elect ICMAI. So may I request Harshad sir to please welcome all the panelists of this session. First of all, may I request Harshad sir to please welcome CMA Dr. S.K. Gupta, Managing Director, ICMAI, Registered Valuer Organization of the Institute. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining this session. May now request Harsha sir to give, please felicitate Shri R.K. Anand, BFSI Academics and Advisor. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence with us for this technical session. May now request Harshad sir to please felicitate CMA. Yeah, I think Dr. Murli could not make it to join. So we have with us Chairman of GS 2023 CMA H. Padmanabhan sir to please join us felicitating the speakers for this session. Yeah, felicitation of Miss Avantika Goswami, Program Manager, Center for Science and Environment. Thank you, madam, for joining with us for this technical session. Sir, may I now request Harshad sir and Padmanabhan sir to please felicitate CMA Dr. Gopal Krishna Raju sir. GKR Bhai of Padmanabhan sir, of Papan sir. Yeah. So, member co-opted, International Affairs Committee, ICMAI. Thank you so much, sir. So we had a lot of webinars with you. Now we are privileged to have you in person for this technical session. Thank you, sir. Now may I request CMA Harshad Deshpande, sir, Council Member Elect, to please deliver his welcome address.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Nisha Madam, for giving this opportunity. So I'm really happy that I'm with this panel today, which will be discussing about this green finance. So I believe that we as a CMA, of course, everybody talks about the auditing or verification of the financial numbers, but this is something non-financial thing. So I think we as a professionals have upper edge, and this is a growing area. And really, I'm glad to welcome today's esteemed speakers, Sri S.K. Gupta sir, R.K. Anand sir, our GKR Bhai. He is one of the most popular personalities, and he's keeping, and we keep learning from him every time we are there on the web end and otherwise also. And Avantika madam, so I warmly welcome you, all of you, for these sessions. and we are so eager to hear you. So without taking much of your time, I request Nisha madam to kindly take it over. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, now we begin for our technical discussions. May I request CMA Dr. S.K. Gupta ji? Yeah. Now we are going to begin with our technical discussions. May I request CMA Dr. S.K. Gupta, Managing Director, ICMA RBO, to please. Sir is going to show the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to have been given an opportunity of sharing my perspectives on this important topic of green finance, and more specifically, the role that finance professionals can play, and particularly the CMA's role in promoting, developing, imbibing green finance within the corporate world and within the different organizations. You would all tend to agree with me that the world is changing, and it is changing very, very rapidly and significantly. I am not only referring to the last 2.5 years when the world as a whole has been impacted by COVID-19 pandemic situation, but even otherwise, if you look back 2 or 3 decades, there have been some very, very significant changes which have changed the way we live our life and also changed the way the corporates function in the marketplace the world over. And we have seen some very, very disruptive business models emerging in the marketplace, both from the so-called traditional old companies as well as the new startups or the new age companies. When you look at the corporate performance of many of the companies today, you find that many companies have profitless turnover. They have a good enough top line, but end of the day, there's no profit. Many of the companies have cashless profit. They have a profit, but there's no cash, there's no liquidity. But when you look at the valuation of these companies, wow, soaring very, very high. The point, therefore, is the performance measures for the corporates have undergone a sea change. We not only look at profit, profitability, and the various kinds of ratios that we used to look at. Today we look at the ability of the company to be able to create value, to be able to preserve that value, and to be able to enhance that value going forward. That is the success mantra for the corporates in the 21st century. And how do we create value? One of the success mantra that's driving the businesses across the world today is the factor which is concerned with ESG. ESG, believe me, is much more than a mere recently developed buzzword. It's a key driver, and my take on ESG is not only environmental, societal, and governance, but my take on ESG is ensuring sustainable growth. Each word starting with ESG. Ensuring sustainable growth is the key for every corporate and every business in today's world. Mr. Kofi Annan, erstwhile UN Secretary General, mentioned at the Paris Climate Agreement that the world is reaching a tipping point, very, very scary situation for all of us, and if we don't take immediate steps to restore the environment or the ecosystem or the biodiversity, it's probably going to become a point of no return. You just can't come back from there. That is the situation which he painted number of years before, but this is true. It has become truth today when we are looking at the scary situation. We have talked about these numbers since yesterday. If we are looking at mitigating environmental risk and the climate risk and got to protect the biodiversity and the environment, huge investments are required. And who is going to take care of that? We professionals. We have to find out ways and means how the finance is going to be generated for taking up this challenge of humanity. It's not only a challenge which is environmental challenge, it's a challenge for the humanity. The very survival of the humanity is dependent upon how effectively our generation is going to deal with the challenge of environment, societal, and the governance aspects. The latest accounting figures show there is a financial gap of about 70 billion US dollars, which is required to be funded in order to ensure that the climate risk is mitigated and we are able to combat the threat which is being faced by the humanity today in terms of the environmental risk. If we are looking at maintaining a maximum with a cap of 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature of this planet, then huge investments are required. If you try to project that up to 2050, significant outflows in terms of climate investment funds, in terms of investments in clean technologies would be required, and that's where we finance professionals are definitely at the center stage. We are going to be the pivot who are going to drive this entire action and this entire activity of providing the funds and making possible the targets that we have set for ourselves. A silent revolution is taking place all around us. We think that everything is good, and many a time we also question ourselves and say, are we happier than our forefathers? I don't know. There can be probably no straight answer to that. Times were different. 80s, 70s, 90s, times were different, but times are different today. We just can't really compare the two together in terms of era, in terms of time, in terms of challenges, in terms of opportunities. The financial sector has to develop approaches, has to develop new financial products, have to come out with new architectures of policies and strategies, and therefore green finance is the need of the movement. We are looking at developing a green finance ecosystem. A green finance ecosystem which would enable investments into environment-friendly projects. Instead of only looking at IRR, NPV, we also got to focus on ERR, economic rate of return, and we also got to focus on life cycle costing, life cycle assessment of the project, and arrive at true cost of a project. True cost of a project is one which also takes into account externalities. When this project goes on stream, when this project starts functioning, how is it going to impact the environment, the society? Those costs are also required to be built into our financial models when we carry out appraisal of any new project that we're going to look at. The green finance ecosystem is looking at building up a low carbon, resource efficient, sustainable economy. And who can be better at managing resources than a CMA? We are the people and we are experts who deal with resource optimization, making sure that you get the best out of available resources, at the same time also cutting down the requirement of resources for generating per unit of output or per unit of a service. Green finance, as we also discussed yesterday, is a term which has very many different connotations and very many different definitions. Some people also call it sustainable finance, climate finance. CSR funding also is part of made as a component of a green finance. But green finance basically is defined by UNEP, which increases the financial flows into environmentally sustainable projects. The flows can generate from banking sector, large banks, microfinance banks. It can also be generated from insurance as well as investments made by DFIs, direct developmental finance institutions as well as the individuals. G20 also uses the concept of green finance as an umbrella which includes within its garb various policies, various strategies, various products which are part of the entire green finance ecosystem. So the components of green finance are, we're looking at one, green investments. That means investments which are going into green projects. Green projects are those projects which lead to low carbon, resilient economy, and they help you build a biodiversity or an ecosystem which creates resources, which creates output, but at the same time does not destroy the environment or the biodiversity. We are looking at developing financing policies. We are looking at developing green policies. We also, therefore, would also look at advocacy. How do we make sure that people understand what is a green finance instrument? How do we deal with that? And that part also is covered in the component of green finance. And third aspect is green investment funds and particularly green instruments such as green bonds, green credit, climate funds, things like that. So who are the people who are going to provide funds for improving the situation on this planet in terms of keeping track of the climate change and the climate impact? There's going to come from local and national governments, because all the various stakeholders will have a role to play and will have to collaborate together, as we were discussing in the previous session also, with a view to making sure that we have adequate resources to deal with very, very serious problems. Financial institutions, they also will have to contribute towards this. Non-profit foundations, NGOs. Then we have green investments coming from the business sector. And of course, there are a lot of individual investors in the marketplace who are willing to contribute because they have a personal mission. They want to make this world a better place to live in, and therefore they are committed to investing in green projects, even though the return that they would get in that kind of investment may not commensurate with the commercial return, but there are people, believe me, across the world who are committed to making investments in green projects. So these are the various entities from where the funds are probably likely to flow into the green market. One of the common instruments which is being tried and tested the world over for over last more than 1 decade is the green bonds. Green bond is a debt instrument like any other bond for that matter, and it has basic features. There is a coupon attached with it and there is a maturity period. But the basic key factor in the green bonds is that proceeds from the green bonds are only lined up and to be invested in projects which are environmentally friendly projects. So the end use of the projects is made so that you can only use these funds for the purpose of building up environmentally friendly projects, and that's where the green bonds play a very important role in providing the funding to the corporate sector as well as to the government. There are different types of green bonds structured according to requirements of a particular project as well as nature of a particular project. You have use of proceeds revenue bonds, which are secured by the producing operating income generated from the project itself. Then you have use of proceeds bonds, which are secured by the assets of the project. Then you have securitized bonds, which are secured by large pooled assets of the corporate. And then we have green project bonds, which are secured by the balance sheet as well as assets of the project. If you look at the world statistics from different countries, the green bonds, sustainability bonds, social bonds, they have been issued by very many different countries across the world, and the trend is increasing pretty fast, and we see the graph rising over for that matter, starting from particularly 15 onwards. Similarly, there are many different types of mutual funds available in the marketplace today, which provide you facility of investing only in ESG positive projects, only in those projects which are going to be ESG positive and which are going to provide environmentally friendly investment options. Even in India, many organizations have gone in for issuance of green bonds. Many more companies have issued green bonds. This is only a select list, starting with Axis Bank to IDBI Bank to Exim Bank. Even recently, RBI came out with a first tranche of green bonds worth rupees 8,000 crores as announced by the finance minister in the budget speech on 1st of February 2023. Total 16,000 crores worth of green bonds are to be issued. RBI has already come out with the first tranche of 8,000 worth of green bonds in March 2023. RBI is also focusing on building an ecosystem of green finance within the country. And they have come out with a discussion paper on climate risk and sustainable finance, where the banks are being encouraged to set voluntary targets for green finance. How much of loans, how much of advances would you provide to those projects which are green projects? No specific mandatory requirement from RBI as of now to begin with, but all the banks have been advised in the discussion paper to set voluntary targets for themselves. And then you must also set incremental targets for green finance. 2023, you're going to do this much. 2024, you're going to increase it incrementally and so on. And you are also required to monitor the same annually in your board meeting so as to keep a track how much amounts have been allocated for green projects in terms of the discussion paper of RBI, recommendations of RBI. Then we are also looking at and developing at green branches and green data centers. How can banks make their operations green in terms of having green branches where the operations are paperless, where your data centers are powered by the energy, which is renewable energy. Instead of only going in for powering of your data centers by conventional energy measures, you must also look at how do you green your data centers by using renewable energy as a sourcing power. In order to build up an ecosystem for green finance, RBI has also come out with the concept of green deposits. The green deposits are aimed at developing a green finance ecosystem in the country. A green deposit wherein investor would definitely get interest as well, but at the same time, the deposit money available with the bank is going to be utilized for certain specific projects, and which are green projects as identified by the particular bank or the financial institution. There are country experiences there. A lot of efforts are being made. A lot of activity is already happening in those countries with regard to building up a green finance ecosystem. In Indonesia, they have created a $400 million fund for development of geothermal resources. In Thailand, Thailand Security Exchange Commission, which is similar to SEBI in India, has come out with the establishment of a carbon credit fund. In United Kingdom, they have made a green investment bank with the aim to reach a double bottom line. Bottom line, we look at triple bottom line, people, profit, planet. Double bottom line, where you look at profit in a commercial sense. At the same time, you also look at what is the green impact that your organization is making on this particular planet. We have also talked about this statement earlier by the speakers. We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change and probably the last generation who can do something about it. So what is the action agenda for all of us? If green finance is marshaled in the right way, is channelized in the right manner, the global finance market would definitely become a huge facilitator for building up a sustainable economy and sustainable planet. The challenge is to make the green mainstream. ESG has to become part of the DNA of each one of us as finance professionals. Any decision that we take at the board level, at the operating level, we must always imbibe in our thinking, is it green enough? How is it going to impact the environment, the society, and the governance parameters? As finance professionals, we've got to ensure that we are able to channelize adequate level of green funds into the system, as well as timing of channelization of these funds is also going to be very, very critical at the right time. The financial system needs to serve as the nervous system of the global economy rather than treating yourself and ourselves as masters. End of the day, my final call here is finance professionals need to think green. Instead of only focusing on financial capital, we got to look at 4 or 5 other different types of capital mentioned as part of the integrated reporting framework. We've got to look at social capital, human capital, environmental capital, intellectual capital, manufactured capital. Once we integrate our thinking in order to provide return to all the various stakeholders, not only the stakeholders who have provided financial capital, that's where the finance professionals have a huge role to play. Thank you so much. I'm sure rest of the dimensions of green finance would be dealt with by my co-speakers, the learned co-speakers. Thank you so much. Absolutely, because the discussion paper does not really mention the end use. They are only providing you a basic recommendation and direction as to where the funds of the banks should be channelized, at least a part of the funds, because the other projects also, the brown projects, also need support from the banking system. So without saying, you just shut the tap for the other sectors, but what we only are saying is that at least partly allocate some of your funds, and this increase, the allocation should increase over a period of time so that these sectors also get funding, not only restricted to renewable energy or things like that, but agriculture and other activities which are important from the ESG framework should also be given appropriate allocation. So that's why it's only a discussion paper and a kind of a recommendation. It's up to the banks to evolve their own strategy, what all they would like to cover within the garb of this particular recommendatory policy. Absolutely. European Union is already working on green taxonomy, as you rightly pointed out. Over a period of time going forward, maybe there could be a mandate coming from the RBI side or the central bank to allocate a certain part of your financial resources dedicated for the development of these kind of energies. You're right, yeah.
Question answer will take at the end.
Fine. Thank you so much.
Answer will take at the end. Please wait. Please wait. Otherwise, so many very good questions are coming. I agree. Let other speakers.
So, may now request our next speaker for this session, Shri R.K. Anand, BFSI Academics and Advisor, to please present his perspective.
Good afternoon, friends. I hope I am audible to all of you. Fine. Only the side is changed. The subject is not changed. Only directional this is changed, but the topic will remain the same. And I feel very happy here on having an invite to be under the umbrella of ICMAI. I'm thankful to my associate, normally Dr. S. Gupta, who has associated me with this, and see a lot to happen through this conference, not as a well-wisher, but as an experienced person who has seen these conferences happening on the banking and finance in many parts of the country and abroad, and many action points emerge out of these conferences, which policymakers and regulators have to have on their agenda. Otherwise, the routine things keep going. As my friend from the banking was asking for the very first discussion paper. So here I am very much hopeful and looking forward that ICMAI, if rakes up the points to the policy makers, I think they will be heard. And I'll try to be humbly making some attempt in this direction. My job is easy, that I need not talk of climate risk, climate change, the impact thereof, and the green investment, green funds, etc. Do I get a pointer to navigate this? Just to move the slides. I think that is that side. So, what I'll do to best utilize this 10 minutes with you, I'll be going into the, say, a path which we together can pave now, of which I see a blueprint, a blurred road path, but we can cement it, concretize together looking at the concepts. So many W's are there: why, when, how, challenges, progress and impacts of this ESG-led sustainable banking. What I wish is that I adopt, and I am working under a model which is looking at integration. Nothing new. I am not going to reinvent the wheel. I am looking at integrating the inputs of climate risk, data and information with the existing financial network and build a new integration which addresses the business, a climate risk along with the other risks. So here we go, that these things will always remain our mind, that UN set long back the sustainable development goals. 5 P's have been asked to us while doing any financing. We care for people, planet, prosperity, peace and partnership. And of course we have not proved ourselves to be successful in caring for these 5 P. The issue is here now, very red and bright. Going forward, lot of regulations my previous speakers have brought. I've just put a mention of that, that now the regulations are also in place. With experience of more than 3 decades in the financing and investment field, I share experience with you that the players on the market, they normally keep waiting for the regulations. Many rare organizations have the proactive role of setting their own best practices to be the proactive leaders. Most of them are laggards. They keep waiting regulation. So now one discussion paper of RBI coming and everybody feeling joyous. Now who was stopping them before them? They were free. Boards were free to think. Boards were paid to think of this. What I need now, a recommendation from ICMAI to Government of India, to RBI, to IBI, to SEBI, that we need a CMA in the board. Now this word may get boiled down to a normal CMA word, often we use, but I mean cost and management accountant. The matter of climate risk is costing. What is costing the financial world? I ask a bank, I go to the board, sir, if I see your balance sheet, the environment around might have impacted many items of your assets by the now. Do you know? So far, that step of saying yes is not there. Now here is a situation for the ICMAI, that ICMI is a doctor. And in the field of medicine, there are many patients, including me, those who have not got exposed to and went for a health check. The blood pressure, diabetes keep running in the body, and the person says, till yesterday he was fine and today he is gone. Then the doctor says, had you got him checked earlier? No. Might be there is already a very big trouble in the institution, and that may get burst. And a very fine experience of mine with a very senior banker in the life, asking him, sir, what's the life of a financial institution? He said, just 1 second. It may fall down in a second on loss of a trust. So I saw Silicon Valley Bank, which is a clear case for us to say, yes, no theories, nothing, not acting upon the prudent ALM and falling down in a stroke in a day. Now, many regulations, I won't be repeating this. My earlier friends have done this job, easy for me. Now the question is, whom do I question? How do I question? The issue is data. Climate risk associated data. A bank's board, if a very large financial institution in the country, even the bank number 1 or 2 of us, now we are globally 4th largest bank also having India with HDFC and HDFC Limited merging. We are number 4 by the market capitalization of that bank. So we too big now to fail. Have to have the data that on my asset side, how many assets have started changing their color from green to brown, then burning to little red, and then going black with the heat generating upon them. I would have financed so many thermal plants of the metal industry, which are on my balance sheet, the big projects. But who is going to take care of having an exit from here, mitigating the risk on these, because now the burning of coal is banned because of the carbon it's creating, and I need to equip an injection of the fresh green capital into my enterprise, for which I need capital. So who will help it? Do I have hope from CFO? No. Do I have a hope from a board which is in the present shape? No. This is my 33-year experience basis. I feel now a need of injecting the cost and management accountant there at a level of the board. 1. I need a CSO, chief. This is a C-suite culture around the world. Chief Sustainability Officer, who is vetting the credit policy when it gets revised, who is conducting an audit of the organization on sustainability basis. Now data, if is taken as excuse by the financial world or the BFSI for the climate, I say no, it's not true. Now I belong to the generation when we started ALM in the banks. We started risk management in India, in the banks, by soiling our hands with 10 to 20%, maximum 30% data available for the risk management, and rest 70% we have to envision and extrapolate. And then working a model, keeping on revising it constantly with the data availability. Do I need to have a time to sleep more or wait for more? No chance. Because this aging under the climate risk of the assets financed or the liability which is a resource on the balance sheet brought from somewhere is okay up to now, but the next resources to me will be available if I convince the depositor or the investor that I am green. So time is very ripe. Can we do this? Yes, we can do it. data is getting challenged in the climate risk world in this subject because data is not reliable. Organizations are bringing certificates, making disclosures, making statements which later prove that they are not true. So, do I need to inject blockchain technology into that so that block by block data is built and later on one can't go back to revise the base data? Can I bring my human intelligence into artificial intelligence and make use of this in bringing a big database of a bank, a climate risk vetted data? Yes, I can do. Solutions. We need the research and development for conversion of physical data of the climate change into financial data. The loss of by flood, fire, earthquakes, other tornadoes is very well now can be quantified and it can be converted into financial data. Now events are already there. Data mining is required. So data is an excuse. We need to work on that. Now this I want touch this TCFD gives you, many organizations give you that what type of the physical risks are there, how they can touch the financial sector, devolving financial risk on them, and all is not read. The financial risks bring many new opportunities also. The green business is opening on the finance shops. The green deposits, green investments, green lending is a new business. The green manufacturing is a new business. So while I am doing investment banking, fundraising, the investor first board asked me, sir, the client you have brought, do you have some vitamin G, means element G, into their project, green. So this is a framework which is now very much established and one can go through. Transitional risk, after the physical risks are there. And I have already said we need now two type of capitals in the financial world. One, the capital which has gone burnt now into the plastic, into the coal, into other carbonizing agents, and now the transitory capital required to convert this machine and equipment to the greener area. So I have given a flow chart here which shows that how this physical risk and transition risk are boiling down through their roots in changing the culture of the risk and the development of risk to the market losses, credit losses, underwriting losses, operational risk in the financial sector. And they are now reflected in the financial statements. When I do FSA, a fancy word I say, financial statement analysis, stamped, chartered accountant. Do I see the change in cash flows there on account of the climate change, which is visible to me as a researcher in this field now? I have two eyes. Had I been having the eyes of finance only, I could have also have overlooked. So my suggestion to ICMAI, my own experience of more than 3 decades, that the finance only executive is very difficult to pave the way for injecting anything pertaining to climate or the measurement of costing or the management of the or the calculation of the management cost of a wrong decision. The cost and management accountant has to take a role here. So you have the finance which sees a snapshot of balance sheet as a static number as on a date, which is a camera shot of the numbers, but the CMA role is beyond that. He looks that, you know, what is not there in this data, right? So this is the role. Now time has passed. We need not wait till the final regulations come, then only we will start implementing this thing. We are the country which has set up best practices. I feel very proud in standing here, and when I travel abroad, US, I see many banks non-compliant to Basel so far, still today. In the current round of their bank failures, they have asked bank to go back and check your Basel compliances. We have crossed Basel III, and our regulator, being more conservative, have saved the environment of the risk in our country. So here also we have to say that if we cannot become net zero, let us become carbon neutral for the time being. That's our choice. Now, green, I am thankful to Gupta ji has covered this. I will be just going out of this, the green banking and the responsible banking. ESG, current thing, people are saying that data is not available. I am listing many pointers here, the data availability under E, S and G. So let us start building the small mud houses till the palace is built of the data. The data is not made available in a day. So rating has already set. Let us work in this direction. I see MAI has a stamp which is a seal of trust and authenticity. So the ESG ratings, if got vetted through the organizations like this, is a true score of ESG, which is a current challenge in the field of climate risk management. So RBI's main green points are already discussed. This is the vision setting up into this, that what we see, we don't reinvent the wheel. The climate risk we put under the umbrella of existing risks and bring the inputs of the climate risk into the data and work out a common solution for the risk management. These are the UN principles of starting the work. Align yourself, impact, and the targets are set. Clients and customers be sensitized, stakeholders be taken into consideration, governance in this standard, transparency and accountability will standard versions. I just don't read this, but the same thing is being practiced by many organizations which are credible. Here in this research we are into, and I am working on this for the past 3 years, and I am thankful to a council in the US, which Gupta ji also, we along with me, we support that, the Climate Risk and Finance Council in US, for which we have done the work, and now I have gone into the academics and the advisory on this. We are building up a situation where it is operationally being told to the financial institutions that it's possible to bring in the nodes of climate risk into the main risk data, and a common strategy of the risk management can be evolved, which is comprehensive, covering climate risk also. So the climate risk awareness, as it increases, we'll go on changing the scenarios, we'll go on changing the simulations, we'll go on adding the weights, but let's begin. So these are the steps which are today possible in the banking and the finance and financial services and the insurance sector. We are not in a position to say it's not possible. It's very much possible to work, because this has fallen on our head. And how it's possible? I'll just end up with quoting Dubai and Delhi, because we believe into these examples. Dubai is able to bring down their temperature, climate temperature down, and that's a desert. Delhi, in contrast, is not able to bring down, rather it is increasing here. So it's a matter of will. The levers are already indicated here, and I'm practically working on that, and be happy to be associated with anyone who wants to take these leads forward. So these are the models we are building of integrating this ESG into the main line. And with this I come to the last screen of thank you. And with this I have one very strong and very humble request to the CMA, this body, which is our apex body of the country, that let this cost and management accounting seriously be got inducted into the organizations, through the institutions, through the government, by a statute. Otherwise the CFO will not give way to CMA. This is my personal experience. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now, may I request our next speaker for the session, CMA Dr. Gopal Raju, sir, member co-opted, International Affairs Committee of the Institute of the ICMI. Welcome, sir.
Dr. S.K. Gupta, Sri R.K. Anand, Ms. Avantika Goswami, and my good friend CMA Harshad Deshpande, who has been elected to the Central Council. My hearty congratulations, and all the members who have got elected to the Central Council, my hearty congratulations to each and every one of them. And the Karta of Global Summit, CMAH Padmanabhanji, and all the friends of the professional fraternity, senior members, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good afternoon to one and all, and let me thank Institute for this wonderful opportunity. Green Finance, I must thank Dr. S.K. Gupta for giving his keynote address and making my job very easy. Already many of the points are well covered, but I want to share before you some interesting aspects. They have identified 6 points here. Why, when, how, challenges, progress, and the impact. Let me start with a very interesting, the Kural. I will say this is a Thirukural by Thiruvalluvar, and he has written thousands of years back. Nedunkadalum tan neermai kundrum tadinthezhili thaan nalga thagividin. The meaning is, even the wealth of the wide sea will be diminished if the cloud that has drawn the waters, it doesn't give back the waters to the sea. Over the years, I will say the fertility of Mother Earth has been, it has been abused, and we have before us various terminologies. Global warming, which yesterday, today we have been discussing more on that. For 2000 years, the temperature was only wavering half a degree less to half a degree up. But in the past 200 years, the temperature has gone up by 1.5 degree. Actually, we have this GHG, greenhouse gases, which helps us a lot. Water vapor, maybe carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and also ozone. All this actually helps us a lot. And because of this greenhouse gas only, our average temperature in Mother Earth is 15 degree centigrade. And of course, place to place it varies. And by the emissions of these gases beyond a particular limit. And there are terminologies which have been discussed, like the net zeros and all, meaning the environment balances all these Nachu Pugaigal, in Tamil we call it as, or the the environment which is actually been polluted by all this. The percentage of pollution goes beyond the limit. I'll just give before you some interesting statistics. The oil reserves, which is how much is available before us. It's already the oil well is becoming dry, and there is an estimate which says out of our annual consumption, 46.6 times of the annual consumptions of the oil is only left out. So we can round it off to 47 years. Maybe if we conserve oil, we can take it to 50 years. There is people used to say that you save for your next generation. Actually, those are all for the previous generation. Current generation, we actually take the resources of the next generation, and we are living with the resources that is left out for the next generation. And that is the first theme called why. We have already burnt coal, oil, natural gas, and because of this only this global warming has happened, and already 120 feet sea level has gone up. Well, I'll go to the second point. When? Okay. So, this global summit 2023, is it the time to do about it? This is a clarion call. I will say a caution. And each one of us, we have to be responsible, and only government can't do anything. And all these terminologies of net zeros gives us some indication that we have to be responsible towards that. I am reminded of a very popular and famous dialogue of Big Bachchan, Big B, in Pink film. Amitabh Bachchan's dialogue will be like this: हमारे यहाँ घड़ी की सुई character decide करती है. I'll just rephrase the same dialogue of Amitabh Bachchan. हमारे यहाँ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की emission pollution decide करती है. Now, when we speak about when, we say it is now. Now, how do we do it? We are all cost and management accountants, and we understand the difference between cost control and cost reduction. And this is a very popular exam question also in costing. Distinguish cost control, cost reduction, and our students and all are very smart enough to write. Method to control cost is cost control. Method to reduce cost is cost reduction. So, and then they will use the same English left and right, and they will get that 4 or 5 marks. We are now in a scenario where we have to understand this concept of or implement this cost control concept by understanding the net zero concept. So, currently our responsibility is towards ensuring that we don't affect the GHG, that is the greenhouse gases, and keep the pollution within an acceptable level. And we are moving towards that. Maybe burning less fossil fuels. And whenever you book your air tickets online, the first thing that they will show is from which airport to which airport, what is the type of flight, flight number, and right hand side they will also show what is the carbon dioxide emission level of this particular aircraft. And every time when I fly, my wife used to say, you are burning fossil fuels. You are one of the person responsible for global warming. So then what to do? She will say, you cycle, go by walk. From Chennai, how will I come to Delhi by walk? Then eat less meat, grow more trees, put the carbon dioxide back in the ground, because we have taken so much from Mother Earth. So these are all some of the, I'll say, few things which act as part of it. Now it's very easy to give sermons and advices, but for all of this we need money. So if you look at some of this, I am reminded of this slogan. People speak about ESG for the past 1.5 days. I will put it like this: environment is first, social is next, and governance is must. And please look at the CSR contribution, the share of top 10 companies, and also the share of companies reporting higher than the prescribed CSR expenditure, and where the sector-wise CSR also has been spent. So in environmental sustainability, it is the lowest. And that is where today the realizations have come that we have to increase the percentage of environmental sustainability to the maximum. Recently, that is why the Securities and Exchange Board of India also has brought out a concept of social audit, and they make whenever we need to fight, we need an army. And today we need an army of, a green army is required. For green army, army means finance is also required, money is there, and that is our topic today. So that is where they are also inviting NPOs, the non-profit organizations, and somewhere there is a indication also that why only non-profit organizations should join the bandwagon. We will also join. When tsunami came, somewhere a tsunami hit South India, some the coastal, and from Mumbai, one Bollywood star, he rose and he came there to the tsunami coastal and he said, I will help all of you. Then the entire world started, oh, what is this, an individual, a Bollywood star coming from Mumbai, and he is actually giving his helping hand, we will also give our helping hand. So, to actually join the bandwagon, it is not, non-profit is not required. So there is a very beautiful scene in Chak De. So they will all decide to actually go. So there will be a last lunch will be there. In that lunch there will be a fight scene. And Shah Rukh Khan will say, now mujhe ab niyat I am able to see the peoples or the teams focused towards a particular point. So, mujhe ab niyat ki, I am able to see that. So, that is most important here. So, and that Bollywood star is none other than Vivek Oberoi. The third aspect is how. How can we do this? I will just share with you some very interesting numbers. There is a university called Yale University. They did a statistical analysis. Forests occupy 30% of our land. And how much of trees are there in the entire world? 3 trillion trees are there. And you divide by the population, it is 422 trees per person. Oops. I will come to India. We have a 142 crore population, 35 billion trees. You divide the arithmetic, you do the mathematics, it is 26 trees only per person in India. And rainforest, Amazon rainforest, they contribute only 20% of the oxygen in the world. And they say the remainder 50 to 85% of the oxygen is in the world is from the marine plants. It's a surprise for me. And remainder 2% is only from the other sources. So, the message here is that we need to protect the environment. Now, what are all the challenges before us? climate change, poverty, unemployment, political instability. We can go on list all this, but climate change is the point we are taking here. And to bring this to the attention of the corporates, to bring this to the attention of the users, we need to have some disclosure requirements. And that is why CDP, Carbon Disclosure Projects, TCFD, Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosures, voluntary disclosure that I have damaged the environment to this extent. But whether this is 100% authenticated data or not, many of the Indian corporates, they volunteer and share data about that I have contributed plus. I am not carbon neutral, but we are actually green positive. So to that extent, the disclosures are there. But in the days coming forward, the need for authenticity, audit, verification of these data will come. To bring a start to this, the concept of climate finance and Reserve Bank of India, now and again they are coming out with certain models, certain directions that money is very important, especially when you need to bring all this change. And that is why one such step that has been practically taken is we will give low cost fund to banks who will in turn do the onward lending to the companies who are in renewable energy space. I'll just share with you one, people they say ice water challenge. There are so many challenges you will see in social media. Let me throw before you one very interesting challenge. 24-hour challenge. This 24 hours we should not use electricity. We should live only with the nature. No soap, no toothpaste. Nothing which has been used by any machines manufactured, we must use it. Maybe to the extent possible we have to recycle and reuse what is that is available. And that 24 hours will actually teach us practically that how important it is to conserve Mother Nature, and how important it is that it will actually also conserve our personal finances also. I am reminded of the last point here, that is the impact. Recently, the SEBI, the ICDR regulation, where they have brought a new concept called ZC, ZP bonds, the zero coupon, zero principal bond, meaning it is against my principle to pay interest, and I don't have interest to repay the principal also. So then your money will be returned back in the form of duaएं, only blessings only you will get, not beyond that. Now I am reminded of another dialogue of Amitabh Bachchan in Pink. There is a sentence which is only one word sentence, that is called no. He will say, ना सिर्फ एक शब्द नहीं, अपने आप में पूरा वाक्य है. इसे किसी तरह स्पष्टीकरण, एक्सप्लेनेशन का व्याख्या की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Friends, the impact what the damages the corporates have done over a period of time. Today, we have to ensure that we rectify all those things. But to understand this impact, in Tamil we call it as Takam, and in Hindi it is called as Prabha. And at the end, to understand the impact, the intent is most important. So the Nokam, the Irada. The Irada here is very simple. I'll just share before you. People have different Irada. I again reminded of one more dialogue of Sarkar, where this Amitabh Bachchan will give a dialogue there. मुझे जो सही लगता है मैं करता हूँ, चाहे वो भगवान के खिलाफ हो, समाज के खिलाफ हो, पुलिस कानून या फिर पूरे सिस्टम के खिलाफ हो. This is what people have been doing, and at the end मुझे इन्वेस्टर के खिलाफ नहीं जाना, so I will only give back my profits to investor. So that is my sarkar. But remember guys, there is a story I just want to share with you, and I'll close with that. This is a dialogue between son and dad. And the son said, Dad, I have a doubt. Okay, ask your doubt. Dad, in Treta Yuga, Bhagavan Sri Ram listened to his father. Okay, so therefore he became God. Then in Satya Yuga, the boy Prahalad didn't listen to his father. Then he became God. Okay. Now you tell me, Dad, should I have to listen to you or not? Okay. Then the dad said, okay, good question. My son, I'll tell you, it's good for both of us. Because we are in Kali Yuga, it's good for both of us if we listen to your mother. Okay. And our mother is Mother Earth, Dharti Ma, Bhuma Devi. Listen to her. It is good for both present and the future. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation, sir. May I now request our next speaker, Ms. Avantika Goswami, Program Manager, Center for Science and Environment, to present her perspective.
Ma'am, you have PPT?
No.
Hey, up.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible to everybody. So, my name is Avantika Goswami. I'm a program manager of climate change at CSE, the Center for Science and Environment. CSE, as many of you might be aware, it's a 43-year-old think tank that works on environment and climate issues. CSE does research-based advocacy on various issues which are relevant to the developing world, that we also refer to as the Global South. My particular program at CSE focuses on climate policy. So we do climate policy analysis of different policy announcements from various countries around the world. We are present at UN climate forums. CSE is an admitted observer with the UNFCCC. So we observe climate negotiations, analyze the different issues, and also advance our research-based advocacy on issues that we feel are most relevant for the Global South. So this year in particular, the issue of finance is very much front and center in the multilateral climate policy space. So I work in a very different space from many of the participants here. We don't work within the space of business, or we're not finance experts. We work on climate justice issues. So I do hope that some of the insights I present here today will be last year at COP27, the UN Climate Summit, which was conducted in Egypt, there was much heightened discussion of climate finance being inadequate. Climate finance, as most of you are aware, is money that is transferred from developed to developing countries for various climate relevant purposes, either climate mitigation projects like building renewable energy plants or climate adaptation projects. That conversation really elevated last year at COP27, but climate finance was not the only thing that was discussed. The issue of financial systems reform also came up to a large extent last year at COP27. There was this growing need that the countries of the global south are burdened with a lot of different challenges, because of which they are not being able to take on more climate ambition. Climate ambition basically means that they are not able to take on stricter targets to cut emissions or more ambitious goals to green their economy. So countries of the global south are genuinely hindered in many ways. As a result of those conversations, this year, last month, in fact, in Paris, the French government hosted a conference. It was called the Summit for a New Global Financing Pact. And India was a part of that summit as well in its role as G20 lead this year. And the conference was really intended to move forward this whole conversation that the global financial system cannot continue to operate in the way that it does today. There are many disadvantages to poor and vulnerable countries who are battling what is now known as a polycrisis. There's the COVID-19 pandemic, there is inflation caused by the Russia-Ukraine aggression, there is the growing problem of the climate crisis, which is bringing about some real economic challenges to poor and vulnerable countries. So we were present at this summit, and today I'll present some insights from the issues that we advocated for at this summit, and hopefully it will be interesting to you and enriching to your work as well. So one thing that is known today, of course, climate change as a crisis has a huge justice element to it. There is the fact that industrialized, wealthy countries emitted most of the stock of greenhouse gases which have accumulated in the atmosphere today. And most of the greenhouse gases which are warming the planet today have not been emitted by poor and vulnerable countries, India included. India is responsible for only 3% of historical greenhouse gas emissions. So today, as a result, however, the impacts of climate change are being felt the worst by poor and vulnerable countries who have contributed very little to this particular crisis. Climate change is causing increasing extreme weather events, increased flooding, droughts, extreme heat. These climate-related disasters are disproportionately hurting poor and vulnerable countries. So in terms of damages as percentage of GDP, poor countries are hit much harder by each successive climate disaster than wealthy countries are. And this further hinders their ability to mitigate climate change, adapt to climate change, as well as grow their economy and build prosperity. So this is a known at this point. This is something that we take as understood, it is obvious. Now, moving on to the question of how we should respond to this. The question of finance always comes up in discussions around climate justice. Under the Paris Agreement, developed countries have agreed that they will transfer $100 billion worth of climate finance per year to developing countries to help them mitigate and adapt to climate change. So let's take a look at where we're at on climate finance. So as of the most recent estimate, this is provided by the OECD. As of last year, as of 2020, only $83.3 billion of climate finance was mobilized by developed countries in climate finance towards developing countries. This is the highest number that they have ever managed to achieve, which really points to a failure on the part of developed countries to achieving the climate finance pledge. The other aspect is that most of this money has been transferred in the form of loans, not in the form of grants. This has basically worsened the debt crisis that was already existing in the developing world. Moreover, most of the money that has been transferred in the form of climate finance has not been in the form of concessional money. Now, there is not one single definition for concessional climate finance. Concessional money can be any financial agreement which is negotiated on favorable terms. So it could be a grant-based transfer, it could be a low-interest loan with a long maturity period. But data shows that only 16% of all climate finance has been transferred in the form of concessional finance, meaning that a majority of it is in the form of market rate financial instruments. The money is also not really going where it needs to, and this is something that we were very keen to highlight. Data shows that most of the climate finance is flowing towards projects heavily concentrated in North America, Western Europe, and East Asia, which is predominantly China. This is where most of the growth in clean energy investment is also happening, as a new report by the IEA has shown. So the money is not really going to the poorest and most vulnerable countries of the world who actually need this climate finance. Regions where majority of low and middle income countries are located today receive less than 25% of climate finance flows. So this is something we really wanted to highlight, that yes, climate finance flows globally are increasing, but the money is very heavily concentrated in particular regions. So there are vast sections of the world's population who are not benefiting from this financial transfer. We didn't want to stop there. In the whole discussion around financial systems transformation, we wanted to go a step further and also understand what are some of the other barriers hindering climate ambition in the global south. This is where we delve deep into the whole area of development finance, macroeconomics. I have a lot of finance and accounting experts here, so I hope we've managed to do a good enough job. But what we really found is that there is really a huge and interconnected set of barriers that are preventing poor and vulnerable countries from investing in climate action. So, firstly, we look at the issue of historical inequalities. Due to various historical reasons, many countries of the global south are dependent on essential imports, and thereby they have a very high external debt burden. This external debt burden is mostly in foreign currencies. Many poor and vulnerable countries are also assigned a poor credit rating, which is usually assigned by one of the credit rating agencies based on a subjective assessment. But what having a poor credit rating does is that it raises the cost of capital, or the cost of accessing money for these countries for climate investments. So a high debt burden combined with a high cost of capital means that poor and vulnerable countries are unable to access funds that they need to both build climate adaptation and resilience, and also to invest in decarbonization of their economies. As a third pillar, or a third barrier, climate-related losses and damages are piling up. So with each successive cyclone, flooding event, drought, heat wave, the damages to many of the countries of the global south are actually worsening their existing vulnerabilities. Interestingly, as climate-related losses and damages increase, this could have an impact on a country's credit rating, which then increases cost of capital. So there is an interconnectedness in all of these barriers, and we think it's really important that a lot of these structural, systemic handicaps need to be addressed, while we are also looking at the question of how much money is being transferred as climate finance, and so on and so forth. So we did a deep dive in our paper on 3 specific issues that we think need to be talked about. There are many other barriers hindering climate ambition in the global south. But we looked specifically at the cost of capital, the issue of the debt crisis, and the problems around multilateral development banks, or MDBs. So I'll go through those one by one. The first is the problem of the capital cost barrier. For countries of the global south, for many of them, accessing money for climate investments is much costlier. Developing countries are charged higher interest on loans, and investors expect much higher returns on equity as compared to developed countries. As a result, many of these countries might possess rich renewable energy resources or might have great intent to invest in climate action, but the capital cost acts as a severe barrier on their ability to do so. This is particularly relevant in the case of green technologies, and this applies for two reasons. Green technologies typically constitute newer technologies with which investors are unfamiliar. As a result, they are subject to higher cost of capital. Secondly, many green technologies require much more upfront capital investment. So when you look at the cost of setting up a solar power plant, most of the investment is the upfront capital cost, as compared with a thermal power plant where the fuel cost is an ongoing cost. That doesn't apply in the case of a renewable energy plant. Because of these particular, very specific handicaps, green technologies are exposed to a higher cost of capital. And then when you add on the risk, that is the perceived risk that is added on because it's taking place in a developing country, it almost makes these investments unattractive in that particular country for investors. What this leads to is essentially what researchers and scholars have called a climate investment trap. So because cost of capital is so high, there is not enough investment in low carbon technologies. Meanwhile, your climate impacts are piling up and the risks are rising, and it's perpetuating this entire cycle. The high risk perception produces high premiums, increasing the cost of capital for low carbon investments, thus delaying energy system transition and the reduction of carbon emissions. Additionally, unchecked climate change leads to further economic losses and increases the risks further. So the high cost of capital is a conversation that is being had at the moment. The IEA has been producing some great data on this. Oops. The IEA has been producing some great data on this, and our hope is that these issues will be advanced at COP28 at the end of this year. The second issue we wanted to highlight is the high external debt burden faced by many poor and developing countries. So currently, countries of the global south, luckily India is not a country in debt distress. We have a large economy, we have a certain capacity to take on external debt, and we are quite prudent in that sense. But there are many poor and vulnerable countries who have huge amount of foreign debt as a ratio of their government revenues. On average, in 2023, many low-income countries have been paying almost 16% of government revenues in the form of debt. Currently, in the Can I go back a few slides? The red one. Okay, sure. So currently, in a categorization of developing countries called emerging markets and developing economies, or EMDEs, there is a total of $3.6 trillion of outstanding external debt. And if you look at the composition of this debt, who is this money owed to? Today, the largest category of holders of EMDE debt are private bondholders. The largest single country creditor of EMDE debt is China today. The formerly large group of creditors known as the Paris Club, which is a group of wealthy countries who were formerly creditors to poor nations, today they constitute only 7% of outstanding debt. This debt profile has changed in the past decade or so. Private bondholders as well as China play a bigger role in holding debt of developing countries. What we did at CSE, we wanted to do a comparison of how a country's debt payments or the debt that they owe in a particular year compares with the cost of achieving their climate goal or their climate pledge to the Paris Agreement. What we found is for 16 low and middle income countries, the cost of achieving their NDC or climate goal was actually lower in any particular year than their outstanding debt payments owed, which really points to an urgent need to address the global debt crisis. It's plausible at this moment that for many countries, their debt burden is actually hindering their climate ambition, and they are unable to make the necessary investments in climate mitigation and adaptation because of the debt crisis. The third and last issue that we wanted to spotlight is the role played by MDBs, or multilateral development banks. MDBs like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and many others, they play a very strong role in developing countries as sources of concessional finance, even grant-based finance. But in recent years, MDBs have been found to be extremely risk-averse. There have been conversations happening through the G20 around how the capital adequacy framework of MDBs can be re-looked at, how MDBs can increase their lending capacity with their existing resources and make the most of their current balance sheet. There's also a conversation going on around how MDBs require a capital increase. So these are issues that India is definitely advocating for through its role as the G20 leader. One issue we wanted to highlight is that almost 80% of the money given out by MDBs is in the form of loans, and a very small percentage is in the form of grants. And this definitely goes to worsen the debt crisis in developing countries. Today, about 22% of debt in emerging markets is held by MDBs. And the third and final issue around MDBs is this question of Paris alignment. So under the Paris Agreement, there's a growing conversation around how MDBs can align their financial flows with the rules and conditions of the Paris Agreement. So if a particular project is deemed to be fitting in with climate mitigation or adaptation goals, it may be approved for funding or it may not, based on a kind of top-down set of criteria provided by MDBs. So we definitely see this as an issue that developing countries must have a greater say in. The role of national sovereignty is extremely important here. A country who is in dire need of funds for development projects must get to have a say in what projects contribute to its NDC and what projects are absolutely necessary for its development. So there has to be a say from recipient countries in this process. So that's something we've highlighted in our paper. As the way forward, what we wanted to do, and this is in our paper, the link will be available, I can share it with the organizers. There are multiple proposals on the table offered by country governments, offered by development finance institutions, offered by scholars and academics, which are basically providing solutions to all of these very large, messy problems. So the issue of cost of capital, the UNDP has recommendations for it. The government of Barbados has a proposal called the Bridgetown Agenda, which is addressing issues like the cost of capital. The current debt crisis, multiple entities have proposals for how we can come up with a coordinated, comprehensive solution to the global debt crisis. So in our paper, we've collated many of the proposals which are on the table, and the intention really is to show that the answers are out there, but it's really a question of political will and adequate pressure from civil society, associations, academics, to kind of push for the most transformative solutions. Lastly, some of the goals that we hope will guide the discussions this year, and particularly these will be relevant for developing countries like India. We believe that concessional finance needs to be in discussion. There needs to be additional, more concessional finance, so existing sources of finance cannot be repackaged by developed countries for new purposes. So we need additional and concessional finance, so grant-based finance or low-interest loans, money on favorable terms, essentially. We also believe that middle-income countries, particularly like India, where a vast majority of the world's poor live, they need access to concessional finance as well as to debt relief efforts. So today there is a kind of a tendency to earmark most of these efforts for the poorest or the most vulnerable countries. But the fact is 62% of the world's poor live in middle-income countries. So we need to take into account these countries when looking at many of these solutions. When we think about Paris alignment of financial flows, where we place a condition on whether or not a project can be funded depending on if it goes towards climate mitigation or adaptation, we think that the recipient country must have a say in the process. National sovereignty must be maintained. We definitely need a comprehensive solution to the global debt crisis. And more importantly, we need to stop the creation of new debt through loan-based climate finance instruments. Lastly, we definitely believe that there's a lot of dependence on having the private sector lead the entire climate investment effort. But governments need to play a bigger role. They need to be guiding and strategizing the entire process. And of course, creating conditions for private sector investment where necessary. But so far, trends have shown that simply waiting for the private sector to take the lead in climate investment hasn't shown adequate results. Private sector-led climate finance actually constitutes a very small percentage of current climate finance. So we definitely need a more strategic shaping role to be played by governments as well as multilateral institutions. So with that, I'll conclude. This definitely needs to be the year where we need to recognize that many poor and vulnerable countries of the world, they want to take on more climate ambition, but they simply cannot afford it. So for this, there is need for a reform of the global financial system. It's going to be a long and complex process, but these conversations have started, and we really hope that some progress is made this year and in the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation. May now request our council member, CMA Chitranjan Chattopadhyay sir, to please sum up this session.
For a quick sum up, I think such a brilliant session, especially of my, very, I should say, one of the versatile topics I prefer, the green finance. Very frankly speaking, today's session on green finance, Dr. Gupta has given a wide roadmap so far as the discussion paper on Reserve Bank of India is concerned, and he has very lucidly explained what is coming through the central bank of this country. More importantly, I must say, I must profusely thank to our speaker, Mr. Anand. Mr. Anand has given a roadmap for the profession. Of course, sir, you will be very happy on the institute. We have already proposed to Reserve Bank of India to include a CMA in the board of Reserve Bank of India in all the banks. And we think on this perspective that today's session and today's deliberations will give us more inputs to put it before my central bank and other banks for inclusion of a CMA in the board. Because I just want to cite one very recent phenomena for you, which will, I think, it will open your eyes. One public sector bank funded crores of rupees in a place, in a state, in south, of course, in an area for infrastructure in the housing project. Crores of rupees were invested, but due to a flood, inundation of water, all those houses were not at all fit for staying by those people, and they have to migrate to other places. And by this way, the fund which has been given by the bank without having compliance of the ESG risk, perhaps this is since this has not been visualized, but it is now a call of the day that your risk, climate risk, everything has to be included in the project appraisal. And for that, who would be the better person than a management accountant like us? So in that case, I am thankful to you, sir, that you have really given us a food for thought, and your many of the suggestions we shall definitely take it forward. Especially, I just want to mention before you another point, that Reserve Bank of India has come out on 16 January 2022 an expected credit loss mechanism, which is going to replace the incurred loss mechanism in the banking system. So far as the NPA concept is concerned, it is going to be different change, game change altogether in the banking system. And the industry-wise, the credit law, this ECL has to be framed, model has to be framed. And I think who will be the better person than the cost and management accountant, who are the versatile, having the versatile, their efficiency to judge the risk of the strength, opportunity, weakness. Everything is by the CMAs, because they are dealing with the industry every time. So, and Mr. GKR, our Dr. GKR, is always a person who deals with the figures. Is a versatile speaker in every forum, every institute's forum. Dr. GKR has given a very message to us: 422 trees per person, don't forget, and 26 trees per person in India. So it's a revelations that how we should progress. And Avantika has really given some sort of food for thought in Global South, how we are having this change and what we have to do, and how this DFIs should act upon. But today is the 15th July is the World Youth Skill Day, and I think many people have got this skill today, how to work in the sustainability area, in the ESG area. So I would just like to finish with one thing. I think we can adopt it here today in this particular session. Only a life lived for others is worth living, as enunciated by Albert Einstein. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. May I now request CMA J.K. Buddhiraja, sir, CEO of ICMAI MARF, Management Accounting Research Foundation of the Institute, to please propose vote of thanks for the session.
Thank you, madam. So I will not stand between the lunch, because everybody must be waiting for the lunch. So all the speakers has spoken well on the subject, why this green finance, why, how, and what are the challenges and the progress, and what are the impacts on the environment. So all the speakers has spoken very well, and Mr. Chattopadhyay sir has also summed up the sessions. So I will propose the vote of thanks to all of them, and for making the program successful. Thank you all. Thank you, and thank you to our participants. Thank you.
फोटो हो जाए भाई सब में, सर आइए फोटो।
Now we all will disperse for lunch, and after half an hour we'll again reassemble for the further session. So kindly make it within 30 minutes. We'll again reassemble.
That is why, but we. Yeah, correct. Actually, this is a sticker. What is it?
No, it is not sticker. It is just painted.
Okay. Anyway, that's nice. I'll paste it in my office. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
So those things and all, they'll give.
Yeah, they
file
will.
separate.
That. We are welcome back to our post-lunch technical session. May I request everyone, in case your friends are outside the hall, so kindly ask them to please be seated, come inside. We are going to start with our technical session.
How you see? Respected members.
Respected members. Okay. Yeah, dear friends, we are going to start with our third technical session of the day, fifth session. So may I request our esteemed speakers for this session to kindly come on the dais. I am requesting Madam Jyotsna Sitling, Member Advisory Committee to SEBI on Stock Exchange, Social Stock. Yeah. May I now request Ms. Ekta Kumar to please take her seat on the dais. Shri Sudipta Das. May I request Dr. Birendra Raturi, sir. Actually, since some of the people are still having lunch, so they'll be joining us shortly. We have with us Chairman of GS 2023. So I'll request to please welcome our panel so that we can proceed for our technical sessions. Yeah. So, yeah. I am requesting H. Padmanabhan sir to please felicitate Ms. Jyotsna Sitling ma'am, Member Advisory Committee to SEBI on Social Stock Exchange.
I request CMA Ashish P. Tatte, Dr. Ashish Tatte, Ashish Bhai to please join me on the dais to welcome the dignitaries.
Shri Sudipta Das. Birendra Raturi. Yeah, Birendra. Yeah, sir, please take your seat. Welcome, ma'am, to Institute's summit. Thank you. May I request sir to please felicitate Ms. Ekta Kumar, Independent ESG and CSR Advisor. Thank you, ma'am, for joining with us today. May I now request sir to please felicitate Shri Sudipta Das, Partner, Future Station ESG. May I now request sir to please felicitate Dr. Barendra Raturi, International Director, SR Asia. Thank you, sir, for joining with us. We have very interesting topic for this technical session, green entrepreneurship and global dimensions of E, S and G in search of excellence. Green entrepreneurship focuses on sustainable business models and technologies that address environmental challenges. By striving for excellence, green entrepreneurs contribute to environmental and social sustainability while considering the global impacts of their businesses. With these little opening words, I will request our panel to please take up the session. First of all, I'll request our speaker, Madam Miss Jyotsna Sitling, keynote speaker for this session, to please open the session. It's up.
Yeah, I have a PowerPoint.
Okay. It's there only. Ma'am, changer is there. Slide pointer is there.
Green is for forward, red is for backward.
Green is for forward, red is for backward. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. We have a great dais of Miss Ekta Kapoor, Sri Sudhir Das ji, Dr. Virendra Raturi ji, and Murali ji. You all will be, it's great to have with you all. And yes, this afternoon session after having food becomes quite difficult, but we'll try our level best to make this interesting. And what I would like to, in terms of now, whatever deliberation we could hear since yesterday, I was in the previous session, very interesting, very thought-provoking. At the same time, the institutional dynamics of green entrepreneurship for a global ESG effect. This is, I think, I would like to cover the part which I had a very, what I can say is very, an overall get to know from the other speakers also. But at the same time, I think we'll present a very diverse view on this one. It will be very good. Now coming to the analysis part of institutions, processes, systems and stakeholder participation in it, I would like to look into that. And from the CMA point of view, I think it's very important now when we talk of green financing, it is very important that we need to look into how we look into the process and systems of operationalizing it on the ground. Next, sorry. So this is what I would not, this is, I need to be with this only, yeah? So I would not be very much on this one. I'll mostly focus on commons. This is air, water, biodiversity, climate, trade and all. I'm not going into what is environmental entrepreneurship, green. I think it has been discussed much. Now coming to the problem, I think it's very, very urgent for all of us to have, you know, this is problem itself is such that we need to bridge with the people now. It's very, very important for all of us. So the question becomes, when we think people, some in the whole game, can culprits be the custodians? And what about sustaining the initiative? So this is also one big question we need to answer ourselves. And it's time to recognize myriads of innovative action and social and institutional innovation. Just excuse me just for a while. Yes, it's working. Yeah. So now, I think this social innovation is very, very important for all of us to, look into. And what does it need? It needs public disciplining on access and benefit sharing. This is also very important when we talk of commons. So environmental leader with mass following, they have harnessed social goods and services. So they have already proven, basically, through social innovations, localized action with global sensation, like Chipko in the north, Apico in the south, and this one, there is a lot of, I think it happens, trade-off happens in dealing with commons, and listening to the public will become inevitable if we want to, have our investment get impact from the investment done, whatever, in whichever form. So let me, so the way to involve people in any green initiative, I think it's very, very important. Are we doing a ferry service, or we are building the bridge instead? That it needs a great amount of social engineering. So this is very, very important now. This is the time we need to focus on here. And now lot of things which we are done, even on CSR and all, it's done on solution-driven principle. Yeah, there is a problem and this is the solution. We are giving this solution. Is it going fine with them or not? That we do normally the assessments. But I think it's the time to focus on solving local problems, because we need to attain the local problems with local solutions. Then understand and co-build. This solution is very important to sustain any initiative. At the same time, the intellectual people like us, we are very good and we have expertise in hard coding or decision making. But we need to, right now, we need to question ourselves that, is it right thing to do always, or we need to hard code information generation and information sharing with the people. This is very important because we have to evolve system with the people. We have to sustain, because it's the people who will sustain. The project fund will not sustain. So this is important. For this, I think it's very important to demystify environmental indicators. Everything has to be bottom up, ownership to the public, better compliance and cost reduction happens in audit also. And of course, with better compliance, we'll get the value of the money, which will be invested. Now the main question and the main motto in doing all this is inclusion, diversity and equity. This we need to attain in all these exercises. So designing green projects for local ESG effect, I think is very important. Now I'll come to the, as I said that I'll be focusing on systems and processes. So in terms of systems and processes, now it is very important, we need to have an overall outcome and impact timeline. So this is something, most of the project we have seen in environmental projects, it has got long gestations. Lot of behavioral things come, in the transaction. So it's not very easy, it's quite complex. So given that, it's very important for us to know the impact and the outcome, and maybe I have project for 9 years, but my impact is coming only after 20 years. then I need to be upfront and telling that my impact will be seen this month, provided this. Assumptions are made between my project finish and in the time the impact is created. Lot of, policy processes, lot of other ecosystem factors, they will be affecting the impact of the project. Now, what I could see, apart from being a practitioner to now into, mostly into the policy arena, and looking into a clear, there is, in many of the projects which is funded, there is not a clear pre-project time and fund. This is very, very important to plan better and prepare people first. Then only we'll be able to take people along in the project process to give desired results. And now monitoring and evaluation, normally it's, you keep a fund for monitoring evaluation. So, but what about the knowledge management? As I told that we are very good at codifying how monitoring and evaluation should be done. But we are not good at codifying how information needs to be garnered from our clients basically, and how it needs to be disseminated to them. You challenge them with, or they will challenge you. It has to be a two-way learning process. Then only we'll be able to make an impact. So that is important. So knowledge management fund has to be a part of all these environmental projects. And along with what I told, pre-project implementation fund, up there in second bullet. Now need to keep a clear provision for exit protocol. What I could see was that before the project finishes up, at least if it's a 8-year project, at least 2 years before we should start whatever we have gathered with the people in terms of processes, systems for sustainability. It needs to be strengthened more to get a higher leap organized to sustain the project. That is the exit protocol. Any project needs to have a very clear exit protocol, and at the same time, being flexible to evolve. Socio-environmental projects, it's very important because overall project outcome and KPIs, key performance indicator, it's good to set to start a project. But at the same time, it's not a, it's not a codified thing, because things change on and on when we work with the people. So getting that, by midterm we'll able to be concretely realizing, oh yes, this is the way to go about it in this project. And at the same time, in the midterm now, budget needs to be again reviewed, reallocated to get the project organized for the end term, and along with a good provision for handling the withdrawal protocol. So that is very, very important. Now at the same time, now coming to the processes, systems, and how you operationalize in the project domain. Now a collaborative ecosystem, we all know it's very important. Now to foster a collaborative relationship, government with lot of government can either act as a facilitator, can act as a regulator, can act even as a market participant. Government has a great role. So we know, as we move, how we move on basically. Corporate sector, yes, I need not tell because a lot of discussion has gone over last 2 days. Civil society organization have major role to play. And there is, this is the sector which has been largely not used for, developing social sector. So this is very, very important. Social means creating social ambience for environment to create its, multiplier effect. That is very important. Now capital market, we all know. So I will not go. And knowledge institutions play a very important role because, most of the products and services which environment sector demand is now needs to be, we have to be always creating what is the upmarket selling point for this basically. So a great amount of research has to go on and on with all this initiative, if especially if we want to take good practices to a better policy arena to get a larger impact organized. So this is one part. So why important to consult people? So I am just going to all this we all know. This is the defeat livelihood framework. Now fifth part has also come, intellectual capital. I am not including that. I am including, say for it's coming under human capital only. So basically what is now, it's not only village, everywhere household. You know, the third basic unit of economic processes, household. How they decide will depend, you know, how the whole ecosystem will develop basically. So when we, you know, when we go for with a solution driven principle, what we mean is that, you know, throughout the project process, what happens is lot of context change, vulnerability context. There must be shocks. You know, there is seasonality factor like what's happening in Shimla. Trends is climate change is always a trend. You know, it keeps on, and changes keeps on happening basically. So all these affects the capital, all these 5 type of capital. Now given that all these are always in a flux, they are, you know, acting, working, whatever. Now government creates policies, institutions and processes that, you know, keeps on in a flux influencing each other basically. And at the same time it will, you know, when there is a vulnerability context, government can act whatever in institutions, processes. All these Samaj, Bazaar, Sarkar, they are the institutions in between. Yeah? And processes, how they act, why they act are these processes. Now people develop their livelihood strategies and outcomes basically. Again this outcome will get into this, that's how the people make decision. So if we hear people, we know how to maneuver our project to create an impact. This, you know, otherwise we'll not. We'll think that whatever we are giving, it's good for them, and, you know, we'll create a very good report also, but that will not show any impact. So this is very important. Now, why this is very important in today's context is, normally this social, human, physical and financial capital are transformed by policies, processes and institutions into desirable and undesirable whatever, living style, whatever, you know, livelihoods, that ultimately decides sustainability of natural capital. So natural capital for us is very, very important right now. This is what we feel. And now attention to funders also. This is very important. We have to be, you know, funding into transformative impact through green enterprises. So, you know, until and unless I'm coming to the design, deployment, management and measurement of impact part right now. So it is the end user community, you know, when we go and develop, you know, if a social entrepreneur goes, first his job is to listen to the end user and understand the overall project need. It's not necessary that he need to accept that in the first listening part. Secondly, consulting and engaging. Implementation agency with community. So this is very important. Community implementation agency, whoever does work, you know, even the funders, whoever, they need to go to influence the design and delivery of intervention. It's very important to let the people, you know, give their feedback for design and delivery of intervention, to develop norm for engaging. We have to engage people from the beginning of the project. So that's why it's very important to consult and engage with people. At the same time, now comes the third part towards midterm and all. So co-design and co-produce. Now implementing agency and community need to be consulted, and now co-designing and co-producing part comes. Why produce? We are not giving. We are now generating to sustain. So co-production part need to be integrated, ingrained within the project process. Then only it will create impact. So it's equipped, it's written NPOs, you can say implementing agency for co-producing products and services of any or any further intervention. Now exit protocol, as I told, community and stakeholder to bring out systemic support into ecosystem players. Apart from this project primary stakeholders, there are many more stakeholders where I showed in that pancha, in 5 diagram. From within and outside for sustainability, then only the project will sustain. So this is, keeping sustainability at the crux of thing, how you design the project and how you implement the project and how you involve people across the project process to get the, to get the desired result organized. Now here it's become very important. Normally what happens is that anyone with fund goes to the field and forms a certain committee and they start performing. It's very important for people, you form it, but it's like a gila mitti. They, we have to subject them to storming. It's very important to, battle and settle the ground before you perform. Then comes the community will form their own norm with, implementing agency, with the funders, with whatever. And then they will start performing and that performance will be the real performance, otherwise not. So this is how I just would like to, now how socially address the environmental problem with people, reflect on my own leadership as a change maker. Now it's all, we all are in a soup basically. Our individual leadership, how we use the resources from moment to moment matters, matters for sustaining the earth basically. And recognize leader from civil society organization, from the, many other organizations like Gram Panchayat, civic bodies, obviously market, you are from market end, but you are the leader here, yeah? And now Sarkar. Sarkar is person like me, the type, And now some example of global effect from public systems. These are my own, so how to go to the, can you please hit? Board nahi hai na? How to click this Dun Valley initiative? It will open up. Can anyone do the button is not here. I'll just show quickly, how participatory action would, lead to sustainable change with few examples, which I have done in the field. And, just to briefly, nahi ho payega. Pardon? Pardon? Now I'll just tell. Here it is an EU funded project where 90% of funding grant was from, and we had 303 villages in Dun Valley area. We all know Dun Valley was ravaged by limestone quarrying. In 1982, Supreme Court, had a stricture done that there will not be any mining, but it was totally ravaged. So given that, now with this funding which came in 1993, we started working, and I was there from 95 to 2001. So main thing here we did was participatory approach to getting the उसमें दून वैली लिखा होगा, उसको क्लिक कर दो, बस लिंक नहीं हो पा रहा आप लोगों से. हाँ, ये आप देखेंगे, ये इसका कौन सा बटन है उसको ये देखेंगे, ये पहले इस लेवल पर था जमीन, ये इस तरह से रावेज होके रखा है. हाँ, और क्या है कि जस्ट टू शो बेसिकली. एंड ये क्या है कि ये देखेंगे इतने महिलाओं में ड्रजरी है कि ये बच्चा को कुत्ता के साथ बांध के महिला घास लेने के लिए गई है दिन के टाइम में. हाँ, सो हाउ द एनवायरमेंट अफेक्ट्स द थिंग. Now it's I can operate. So this is how. No, it's okay now. It's done. So now this is how. This is just working with the people. We had organized some. The project cost in. This was in 23.7 million euro. So given that getting the stake of the people organized is very important. So apart from, although that was area was rabid, people were poor, but still we had kept the component of Angshadan and Shramdan. This is very important. People need to be included. This will bring, because we don't have money. From morning we are, hearing. And if someone is giving and they are giving at a very high cost, basically, whatever. So we have to stand on our own feet. This is the time. And this is the only way to move forward to handle our environmental problems. So this was, after that what we did was that, 10 years withdrawal plan. After project has left, but even after project leaves, after 10 years from now, how you will handle, there was a concrete plan. And I will show you then, but, lot of social, you need to use lot of tools to, mobilize people. So it's very, very important. Apart from whatever we had done, I am just coming to the next. Here, this voluntary eco-restoration work, we had raised an abhiyan called Dhala Lagawa Gauntai Bachawa. Because when I went to these villages, it used to be, seen that most of the villagers in many villages, they didn't sleep in their villages. They slept elsewhere during rainy season because they used to tell us that we will be swept away at night. That was the situation. Then we told them, we have got very little fund, but you have to come forward to save your own village. What we should do? So this is how the, the negotiation goes on with the people. So given that 10,000, over the period of 5 years, 10,813 members, they planted 3.58 cutting saplings to treat 358 strategic erosion-prone locations in the Doon Valley area without a single government penny. Whatever our pay were going, to the project people, that was 5% given by, government of Uttarakhand. So given that, now this project has innovatively used the local culture, local knowledge and local initiative for eco-restoration for self-help. It's very important. Upscaling the exercise for community ownership. Now I'll just flip through. See, this is, they used to run with one mutti mitti. Yes, I'll devote 1 day for my village to prevent my, to do plantation. So this is the oath taking ceremony given by, village to village, 82 villages. So this is something technical training going on that, whenever we do cutting in the erosion prone area, what should be the mota, and all these technical trainings are given. So now it's all, you can see their cultural, why I'm telling cultural part is there, you can see there is Dhol Damau, there is Mandir, every village, they used to, on that day, they used to do puja at the top of the mountain area, and they used to go for doing plantation in all the strategic erosion prone areas. So this is how people have contributed on their own. So you can see the type of area people are doing the work, yeah? And even there was a great jubilation after the Shramdan. So even the community kitchen of that day, they used to pay their own, they used to raise their own fund and do this. Why I am showing all this is, this has a very larger impact in terms of sustaining the project. Say other initiative, a lot of other initiative, I am not going to go into details. Like this one, they used to take trees and get the whole, the stage organized for marriage. So given that instead we attack that culture with planting 1 tree. Then I ask them, you are planting 1 tree, but you are cutting 4 trees. Can we take another, can we do some, can we hire the, that altar where the bride and groom sits from outside? So they brought another structure, and this prevented cutting trees. And especially during weddings and all, you can see how they stay in a line in Pangat, they call. These type of thing gets, immediately transferred in the social, as a message, basically. These are different, I'm not going. These are 4 years plantation, I'm just not very. Now, how you address the sustainability part within the project process, I'm giving the example. Developing stake of the community, and now year-wise scaling up of contribution of the stakeholder in large tank, canals and harvesting tank. Relatively well of people will take this tank. So yes, I am paying 38,000 rupees. It's a market that needs to operate with people also. It's a grand project, but can we raise the own fund to sustain the initiative after the project? That is very, very important. Now canals, you can see, how the fund has been raised to first 1 kilometer canal, 25 by 40 uska. So 3.3 lakh was there. So there, they raised 40, then, there used to be 6-7 stakeholders. So 30 to 40,000 they raised. And this harvesting tank also. At the same time, the common property like stone, check dam and all, we did not raise any because it was in the common land. But afterwards, like 120 rupees, this type of stuff. Basically, even with the grant fund, the market system need to operate on the ground to sustain the project, for developing the stake of the stakeholders to sustain the project, basically. Now, the result of all this Shramdan and Angshadan, I could show in 10 villages. This is the fund, the project, different components we had: forestry, livestock, horticulture, minor irrigation, agriculture, all directed towards conservation of Doon Valley. Ravage Doon Valley. Now you can see in forestry the maximum investment had gone. Okay, livestock. After that, second was in minor irrigation. You can see. Okay, and third one was in soil conservation. Now in the exit protocol, when we made 10 years plan, so I will just give you how they changed. The forestry, which had gone largest investment, now they have kept relatively lesser amount. Minor irrigation, they have kept, so this one, sorry, I think it got just reverted, sorry. This is the first slide, this contribution raised from the different components. No, it's not, that was the investment done and raised contribution. See, why market operate, I'm telling, that you can see, just to, it's a great case study, basically. So this is the minor irrigation. They have raised maximum amount from minor irrigation. Forestry, even though they had done very, spent lot of money, less because it was common property resource. Now livestock also, it's a, they have raised quite a good amount of fund. They had raised 23 lakhs when we had spent 2.1 crores out of that. Okay. So now you can see the distribution. And now utilization of revolving fund of Gram Resource Management Association, means that village committee in sample of 10 villages. It's the same one. Now how they are spending money in their withdrawal plan for 10 years to come after the project, it is this basically. So this is something like they have, they will spend lot of money in forest, looking after forestry, because from here they draw the water. Harnessing of water takes from the forest, and only harvesting part is minor irrigation. So they have put lesser amount because this is a private asset they can handle on their own also. And at the same time, institution development, they see how much amount they have put for next 10 years. Yeah. So this is how, we need to be on and on. We need to sense the pulse of the people to get the sustainability agenda organized on the ground. All this, with all this, I just wanted to mention that one. So just another example, I'm not going to give presentation, but I'll just cite. Another, you just come back, please. Another one.
Madam,
so I'll just,
Madam, 1 second, with your permission. This is Papan Bhai, Padmanabhan Chairman. Our friends, people have gone to receive the Honorable Minister. So he might come, with due respect to everybody, he might come by 4 p.m. He might.
So I'll stop here.
No, madam, wait na. I am just announcing. Okay. Not to you, or to all. So by any chance, we'll continue the session. By any chance, Minister comes, sir, and Madam also. We will plan accordingly that the thing, so that it should not be embarrassing for you. I should tell in advance, that is why. So you can do some time management, madam, because 3 more speakers are there.
Fine.
So question answer, I have already told them in the beginning. Let us finish the session. After that question, so that we will be sharing the email ID and this thing of all the eminent speakers, so you can ask questions later on also. But little bit we have to adjust with when ministers are coming, if at all they come, because he has promised us he will come and he will come also. Right?
Do you have any idea?
So, madam, you please continue, but 3 more speakers are there. To all of you, I am
5
just.
minutes.
So, this is my humble request.
Let me just take 5 minutes now.
Thank you, madam. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So this is something, is another one, why we need to look into livelihood concerns in conservation realities. Yeah. So this is also, this is of, what had happened, I'll just tell you the story basically. You can see this one, without taking this Valley of Flower National Park and Nanda Devi National Park. These two, I had gone there as a director of the park, and I had to manage these 2 national parks and 2 national parks. But at the same time, now both these national parks have different, conservation conflict. Nanda Devi National Park, there was there was 20 years of rife between park and public because of the, strict conservation regime. Yeah. And this Valley of Flower National Park, there was laxity in the conservation, because that Hemkund Sahib is the same way where you go to Valley of Flower and Hemkund Sahib. So it was really, lot of garbage had been deposited there. So how people were engaged to sustain this project, I am just going to tell basically, and it is sustaining till now. So because we had involved people in 2004-5, so this is how. Yeah, I am not going, this is different maps. So this I already told that people were unripe from 83 to 2003 for this Nanda Devi National Park, because it was stopped from mountaineering activity, then people were weaned away of the livelihood opportunities. And Valley of Flower National Park, 4 to 6 lakh pilgrim in 19 kilometer route in this Hemkund Sahib. And the bioresources were very highly depleted. Valley of Flower National Park had the potential of becoming world heritage site, but no management on the ground to affect this. Especially international visitors went with a very bad note about the valley. So given that, I am not going to do all this part, NDBR part. Now what we did was that this is whole biosphere reserve. I am just telling about only the 2 parks basically. Now what we did was that we negotiated with the people to open up this Valley of this Nanda Devi National Park up to 10 kilometers from 10 kilometers, where they could see the park, beautiful park, bowl-shaped park inside. So 500 visitors were allowed. But at the same time, it took lot of time to talk with the people. Earlier they were porters and guides 20 years back. But to make them as destination developers, lot of, mindset change, lot of capacity building had to go. So that's why I'm telling we have to be on with the people on the ground. Then only we will be able to understand. And some 4 villages, 1 village was telling that we will be, handling the whole mountaineering activity. Then we had to develop a special, mountaineering circuit in that one. How, every village get equal opportunity to get access to this tourism activities. Now in Valley of Flower National Park, so here also we use Shramdan, and we told villagers that there were 400, shops in that 19 kilometers route, but without, lot of garbage. And now we 76 family, we talk with them, we tell them you'll have only 1 shop per village now. And at the same time now, because there also we prove them with economic sense. हमने ये बोला अभी तुम क्या है ना सीजन में 10 जगह दुकान डाल देते हो, सबलेट कर देते हो, कोई मेरठ से आया, दिल्ली से आया, दुकान रखने दे रहे हो. अब ये दुकान तुम खुद ही चलाओ और तुम जिम्मेदारी ले लो यहाँ का, तो ये बहुत अच्छा चल जाएगा और तुम प्रॉफिट तो तुम्हारे हाथ में आएगा सब. वो then economic sense there also. So it's very, very important to create economic sense in conservation with the people. Now had this, and at the same time their Jila Parishad used to take tax which was illegal. So when we, so all this when we develop, when we, and we again there was eco fee, Angsadan, for keeping shop, can you, depending on the size of the shop, keep, pay 1500 rupees and 2500 rupees per year. So they agreed. So given all those, so this is what it shows that, eco fee they collected. At the same time what happened was when they, using Shramdan, we collected about 50 tons of garbage there. And at the same time now, it was very difficult to sell that garbage. I'll tell a story in very brief basically. And what happened was that ultimately a buyer from Delhi was ready, but he told that you bring that money, that 50 tons of garbage to Dehradun, I'll pay 30,000 rupees only. But the carting from that place, about 270 kilometer till Dehradun, it cost us 98,000 rupees. This is the environment cost we are paying. So we didn't leave at that. We brought all the garbage to Dehradun. We sorted the garbage, did post-consumer analysis of plastic waste, and shown to the government that to manage 1 kg of garbage, it's costing 53 rupees per kg. Government understood, took immediate action. Lot of policies followed. Government invested in installing plastic densification plant in the destination, where my 15 kg plastic could become only half a truck. So there are also economic sense principles. What happens is that if the cost is coming down, if I have plastic densification plant in the destination, so much of the economy trickle down to rack pickers because of the lesser overhead cost. So that way it will galvanize the economy of rack picking there only. So this is very, very important for us to understand, when we work with the people and, do our work basically. So this is something like, the sustainability aspect I am just explaining. Then, after having all that, seeing no fund, I went to the government and told that, if that Gora Khachar takes 200 rupees to go from Govind Ghat to Hemkund, the 20 rupees which Jila Parishad was taking, if it's given to the Eco Development Committee which is managing everything, government agreed, issued one GO. Then we, in the first year itself they collected fund to the tune of, you can see, 9.8 lakh rupees, and plus whatever community had contributed is 10.42 lakh rupees. So this is how now they have been, I don't have after 20, but I have got, but I could not get time to put this one, but still there. Now learning from the process change with local stakeholder. So I have already told I am not going to, you can see I am just taking you the file photos. This is how we mobilize the community. You can see Mahila Mangal Dal in the 4th slide in 2003 cleaning campaign. This was me, and people are listening, we have to be on with them. So this is how the people are taking there after weekend. Hemkund was full of garbage. Yeah, this 50 ton, this is one cement bag. You can see. Yeah, this is being taken to Dehradun, 15 truckloads. So this is how the local people have been engaged to get the nature tourism organized, building their capacity. So people in Ghagaria, they remain idle through tourists. Now their slide shows are going on, people take money from that. So this is how we analyze the plastic waste to show to the government basically. So research work also had to go on and on, as I told. With this support, then we developed the guideline for mountaineering. Uttarakhand is only one state which has developed a very concrete guideline, this environmental guideline for mountaineering. So, yeah, this is how this whole garbage dump was, converted into a World Heritage Site, the Valley of Flowers National Park. Yeah. So this is how the local effect, from local to global, basically. So This UNESCO recognized, and in 2005, they gave World Heritage status to Valley of Flowers National Park. So everything is related. People, the stakeholder from local to global, they now recognize, environmental impact. So this is very important. So I'm not going much now. Lot of innovation. We could get lot of support from the government to experiment. Effective program convergence, best practices were documented very thoroughly for immediate follow-up and policy support. Policy research work of high quality went hand in hand with innovative community involvement strategy. That's how we could do all this basically. Thank you very much. So my purpose was just to show, how policy, how the community dynamic works in the environmental, if we are to handle environment in a cost-effective manner and sustain it. That is more important. It's only community, it's only localization they can sustain. We cannot sustain. So we have to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Yeah. So now may I request
No,
our next speaker for this session, Madam Ms. Ekta Kumar, Independent ESG and CSR Advisor, to please present her perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. This is actually a very rigorous follow-up by Dr. S.K. Gupta ji. So thank you, Gupta ji, for that follow-up and having me here. I've been around for just today and I've learned so much in the process, and I hope that after my session you also know something about what happens in the corporate world in terms of ESG. So broadly, just to begin with a little bit of a background about myself and Sustainable Edge, the organization that I've founded. I've spent 23 years in the corporate world. My last job till 2022 was with Samsung. I was the ESG head for India and Southwest Asia. Prior to that, I was with Shell, Airtel, Deloitte, ICICI Bank. I've tried to cover as many industries as I could in my corporate career. Today, as Sustainable Edge, the intent is really, to bring up more awareness about what is ESG and CSR. So there is a lot of capacity building work that I do, and also to help organizations drive their ESG compliances. And India, especially, as we know that BRSR reporting is becoming very critical, so that is one space that I work a lot in. Moving on, what I'm going to talk about in today's session is, as the technical session says, we talk about green entrepreneurship, and we look at the local linkages to it, as in how is the entire global world and the local world linked to green entrepreneurship, what's the interconnectedness over there. So beginning with what is green entrepreneurship, I think it needs no introduction. You are in a global summit that is talking about, how to go green, how to, kind of develop green entrepreneurship. Just kind of this picture might help you understand that today we all look at every aspect of life in terms of how it can be more sustainable. There was a time when corporates used to get investors by saying that I make the most profits, I make the best product, I do this, I do that. Today that story has changed quite a bit. The story today is I am profitable, I make the best products, and I am sustainable. If you're not able to say that I am sustainable, you won't get investors, you won't get employees, you won't get customers. So the whole paradigm is shifting today. So green entrepreneurship is basically about making more sustainable products as well as having more sustainable businesses. Some examples that we can look at, like for example, Tesla is a very good example of being an absolutely sustainable organization. As in, they are one of those organizations that make more money by selling carbon credits than actually by selling cars, right? So they are into a product line that helps them share with the world that they don't have a carbon footprint at all, and they are helping, arrest the climate crisis that we are all facing right now. Google similarly invests a lot in technology. They have some of the highest number of investments in renewable energy. Last that I read was in 2022, they had already invested $3.5 billion into renewable energy. All their data centers are powered by renewable energy, and wherever they can't be, they try and do offsets. That means they power something else with renewable energy so that whatever they are not consuming, somebody else is, and they take the credit for that. I'm talking of some smaller organizations also over here so that we understand that green entrepreneurship is a wide spectrum, not just the big players. So it's like Chakra Innovation, I had the pleasure of meeting the team. They came and made a presentation to me when I was working with Shell. And at that point of time, they shared their product, which was basically capturing the carbon that comes out of diesel gensets by a small gadget. And whatever carbon gets collected then gets used as ink. So the ink that we write with, that black suit is used to kind of write. It is refilled in pens. So they are really bringing to life the concept of circularity, that nothing is wasted. Whatever is waste is again leveraged as ink in the pens. And last but not the least, Huskpar, again had the pleasure of working with them. So they work with, husk, which is basically that comes out from paddy fields from rice. They use that to make gas for areas where do not have electricity. So the gas makes electricity then. So wherever we have villages which are still not connected with the main grids, Huskpar is the way to get energy or electricity in those villages. Again, a very sustainable and a green initiative. Moving on, let's talk about the global dimensions of ESG. So we've seen what a green company could look like. Now let's talk about what ESG has been, or what has the journey of ESG reporting been in India. So it started as, long back as 2009, although it's becoming a buzzword more now. And then in 2012, actually SEBI mandated that you have to do the BRR reporting. And from BRR reporting, it's been a journey till 2021 with, 100 companies and then 500 companies and 1,000 companies and so on and so forth. But in 2021, it got rebranded as BRSR. And today, as we all know, is business responsibility and sustainability reporting, that the top 1,000 companies as per market capitalization are supposed to do it. In fact, as I speak today, 2 days back, SEBI came out with another BRSR format called BRSR Core. So this is BRSR Comprehensive that came out in 2021, which was approximately 140 parameters that the companies had to comply to. Now they've come up with an even shorter list of 49 parameters 2 days back, saying that, we'd like companies to start following this BRSR code and comply to these small 49 parameters, but makes it more comparable across companies as to how they are doing in terms of their ESG practices. So how is BRSR aligned to the ESG pillars? Pretty straightforward, as in they've really nailed it. They've got 9 principles, but they talk to all of the pillars. From an environment perspective, they talked about what is your energy strategy, how much is your greenhouse gas emissions, what is your renewable energy strategy, solid waste management, water consumption, reduce, recycle, all these practices, the 3R as we know them, sustainable sourcing, etc. From a social perspective, it is generally all stakeholders that you can think of. So first is the employees. It is about how are you taking care of well-being of your own employees. Then second is the community, where you have your plants, your factories. How are you taking care of them? What are you doing for them to have the social license to operate? And last but not the least, also looking at human rights and other aspects. The last one is, of course, governance. That is not new to us, and I'm sure as cost and management accountants, that's something that you're very aware of, so I will kind of give that a skip. Now, the ESG compliance, so the BRSR, advantage, there are way too many of them, as in I'm going to go through them very briefly. We are all aware that, being sustainable could mean a little bit of a cost initially, but in the long run, it pays off, and in fact, there is data around this increased value creation. MSSCI has shown that, over a 12-year period, organizations that have been more sustainable have created more value than those that haven't been sustainable. Likewise, access to markets and increased market share, I shared that initially as well. Employees don't want to join you if you are not sustainable. Investors don't want to invest in you if you're not sustainable. So it's kind of become the thing that you have to do. Moving on, increased access to capital. Obviously, again, as I said, that when we're looking at green finance, there was a session before this that spoke about green bonds, green financing, RBI's new regulations. So that is exactly what the benefit of being more sustainable is, that you get access to these funds. Reduced financial risks. So I was incidentally very taken aback by this particular aspect when I was working in 2019 with, again, Shell, which is an oil and gas company. World Bank said that they will stop investing in oil and gas sector upstream of that sector. That means no more oil exploration and refining. So that means that the organizations that like World Bank that are going to give you funds are getting so stringent about it. There is a wake-up call over there to say that, okay, let's look at other sources of energy like renewable energy rather than looking at oil as a source of energy. Then obtaining social license to operate, it's a no-brainer. It is not the government that gives you a license to operate. Any day the community around you can come and do a strike outside your premises if you're not socially responsible. So it's very, very important to be socially responsible in your practices. And last but not the least, attracting and retaining talent. As an employee, especially the Gen Z, the millennials are extremely conscious about sustainability, and you can only retain them if you're a sustainable organization. Moving on to what is VRSR, I'm going a little bit of detail into this because this is the ESG compliance for India, and this is how we as an organization in India will grow in our ESG responsibilities and in our ESG compliance. So this is the format. It's got a section A, B, and C. Section A is a no-brainer, which is, size of your company, turnover, products, employees, etc. Section B is what are the management processes over there. And last but not the least, section C, which has the 140 parameters in it, talks of two indicators. To begin with, they're saying, let's look at essential indicators. That means a must-have. That means your employees must have an insurance. Your employees must, there must be a code of conduct, a human rights policy, etc. But then there are certain others which they have put in as leadership indicators, which says that you grow into it. If you don't have it today, then also it's okay, but at least please ensure that as an organization, you're working towards it. These are the 9 principles that they talk about. I'm not going to go through all 9 of them, but if you give a quick glance to it, you will understand that it talks about, human rights, it talks about well-being of employees, it talks about being responsive towards all stakeholders, it talks about being responsible towards the environment, equitable development. So they've covered all bases through these 9 principles. Now let's talk about the interconnectedness, as in why as India should we really bother, right? As in there are many conversations also that, the global south, the developing nations still have a lot more to do than to start worrying about sustainability, right? We've got to get a lot of things, to get our house in order. So this should not perhaps be a priority. But it's an interconnected world, right? We don't live in isolation. We're working with some of the global players. And hence, it's very important to understand that what you do at a local level, at the end of the day, becomes like a Southeast Asia or a Asia thing, and then it becomes a global thing, and it's all very interconnected. So I, for example, was advising an organization recently on their ESG journey, and there were many gaps. There was a lot that they needed to do. But they were very excited about it. They were like, yeah, please tell us what more, we'll do it. And I kept stating it up front that while I see and sense the excitement, I do hope that this is going to be a lot of cost for all of you, as in there's a lot of investment of time, effort, and money that's going to go into, being more sustainable. They said, that's not a problem. We have a customer in Europe who will give us 3% extra if we do this well. So that just goes to show that everybody has figured it out that they're a part of the global economy and they need to do it well to get more money from their customers as well, right? So I'm just going to quickly conclude by sharing that some of our ESG frameworks compared to the international ESG frameworks. This is a quick comparison with the GRI standards, and if you'd like to see more, I've given the link down below for you to go and evaluate it better. But as you can see, there is a mapping of everything that the global world has already been following in our BRSR reporting as well. Likewise, there's an interconnectedness of our BRSR with the SDGs as well, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. So the business responsibility and sustainability report has a complete overlap with the SDGs as well. I think to conclude, I'll just say, as in bringing us back to the whole thing, that it's all an interconnected world. The apparel industry is perhaps the best example over here. As you might be aware, India, China, Bangladesh are some of the hubs for the European companies for sourcing both their cloth as well as the ready-made apparels. And the entire apparel industry is falling in line. First, it was the human rights revolution where child labor, etc. got restricted because everybody came to know about it, that Marks and Spencer and H&M and all these guys were getting things made and child labor was being put into it. Now it's becoming about sustainable and ethical, practices. And everybody has got their eyes on this industry, and this industry is really shaped up so well over the past couple of years where they've got these sustainability practices going on. They are very, very ethical in their practices. And I think that just shows that it's not a choice anymore. If you want a buyer who's outside of India, you will have to fall in line with ESG practices, become more sustainable, and that's the way forward for all of us. That is all that I have for today. Thank you so much for being such a great audience.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights with us. Now may I request our next speaker for this session, Shri Sudipta Dasti, Partner Future Station ESG, to share his insights. Both are working.
Good afternoon. So while for the last 2 days, I mean today and yesterday, we have heard about. Sorry, give me a second. Is it on? It's on, huh? Thank you. So we have heard about a lot of regulations, a lot of activities, a lot of changes happening in the way we work. Okay, in the way we work in the government, in the way we work in the private sector, in the way we work in the public sector, and the session is about global and local dimensions. So I thought I'll share with all of you, instead of global, maybe focus towards European dimensions, because as we all know, Europe is where essentially all these initiatives started, and they are still leading worldwide about all the initiatives. Yeah. So typically, as you know, all the initiatives in the area of ESG, or we used to call it sustainability in good old times, they used to start, and still now they start from the Scandinavian countries, and then they go south to Europe, and then all over the world. So I would like to discuss about a bit of what we see and what I have seen in the last maybe 25 or maybe 30 years of working in the area of sustainability. I'm sure many people may not have worked for 30 years in the area of sustainability, but unfortunately, that was the work that I used to do. And I've seen the way things are changing, and so I'll pick up a few of the things which we see in Europe, happening in Europe, and typically for the private sector, because I worked all my life in the private sector, even today working with the private sector, so pardon my lack of knowledge about the other sectors, about things that, Indian corporates, and I'm sure a lot of you could be associated with Indian corporate sector. So maybe you might find things resonating. So just to summarize, what does ESG mean? Okay, we know about, we've heard about many regulations, we've heard about many terms, but in simple word, ESG, what it means for an organization is commitment to accountability at the highest level. So I'm talking to people who know it better than anyone else. Commitment to reduce environmental footprint, commitment to fulfill social responsibilities of business, and commitment towards strong business growth. So we have to keep one thing in mind, that sustainability or ESG definitely requires companies to have business growth. Profit is not a bad word. Profit is not a bad word. Somehow we get an idea that, okay, these companies talking about profit, so it must be bad. Let's talk only about social things. Let's talk only about charity. Let's talk only about CSR. Well, companies are not going to be sustainable by doing only CSR. So they have to have economic growth. So all these four broad aspects are expected to be fulfilled through ESG. Now, I'm not going to discuss, I think this slide, Ekta has shown this slide, similar kind of slide. So these are covered, all of you know about it. But I would like to mention about two, three important things which are extremely important. It's not proper to prioritize anything of all these sectors, because what we are still today hearing about, and what we started doing, since last so many years, is we talk about certain words called materiality. Unfortunately, the importance of materiality is going down. Today, the stakeholders want to know everything, all of these, and maybe beyond this. So we cannot just say that, okay, in my industry, only these, 2, 3, 10 out of these, so many factors are important, so others I can ignore. We cannot ignore, we have to do all these, and we have to communicate our performance to all our stakeholders on all of these aspects. We have to keep in mind that ESG is something which is an evolving contemporary topic. As we speak, things change. As Ekta mentioned, even 2 days back or 3 days back, there's a change in our country. BRSR core assurance regulation has come from SEBI. So things are changing almost every week. I do not know, as we speak, maybe something has changed. So it's a very, very evolving contemporary topic. We don't have any experts anywhere in the world. We're all learners. Somebody has been learning a little up the curve, somebody a little behind. But we're all learning because everything is changing. There's nothing that we learned 10 years back is true today. The KPIs, the key performance indicators of ESG are evolving, and the positions taken by the key players are changing. In the entire value system, the position taken by key players are changing. So when we talk about particularly the stakeholders, the investors, customers, and regulators are emerging as the most important stakeholders out of the entire lot of stakeholders that we are used to talking about. We talk about a whole lot of stakeholders, but really, for all practical purpose, these three are emerging in the last 5-7 years as the most important stakeholders for any business. Now, some of these things is, it's becoming mandatory. If we are doing business, if we are working with global organizations, if we are a supply chain, we are supplying our goods and services to companies or customers in the Western world, some of these are becoming mandatory. And if it is not asked for today is going to be asked for tomorrow. So you better start preparing for this, all of you. That's my request. CDP, we've heard about CDP, so I won't go to discuss about CDP. But what CDP does is very importantly, CDP has also, from this year, has started sending questionnaires to all the top 1,000 companies that BRSR is covering. So all that, if you're a part of, if you're working with any of the top 1,000 companies, top 1,000 listed companies in India, I'm sure somebody in your organization must have received a query from CDP, and you better take care of that. So CDP is actually taking data on primarily environmental data, environmental performance, not the entire ESG, on climate change, water security, and forestry, and preparing information primarily for the investors, but again for others also. And if somebody is not responding to CDP, it's very prominently, the name comes up in the website. Everybody in the world sees that this company was asked to respond and they have not responded. So people make their own inferences. TCFD. TCFD is essentially in terms of how, and I'm talking to CMAs today, how the impact of climate change, the risk and opportunity of climate change is translated into your financial numbers, as simple as that. It's so important, so important. The climate risk is so important, and today, and I would almost like to cover that, today, most companies in India today have ERMs, enterprise risk management, but hardly any company has climate risk as a part of the top 10 or top 20 risks, the risks that matter. We do not consider climate risk as a part of a business risk, which is unfortunate. Climate risk features within the top 2 risks anywhere in the world. So TCFD is actually demanding that we consider climate risk and opportunity in our risk management system, not as a separate risk, but as part of our integral risk management system, and take appropriate action accordingly. EcoVadis. Fortunately, I have not heard the word EcoVadis since yesterday, so nobody has covered EcoVadis. Others people have covered. So EcoVadis is a platform for supply chain, suppliers. So if we are a part of a supply chain of any global company, they would ask us to upload our ESG performance, and EcoVadis covers the entire E, S, and G, not just E, on the platform, and they also give a kind of a scoring, so the customers get a good idea about whom to do business with. And EcoVadis demands, the way they are asking for the data from us, they demand that we ask the same data from our supply chain. So it's like, we are actually covering a larger population of companies through the platform of EcoVadis. GRI, of course, is a very old, most popular way of communicating ESG or sustainability performance. So I won't talk more about GRI. I think today Aditi was here, right, from GRI? Though I was not here, I was not present in the earlier session. I think Aditi Halda was supposed to be here. She was there? All right. So I won't talk more about GRI because she must have spoken a lot about GRI. And ISSP is the latest one. The International Sustainability Standard Boards, they are trying to combine everyone, integrated reporting, TCFD, GRI, they are trying to combine everything. So how much time do I have? No, how much time do I have? 5 more minutes? Okay, no problem. So ISSB has come out with 2 standards, IFRS S1 and S2, which are actually just been rolled out. So these are the things that possibly, the futuristic thing is we'll possibly have to report only as per IFRS S1 and S2 all over the world, and not all the others. And there's one more thing which is important, that there are certain independent ESG rating agencies. I will talk about S&P and MSCI, but there are many more. They are actually rating the companies and all the investors and customers, more and more of them, and more importantly, the analysts, they are reading the ESG rating of companies and clearly ESG rating has an impact on the market cap. So it's an extremely important rating. Something impacting a company's market cap is, you can imagine how important it is. So ESG rating is something which has also come to India. Now, a little bit about what we see in Europe. Europe, as compared to us, the S and G factors of performance are, I would think, generally pretty well taken care of. All right? So their challenges, they're focusing more on the environmental aspects. And with the E aspect also, they're focusing on climate change, carbon management, circularity, that is waste management, and biodiversity. Biodiversity is becoming very, very important every passing day. Recent regulations which are important for all of us who are doing business with Europe, just imagine CSRD, the Compulsory Sustainability Reporting Directive in Europe. So companies have to do compulsorily, and they have to include the supply chain. So if you're a part of the supply chain of any European company, make sure and be sure, definitely a mail is going to come to you asking for your sustainability and your ESG initiatives. And if you cannot fulfill that, let me tell you a story, small story. This I heard from a client of mine. There was this company who came to Bombay, invited some of the major clients, major suppliers from India in Taj Palace, lovely meeting, lovely lunch. And post-lunch, they were said, okay, these are the things that we want all of you guys to do. We'll come back next year, and we hope that we will meet you here. That means if you do not do these things, you will not be invited here next year. That means you're not going to be a part of a supply chain. As simple as that. So I think that's the way it's being implemented. CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So essentially, companies who are supplying to Europe, typically products which are carbon intensive, GHG intensive, I mean, carbon is GHG, greenhouse gas intensive, they will have challenges in terms of an indirect taxation on that. EU deforestation initiative, deforestation-free product regulation which has come. So this is going to impact products, typically agricultural products, typically, products from, like bovine animals, etc. All of these will get impacted if we are exporting to Europe. Make sure that we take care of all these initiatives. And the EU taxonomy. Clearly, green taxonomy is something which has started, which is already there in Europe. So clearly, more and more we'll see investments and initiatives towards the green environment in Europe. A bit about India now. Businesses are changing the mindsets. Concept of just shareholders' worth, what we read, what we studied, at least I studied in my college days, is no more valid. People are talking about stakeholders' value. So shareholders, we all learned at some point of time, I'm sure all of you must have learned, that the only purpose of business is enhancement of shareholders' value. Milton Friedman. But today, that's not applicable anymore. Today, we're talking about stakeholders' value. The value of every stakeholder has to go up. The value creation process is not limited to the top companies in India. It has reached to several smaller companies because they are a part of the supply chain. The Indian framework of ESG reporting, BRSR, has started from this year, of course, as a mandate for top 1,000 listed companies, as my previous speakers have mentioned, but it has also a very, very strong requirement of sustainable supply chain. So through the BRSR, it is not only the top companies are getting, they're touching the top company, they're also touching the supply chain. Financial institutes in India, let me tell you, we are working with one home finance company. Imagine a home finance company. I want to go to take a home loan. I have to fulfill ESG criteria. Otherwise, I won't get home loan. Just imagine. Or maybe my home loan is going to be more expensive. So even ESG is being considered by NBFCs, by banks, by VC funds, everyone. And of course, we heard about ESG mutual funds from Dr. Gupta in the, some time back. So this is what's happening in India. ESG parameters are included in the main risk portfolio of companies. So as I mentioned, the ERMs, ESG and climate risk are featuring. Indian boardrooms who never possibly had an agenda to discuss about things which didn't start with a rupee or dollar or euro. Today, Indian boardrooms are having agenda which have no financial number, rupee, dollar. They are talking about non-financial agenda. That's very, very important. It was never there a few years back. And entrepreneurs are coming up. More importantly, I know and I work with a lot of entrepreneurs who are bright, young people, highly educated people from Europe and the US. They have come back to set up, their enterprises to be a part of the India growth story. Things like people are producing animal protein from food waste. People are producing bioplastics, All of these have started in the country. So that's a great, great initiative. And this is my last slide, incidentally.
Thank you very much, sir. In fact, the minister is coming within another 5 minutes, they are telling. Delhi traffic, okay, let us take it as 10 minutes. So we need our friends to set the dais, this thing also. It's a humble request to both of you.
Sure.
But you just say some concluding word. And sir, you will be always with us for all the program.
So should I take 1 more minute?
You can conclude.
I'll just run through.
1 or 2 minutes.
This is my last slide. Okay. So typically what we have seen is on the E aspects, very clearly these are the concerns that we have in the Indian corporates. Major concerns are on biodiversity. Very few people are working on biodiversity, and of course others are there. Our biggest concern is S, diversity and inclusion. We just don't have. Just take out 5 companies, otherwise we don't have. I think we need to work on these. We need to work on the value chain outreach. Value chain means supply chain as well as customers. We need to have impactful CSRs. And on the G side, board independence is one aspect which is challenging, even today in most of the companies in India. So we have to keep this in mind. And of course, this is what I mentioned about, the new SEBI regulation touches all the supply chain. So it's very important that all the small companies are also being touched. And I look at a bright Indian ESG future. So on this promising note, I end my discussion. Jai Hind.
Okay. So this is where I am actually. I am on the is. So before I do not have time to, share with you what I intended to do. I think you need to cheer me up because I am on the yes, the minister is on the way. So you cheer me up and I'll cheer you up. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, as I would be the last speaker of this seminar, I believe that everything has been covered. And what is there for me to talk to you now? So I am just wondering what. And then if I do not say something new, maybe the Institute would never call me again to speak on such an event. So therefore what I had to offer is something really different, and that different is that I suppose that would be the purpose that you have all gathered here, that I mean business, and I'm going to tell you something what is here for you all professionals, because all of you are professionals. So, and all of you, most of you may be the cost accountant. Therefore, I promise you that I will not share any data. I also promise that I will not say anything on the ESG because you have already digested it and maybe over digested, most of you as well. So here, if you could go to the next slide, can somebody help me with that? Yes. So the issues are when we are talking about the products, we were talking about the socially responsible product, and socially responsible product means complying all the requirements that you have heard from the experts since yesterday. We are together here because there is a problem, there is a definite issue, and that issue, perhaps if you could recall, we could see from the previous session wherein we did find that
the investment in health is more than the investment in the environment. And all of you analytically would wonder why it is so. And the reason is very simple, that there is a problem. You have a health issues and you can't let it go. Therefore, you have to spend that money on the health. Forget the environment, because that's not just as close as your body that disease is killing. So, therefore, this is a real problem, and we need to recognize that that is the reason that this problem we are discussing. But then, what is the way forward? And that we could actually take from the perspective that, what is the socially responsible product and what is not socially responsible product. And when we are saying that in the global point of view, I think India has facing these issues now, because we have just got into, by circumstances in the global forum, we have compulsion not to be local anymore but to be global. And then whatever is happening around us, we have to address that. And that issue is something which is bothering all, and that is why we are all here. And business may be bothering you, so you are here. But there is a big problem which is bothering everybody, and that is the problem of this climate change. Because of which the business may disrupt, the society may extinct to the extent, extinction, I would say. So therefore, something must be done. And for that matter, there is an opportunity, and a great opportunity for the people who really want to seize the moment. And there is a moment, and there is an India moment in the scenario that we have. If you look at the issues that are there, they are primarily because, there is an industry side which is creating lot of challenges to us. They happen to be, if I can, these are the sectors which are the problematic. Unless these sectors are dealt, the problem will not go, and unless such things keep happening, the problem will continue to remain there. Let's understand, whatever may be the talk we have, but human need and greed will not go, and social inequalities are going to be there. Therefore, the variety of product and services are continue to be there, though the management systems standards would continue to be developed. But the point of the fact is that social inequalities are going to be there. Those issues are going to be there. Therefore, some major breakthrough has to happen. And therefore, what is happening, that we need to see that how we conduct ourselves. And that is where it comes the energy, the fuel that we take. Let me say that the fuel which we take, the food that we are consuming today, need to be fundamentally changed if you want to improve your health. Therefore, similarly is the industry. Now, if we have to really keep this industry live, we have to do something for this so that something can be done. And there is a great opportunity that what kind of a fuel that we could bring to this industry. Not reading this one, but see this issue of climate change, which is halting all the way, is basically with the fuel system, because as long as we continue to burn the fuel, and you mind it that the carbon is not bad, right? How many of you agree? Is carbon bad? It's not bad. We all are emitting carbon even this point in time. So carbon is going to be there. The only issue is that how much is okay for us, how much is good for us, that and how much is bad for us. So that's the debate that is happening here, and you must have seen all the kind of debates and dialogue, including the various frameworks that are available for you as a professionals to use. So what we can learn that India has to offer, and what you as an entrepreneurs to make a sustainable business. Cost accountant will have a role, to fulfilling that aspirations, that business competitiveness, where cost is a enabling factors to be a global player. That's one way to the organization will be, sustainable. The other way will be that you offer something premium to the users and you become a leading organization, profit-making organization. So, what is happening in India? Given the scenario that India has, India is blessed with so many things. India is blessed with people like you, beautiful people, wonderful people, intellectual people who can make the difference. And India that way is geographically so well positioned, so well placed that like we have a coastal line which is more than 70,000 kilometers. We have such a good weather condition where we can produce solar all the time. So solar is a massive aspect where we can, go, and we are already number one in the world, but we can go far beyond, and we can, go to the extent that we will be exporting energies in different form, not in the electricity form. The other aspect that we are also exploring, you would be very, many of you would know who are from Tamil Nadu, that Tamil Nadu is number one on the windmills. Again, electricity. So we are doing good on windmills. That's a socially responsible product. You people agree? It doesn't require. It's not using any fossil fuels. So it's a natural energy that we are generating. Same is the solar. So what is the challenge now? What is next happening? What India will have as a transformative, chance to go to the next level is getting into the hydrogen as a fuel. Hydrogen as a hype, and hydrogen is a future for sure. So that is where all of us as a professional we will have to work together, where the government of India has already rolled out the hydrogen mission, and there what are we looking at is, I think that is where you have a job, that we have to bring down the cost of hydrogen from $5 to $1. Do that, we will be number one, and we will be also on the top of world on the ESG rating overall. So thank you very much. I think I have already the message with me. So thanks for the opportunity, and hope that what I said in a brief make a lot of sense for you. Thank you so much.
I request TCS reader M.K. Anand sir is there. I request him to please come and express the thanks from heart, mind and soul, please, as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, Papan Bhai. I thank all the learned speakers who are really very passionate, but afternoon sessions are really very risky sessions where people after some tough lunch are more in little slumber. But I thank Ms. Sittling for her very passionate analysis and study, Ms. Ekta Kumar for a very interesting presentation, Shri Sudipto Das and Dr. Birender Ratori, who really made the presentations in a very, very interesting way for us, all of us, to understand these concepts. I understand Honorable Minister is on way, so I thank all of the learned speakers very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, M.K. Anand sir, former Chief Cost Advisor to Government of India, as well as the Council Member of Institute of Cost Accountants of India from Northern India Regional Council, for expressing the thanks so quickly. So गेट पे आया है करके एक फोन आया था मंत्री जी. So मंत्री जी is definitely coming and has already reached. Maybe after getting out of the car, some pleasantries will be there. They will be exchanging those things. Again we will have. So my humble request to each and every one of you, if possible, give a standing ovation, please, to Arjun Ram Meghwal sir, our Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. And Arjun Ram Meghwal sir was just telling only one sentence. All CMAs, give a very big hand to Arjun Ram Meghwal sir. From the minister's mouth, we are listening that all CMAs, means it is a fantastic moment for all of us. And straight away we are going to the program because sir is very busy, and many thanks for the first time in the history of our institute for the past 77 years. A minister has addressed through video conference by telling that आज नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ मगर कल आऊँगा. आ गया. जो बोलेगा करके दिखाएगा. जो करना है वही बोलेगा. That is our Arjun Ram Meghwal sir. And for you all, dearest friends, let us begin the session by receiving our Arjun Ram Meghwal sir once again, because whenever any institute program, he ensures that he is there with us. And fortunately for me, at that time I was also the Global Summit chairman in 2017 when Pranab Mukherjee sir came to Kolkata. President of India, the then President of India, Arjun Ram Meghwal sir blessed us, and he had made only one request to us, that mere wahan ek branch kholo, that is chapter. And Bhattat sir and the team ensured, and at that time fortunately again I was the chairman of Regional Council chapter, Bikaner Junjunu. And we are very happy to tell you, sir, from your place, maybe you asked for a chapter, now a leader has come from your own place to council. So thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to open one more branch, one more chapter in Bikaner Junjunu. And may I now request our Honorable President of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India, Vijender Sharma sir is there. Our Honorable Council Member, Neeraj Joshi Bhai is there. And one more very important person, the Appellate Authority Member of Government of India, who is a CMA, who is a former President of our Institute. CMA B.M. Sharma sir, I think if he is here, he should join us and our Honorable Secretary is there, like Cabinet Secretary, our Secretary is there. I request all of you to please join, and Nisha Madam, Nisha Diwan Madam, the overall organizer of this particular event, to join and wholeheartedly on behalf of the entire fraternity. Also, many people are watching this across this world. They are sending messages, excellent technical session like that and all. So those who are watching across the globe through our link, let us all join together and welcome our own Arjun Ram Meghwal sir. Please. Madam, you stand here. They will shield you. You stand. You are our in charge. In fact, Nisha Diwan Madam was taking the overall anchoring and other thing. If I go and sit there, she will again call me for addressing that welcome address, right? So, I am just continuing with your this thing. So, respected Honorable, our own Arjun Ram Meghwal sir, also our own Minister, respected all the former presidents, and today we have the pleasant this thing where our beloved Minister ji will be handing over those persons who have been treated as our icon, CMA icon. So that recipients are also here. So respected members, beloved friends, and Chairman IPA J.D. Sharma sir, and all other friends who have assembled here. Let us listen to what our Minister have to say. And as he told, Jo मैं बोला मैं करके दिखाया. Now only we request you, sir, to ensure that what we want for our profession also, थोड़ा करके दिखाना ताकि हम सब भी खुश हो जाएंगे, जनरेशन नेक्स्ट भी खुश हो जाएंगे। ये वो बाद में, अभी नहीं बाद में मीन्स यू कैन रिप्लाई, बट वो जो करना है जल्दी कर देना सर। So we want certain recognition and certain importance because we are also a baby of this Government of India Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Nothing else I will demand because the list is very long or lengthy, but one by one which is more on priority, that I am sure that with your encouragement and the support of Modi Bhai and the entire government, I am sure that Arjun Ram Meghwal sir will do it for us. Give a very big hand to Arjun Ram Meghwal sir. So I have done my part in welcoming and I am not taking much of the time, and already we all know the theme and the sessions which are going on very well. Eminent personalities from various fields have come here and delivered technical sessions in such a manner that the participants are feeling that we should have given them some more time, and you organizers are restricting the time for them, otherwise we would have got more thinking thoughts and value addition points. And sir, we are telling you, sir, President has given us the direction. This 2-day summit, whatever happened, we have taken note of it and we are bringing it as a concept paper and we will be submitting it to you, sir. If you find it very useful, you can utilize the services of our cost accountants so that they will be as extended arms of Government of India to see that the schemes are implemented across the country so that the world will feel proud about our cost accountants who are delivering. And we are the largest body in the world as a CMA is concerned, as long as the numbers are also concerned, and we are now being recognized by various other foreign bodies where they are requesting our services. That is also going on. So that way, in any field for that matter, cost and management accountant is always there with the government, and you are also with us. We are very happy and thankful for that. With this, I conclude my welcome address with the pranams to you, sir, and I will be sitting near you with your permission. And I request the Honorable Council Member, as on date, he is the youngest council member in our team, Neeraj Joshi Bhai, and I request you to please come forward and give the summing up of that 2 days event so that our Mantri ji also will have a clear idea of what happened in all these 2 days. So please come over here, Neeraj Bhai. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Give a very big hand to Arjun Ram Meghwal, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Respected Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal sir, our beloved minister as well as the chief guest for the valedictory session. Respected CMA Vijender Sharma ji, our president of the institute. CMA H. Padmanabhan sir, chairman of the global convention. CMA Kaushik Banerjee sir, secretary of the institute. My seniors and dear colleagues. We had thought-provoking discussions on the emerging topic of ESG for the last 2 days. India as a country is in the takeoff phase and only upwards is the way. But as a nation, we have to be responsible for what we leave behind. Our beloved PM Shri Narendra Modi ji has demonstrated his commitment to the world not only by his vision but by his actions and decisions. The presidency of G20 has made it possible for us as a nation to contribute in shaping future of the entire planet and focusing on sustainable development. Sir, our institute, which leads the profession of cost and management accountancy globally, has taken this bold step to bring best of minds in India together on one platform to discuss about how this objective can be achieved and how the CMAs can lead the way in sustainable development. Sir, our inaugural session, we had fortune to have Lieutenant General Samir Gupta ji and Shri Atul Sopti ji as guest of honors. We were very lucky to have a special message from you in the inaugural session, sir. The inaugural session set the tone of the deliberations, in which our president also explained the various initiatives ICMA has taken in the area of ESG, particularly on social front and specifically in the agricultural costing field, which will ultimately contribute to the environment. The plenary session, we had stalwarts coming us and deliberating and giving their thoughts on how ESG can be actually practiced, keeping in mind the need to create value for all the stakeholders. The deliberations highlighted need for a top-down approach in ESG implementation and need to measure the impact of performance in the field of ESG, as what can't be seen, can't be measured, can't be controlled. So that was the theme of the first technical session. The technical session 1 was on governance of energy transformation through sustainable sources. So we saw great thinkers coming here and deliberating with us. They expressed that the ESG has to be considered as a 360-degree approach and focus. It shall cover not only the business value addition, but our personal and social value creation right up to the level of work-life balance and quality of life. It was expressed that there is a huge need to create tools for measuring and reporting ESG, and ICMAI has to partner with government as well as industry to make it happen. The next technical session, we saw experts come and deliberate on green mobility, which is the push that we are making. So there was a great discussion on various schemes, very successful schemes, I must say, of Government of India, like FAME, NEMPP, which are driven to achieve the objective of green mobility. So it was discussed that what can be the role of CMAs in making it cost effective and efficient, so that more and more people can avail these schemes, and it can be a sustainable kind of a e-mobility platform that gets developed in India as well as globally. The third technical session, we mainly discussed on developments in sustainable reporting standards. The speakers highlighted the drive towards creation of a comprehensive corporate reporting regime based on reporting structure and set of common standards. They also express that the companies face reputational damage and financial loss nowadays if they don't abide by the ESG management techniques. That was a good takeaway. A threat that also is now perceived is that of AI, and it was expressed that dedicated efforts are to be made in mitigating these threats vis-a-vis the ESG challenges as well. Green finance was also discussed at length, and we deliberated on how still there is a gap between the finance that is required to be pumped in the ESG domain, and how the efforts can be made to structure this finance, and how the professionals will be able to help in arranging, controlling, and maybe reporting the effectiveness of green finance. Ultimately, sir, we had our speakers coming in and expressing on the real life experiences, the comparisons of international practices in ESG with the Indian practices, and where our companies need to benchmark themselves so that they can be partners, equal partners in ESG as far as the global scenario is concerned. So ultimately, what I would like to say is I have tried to capture the essence of what we deliberated in the last 2 days, but we have a lot more takeaways from these deliberations. Each one of the participants here is a champion in his own sense, and with these deliberations, he is now sensitized on the matters and importance of ESG. We, sir, CMAs as a community have shown and showcased our commitment to this cause, and ICMAI as an institute will stay committed to partner with the government, industry, NGOs to make positive impact on the world, so that when we leave better place back for the next generation to come. Sir, in the end, I understand that everyone has to realize that if we contain our demands and think about ESG in our day-to-day life, then and only then we can realize our dream of a healthier Mother Earth and a sustained future for the generations to come. With this, I thank you all for a patient listening for the last 2 days, and we are very eager to hear to your thoughts, sir, on this topic, and also a general guidance to our members, the direction which they should progress. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for summarizing the entire event in a nice manner and very short and crisp, because our Mantri ji's time is very important. Now may I request our President, sir, President of the Institute, CMA Vijendra Sharma sir, to kindly give his presidential address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Well, good morning and good evening and namaskar to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, Ministry of States of Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, Government of India. CMA Shri H. Padmanabhan, Chairman of G2023 and former Vice President of ICMAI. CMA Shri Neeraj Joshi ji, Council colleague, ICMAI. Mr. Kaushik Banerjee, CMA Kaushik Banerjee, Secretary of ICMAI. My council colleagues, former president, members of the regional councils, chapters, dignitaries, on the desk, off the desk, ladies and gentlemen, participants from the corporate world, at the outset I convey my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chief Minister, Chief Guest Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Honorable Minister of Law and Justice and Minister of State of Parliamentary Affairs for sparing a valuable time to join us today as a Chief Guest of the summit. The G20 presidency was handled by Honorable Prime Minister Sir Narendra Bhai Modi ji, which has put a lot of expectation of the global towards the India. And I think with the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, we will be able to achieve the expectation of whole globe. After listening to the two-day deliberation of the Global Summit, I think we are all enlightened, and that is also been spared and reworked by our colleague Neeraj Joshi ji. But I would like to just congratulate all our citizens of the country that yesterday we have successfully launched the Chandrayaan-3. Congratulations to each one of you being the citizen of the country, and it's a very big boost to our country. Thank you. When Honorable Prime Minister Sir always has a wisdom, always has a dream that how to double-digit the income of the farmers. Sir, let me inform you from this August desk that our institute, we had developed the diploma into the agriculture cost management, and we have signed a MOU with the IGNU to spread this knowledge of diploma of agriculture to the grassroots level of rural area. So we are helping the government of India that how we can educate and empower and double the income of the farmers, sir. We are also glad to inform, sir, the Indian Army, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, they were having the finance wing with them. But the institute has helped the Indian Army to developing the finance wing, and we have initiated and developed the serving officers a diploma course for them, that how we can help the Indian Air Force, Indian Army to develop the finance wing for them, sir. In fact, we have met with our defense minister, sir, also. At that time, Lieutenant General Anil Puri, sir, he has thrown a challenge to our institute, how we can help the soldiers, those who are getting superannuated from their services. Sir, our institute have taken initiative, and we are imparting the diploma courses to the soldiers, so that after taking the superannuation from the army, they can have a graceful and dignified life into their villages, so that they can get settled into their village and serve their family, look after their agricultural land, and at the same time they can have their services to the panchayat and the local level companies, sir. At the same time, sir, the Indian Army has awarded us the 12 locations, different parts of the country, and we are helping them to develop this training part for them, sir. Now, recently, the Indian Army has also approached the institute to do the various type of costing. Recently, they want us to do the costing of tanks and different ammunition they are purchasing from the different public sectors. The cost accountant report is a confidential document. Taking the clue from this, they are saying that we, being cost accountants, should help them to review and analyze the costing of all the ordnance factory, so that the Indian Army can have the better ammunition at the very, very economical cost, and they can have a better perspective for the country also, sir. At the same time, sir, our institute has been recognized by the NCVAT. It is basically National Council for Vocational Education Training, Ministry of Skill Development. Earlier only our CAT, the Computer Accounting Technician course, was recognized. Now our all main courses plus all the advanced diploma courses in various streams, that is also been recognized by the NCVAT. And our such courses will be well appreciated, because we are giving the subsidized admission to the Jammu Kashmir and the Northeast areas also, which is well appreciated by the Government of India also. Sir, I will also like to mention here that nowadays this topic of ESG, our institute has also we are the technical partner with the SEBI. We have developed a new Section 8 company which is recognizing and enrolling the social auditors, so that who can be the part, who can help the corporate world to have the certification to social audit area, which will help them to have a better easy finance from the SEBI social stock exchange. Well, we must congratulate our Mantri ji that you have just taken over as a Minister of Law and Justice, sir. As per the National Judicial Data Grid, sir, about 47 million cases are pending into the court, sir. About 5 crore cases are pending. And out of that 4.15 crore cases, 3.6 crore are the criminal cases, and about 1 crore civil cases are pending with the district level court, sir. This much of huge burden, it is putting a lot of pressure on our judicial system, sir. We have taken your clue from the different sources. Last time you also addressed us, sir, and you give us the idea that we should initiate some sort of mediation and reconciliation center, sir. With your boosting device, sir, after your boosting, sir, we have developed a new Section 8 company for mediation and reconciliation, sir, and arbitration. And we wish to have you that you please inaugurate our Section 8 company. We have pleased to announce you that ICMAI International ADR Chamber, a Section 8 company inaugurated by the Honorable Minister, sir. Will request him, sir. In this valedictory section, I think we have passed through the whole technical session. All of us are well aware of it. And I'm very thankful to each one of you that for your spending valuable time. And we were all waiting for the Minister, sir, to come over here and to seek their blessings and their word of wisdom, sir. With this, thank you very much. And once again, I'm thanks to our Honorable Chief Guest, sir, our distinguished speaker, for their kind presence. With this, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it is the time to announce our Icons of the Year, Icon Award of the Year. Icon of the Year Award is a special recognition award from the Institute to the senior members, a proud CMA, who is a role model for the profession by achieving tremendous success in the business enterprises by contributing significantly for the cause of business, society, and nation. This year, Institute is delighted to honor 2 esteemed members of the Institute. So a big round of applause before I name them. So first icon, I am announcing CMA P. Vasudevan, Executive Director, Reserve Bank of India. A big round of applause. May I request CMA P. Vasudevan, sir, to kindly come and join us on the stage to receive the award. Recently, the Reserve Bank of India has appointed P. Vasudevan, sir, as the new Executive Director. He will be responsible for overseeing the Department of Currency Management, Corporate Strategy and Enforcement Department. Sir is a senior member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. He has also obtained a master's degree in finance and holds certifications in information systems audit, information security management, and fintech from National University of Singapore. Additionally, he is a certified associate of the Indian Institute of Bankers and an alumnus of Wharton School. Sir has a wide experience spanning nearly 3 decades in bank supervision, non-banking financial companies, payment and settlement systems, and various other areas like training the bankers. He has been the member of the Cost Auditing and Assurance Standard Board of the Institute. Heartfelt congratulations to you, sir, for this special award from the Institute, sir. A big round of applause should go on for a proud CMA. Now, I would request our former President CMA Bisuru Basu, sir, to please escort our next icon of the year, CMA Parminder Chopra Madam, Director Finance, Additional Charge, Chairman and Managing Director, Power Finance Corporation Limited. Welcome, ma'am, for receiving this award. Madam is a senior member of the Institute of Cost Accountants of India and Masters in Business Administration. Madam has more than 32 years of experience in power sector, serving in key power sector organizations like NHPC and Power Grid Corporation of India. She has handled a gamut of finance portfolios such as resource mobilization from domestic as well as international markets, banking, treasury, asset liability management, stressed asset resolutions, and many more. She is representing the Institute as a member of SAFA Women Leadership Committee. A big round of applause for ma'am, and it should go on. Congratulations to both the icons of the year. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now it is the time for releases of the Institute. Release of Knowledge Pack of Global Summit 2023 by the Chief Guest. Thank you, sir. Now, next release of Souvenir of Global Summit 2023. Thank you, sir. Now, next release for the day, Guidance Note on Cost Management in Textile Industry. हाँ जी सर सेम ही है वो अलग अलग Thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Your esteemed presence is a testament to your dedication and commitment to our GS 2023 and unlocking sustainability, sir. So you have unlocked our, first of all, releases. So now I would request you to please, now we are going to announce formation of new Section 8 company of the Institute, ICMAI International ADR Chamber, a Section 8 company under the Companies Act 2013 to promote alternate dispute resolution, where methods including mediation, conciliation and arbitration to assist. Sir, they have to bring that clicker. They will click. You have to double click, sir, this. Yeah.
No, not you.
Yeah. Yeah. This company will promote ADR methods including mediation, conciliation and arbitration to assist and educate all stakeholders, local or international, for resolving all kinds of claims or disputes expeditiously. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors, sir. Now it is the time to hear from our chief guest, most awaited guest, and our ears are just waiting to listen from you. May I request chief guest of the day, Honorable Union Minister Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, for his special address to share his insights with us, and to thank you, sir, for your leadership and vision that has been instrumental in shaping policies and initiatives that have had a profound impact on the lives of countless individuals and organizations. We are truly privileged to have you join us today with us. Surely we are very much thankful to you for joining us. May I now request our chief guest of the day to please address the gathering, sir.
मैं उधर जा रहा था तो पद्मनाभन जी का इधर आइए, इधर लोग ज्यादा बैठे, तो इसका मतलब जिधर लोग ज्यादा होंगे लोकतंत्र में उधर ही लोग ज्यादा जाएंगे. गुड जेस्चर. ग्लोबल समिट 2023 अनलॉकिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी G20 presidency paves the way for an ESG. It's a new topic, I think. Environment, social and governance. ESG driven new world order. ये भी एक नया विषय है, न्यू वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर. और इसी में आपका आज वर्कशॉप है. इस वर्कशॉप में हमारे CMA पद्मनाभन जी, CMA विजेंद्र शर्मा जी जो प्रेसिडेंट भी है ICMAI के, नीरज जोशी जी, कौशिक बनर्जी जी, और जिनको अभी अभी अवार्ड हमने दिया ऐसे हमारे ED RBI के वासुदेवन जी, और PFC के CMD मैडम परमिंदर चोपड़ा जी, CMA परमिंदर चोपड़ा जी. एम आई राइट ना? आपको भी जोरदार ताली बजा के इनका स्वागत करो भाई. अपने परिवार के ये लोग हैं, अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं, इसलिए इनाम दे रहे हैं. इसलिए आप भी आगे करना बढ़िया काम, आपको भी इनाम देंगे. ठीक है, वेरी गुड. देखिए ये जो कार्यक्रम है, कार्यक्रम तो बहुत मुझे बहुत ही सुंदर लगा कि ESG G20 में बहुत ज़्यादा डिस्कस किया जा रहा है, इन्वायरमेंट, सोशल एंड गवर्नेंस। अगर हम इस आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव की बात करें तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कई बार कहा है कि हम इन 75 सालों में कैसे चले, कहाँ तक चले, मंजिल मिली या नहीं मिली, इसका विश्लेषण हमें करना है। लेकिन हम आगे 25 सालों में कैसे चलेंगे, इसका रोड मैप भी तैयार करना है। तो आज के इस प्रोग्राम में जब भारत 2047 में अपना शताब्दी वर्ष मनाएगा और भारत उस समय विकसित भारत होगा, उसका रोड मैप तैयार करने के लिए भी आप बैठे हो, इसलिए भी आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। देखिए, जुलाई का महीना है और जुलाई में ही APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब ने अपना शरीर छोड़ा था। आप में से अगर किसी को ध्यान हो तो आपका इंस्टीट्यूट कलकत्ता हेडक्वार्टर है, लेकिन उससे आगे जाएंगे तो गुवाहाटी आएगा, और गुवाहाटी से आगे जाएंगे तो गुप्ता जी क्या आएगा, शिलोंग आएगा। शिलोंग आएगा। शिलोंग में वो भाषण दे रहे थे, और भाषण एक टॉपिक था जिसमें दे रहे थे। टॉपिक मेरे ख्याल में क्या था भाई? चांद चांद फूल भाई जैसा नहीं, टॉपिक तो और था, आपसे जुड़ा हुआ जैसा ही था। शिलोंग में देखिए, ऐसा बहुत कम होता है जी। उन्होंने अपने जीवनी में लिखा कि मैं स्टूडेंट के साथ बात करते हुए मरना चाहता हूं। बहुत से संत हुए हैं इस संसार में जिन्होंने ये कल्पना की मैं गंगा नदी के किनारे मरना चाहता हूं। किसी ने कहा कि मेरा प्राण आराम से निकले, इसलिए मुझे भगवान के दर्शन हो तो ठीक है। लेकिन APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब ने एक कल्पना की थी और अपने जीवनी में लिखा भी कि मैं, सबको मरना है, मैं भी मरूंगा, लेकिन मैं स्टूडेंट्स के साथ बात करते हुए मरना चाहता हूं। और वो जब गए यहां से, दिल्ली से कलकत्ता की नहीं, इसकी गुवाहाटी की यात्रा तो बाई एयर थी, तो बीमार होते तो कैसे पहुंचते, और फिर गुवाहाटी से शिलोंग की यात्रा बाई रोड थी, तो बीमार होते तो रास्ते में कहीं रुकना पड़ता। और लोग कहते हैं कि वो थोड़ा पहले चले गए थे तो राजभवन नहीं गए, और जहां मेरे ख्याल में IIM था, क्या रे, IIM शिलोंग जो इंस्टीट्यूट था, उसी में ही पहुंच गए। तो जैसे मैं अभी आया तो मुझे लगा अभी लोग कम हैं, तो इन्होंने कहा नहीं तुरंत आ जाएंगे, बाहर चाय पीने गए हुए हैं। तो ऐसा ही वातावरण उनको लगा कि मैं जल्दी आ गया क्या। ये सब मैं वहां जाकर के देख के आया, तो उनकी वहां डायरी में लोगों में लिखा हुआ है कि मैं जल्दी आ गया क्या, स्टूडेंट क्यों नहीं है। तो उन्होंने कहा साहब कुछ स्टूडेंट तो यहाँ हैं 20-30 तो, और कुछ ये चाय पीने गए हैं, कुछ हॉस्टल में है तो अभी बुला लाते हैं, आप रात थोड़ा सा, हमारा एक रेस्ट रूम है उसमें रेस्ट कर। बोला रेस्ट क्या करना, चेयर लगा देते हैं, आप जल्दी आइए। कुछ चेयर इधर पड़ी थी तो पूर्व राष्ट्रपति, फॉर्मर प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया कुर्सियां लगा रहा है, और सब लगा लुगू करके बैठे। इतने में लोग आ गए 20-25-30, बोले APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब आ गए क्या, कलाम साहब आ गए क्या। और टॉपिक क्या था, एक क्रिएटिंग ए लिवेबल प्लैनेट अर्थ। ये आपका भी ESG का ही टॉपिक था। अभी आप चंद्रयान 3 को सबने आपने सोशल मीडिया पे बधाई दी है नहीं दी भैया, दे दी ना, तो अब की बार तो ठीक लैंड हो जाएगा ना सॉफ्ट। अरे देखो तो बताओ तो सही यार, यस और नो तो बोलो। तो हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को बधाई तो दीजिए बहुत बहुत, ताली बजा के भाई। ऐसे भी हमारे APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब वैज्ञानिक ही थे। उन्होंने कहा देखिए हम चंद्रमा पे जा सकते हैं। वो भाषण का आप पढ़ेंगे तो ऐसा ही भाषण था वहां, हम मंगल की भी खोज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जीवन जीने लायक अगर कोई ग्रह है तो उसका नाम अर्थ है, उसका नाम पृथ्वी है, उसका नाम धरती है। इसको कौन ठीक रखेगा भाई? जब जीवन जीने लायक ग्रह ही पृथ्वी है तो इसको ठीक रखना चाहिए। किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? लड़कों से पूछ रहे हैं, किसकी जिम्मेदारी? लड़कों से पूछ रहे हैं। लड़के कह रहे हैं हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, और जैसे ही उनको पता लगा यंगर जनरेशन ने भार ले लिया और वो नीचे गिर गए। तारीख भाई कौन सी थी? 27 जुलाई। हाँ, आपके लिए ताली बजाओ भाई, जोरदार बताया इन्होंने तारीख। क्या नाम है आपका? पुरी शर्मा, पुरी मुनीश शर्मा जी ना। शर्मा जी के लिए एक और ताली बजाओ भाई, जोरदार, याद रखा इन्होंने 27 जुलाई। तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है या नहीं है? मुझे लगता है। इसलिए आपने ESG, जिसको हम कहते हैं इन्वायरमेंट, सोशल एंड गवर्नेंस, पे ये ग्लोबल समिट करी है द इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कॉस्ट अकाउंटेंट्स ऑफ इंडिया ने। और मैं बधाई देता हूं आयोजकों को कि समय भी बहुत उपयुक्त है। चंद्रमा पे हमारा उपग्रह कल लॉन्चिंग हुई। अच्छा ये बताइए, चंद्रमा को मामा क्यों कहते हैं? मामा कहते हैं कि नहीं कहते हैं, या नहीं कहते हैं? कहते हैं या नहीं कहते हैं? कहते हैं या नहीं कहते हैं? पहले बताओ। कहते हैं तो क्यों कहते हैं बताओ? विजेंद्र जी के अध्यक्ष जी कह रहे हैं धरती का हिस्सा है। यस, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? पीछे से बोलेंगे तो आ जाएगी आवाज। क्यों कहते हैं मामा? धरती, हाँ, धरती माँ का भाई है। आप थोड़ा नजदीक पहुंच रहे हो। क्या नाम है आपका? आशीष। ताली बताओ भी आशीष के लिए। इधर भी बोला किसी ने। लक्ष्मी जी का क्या बोला भैया आपने? लक्ष्मी जी का क्या है? अच्छा, उनको भाई। आपने भी क्या कहा? धरती माँ का? हाँ, धरती माँ का भाई है। बात तो ठीक है, आपका आंसर तो करीब करीब आ गया। आंसर तो करीब करीब है। हाँ, आप भी अपनी बात कह ही रहे हैं, ठीक ठीक ही कह रहे हैं। देखिए, एक परिवार में आप देखना, मैंने तो देखा है, आप भी देखना, जब कोई भी, जैसे आप अपना उदाहरण ले सकते हो। आपके घर में माता जी, आपकी माँ, उस घर के 4 दीवारी के भीतर पति खास हो सकता है, होता ही है, सास ससुर भी हो सकते हैं, जेठ भी हो सकता है, वो एक परिधि है। लेकिन उस परिधि से बाहर आपके माताजी के सबसे खास होगा तो उसका नाम होगा भाई। और जब कभी भी आप मां को छेड़ोगे, मैं मेरी भाई से शिकायत कर दूंगी, मेरा भाई मुझे छुड़ाने आ जाएगा, मेरा भाई मेरी सुरक्षा करने आ जाएगा, ये हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति का हिस्सा भी है। तो धरती को भी लोगों ने मां कहा है। APJ अब्दुल कलाम साहब भी उसी का ही जिक्र कर रहे थे। धरती को भी लोगों ने हमारे भारतीय संस्कृति में मां कहा है। तो जो परिधि है ब्रह्मांड में, यूनिवर्स में, इस परिधि में, इस ब्रह्मांड में पृथ्वी के परिधि के अंदर अंदर बहुत सी चीजें हैं, ठीक है, जेठ है, ससुर है, भाई है, बहन है, वो सब ठीक है। लेकिन उस परिधि के बाहर सबसे नजदीक कोई ग्रह है तो वो चंद्रमा है। इसलिए वो हमारा मामा हुआ, क्योंकि हम धरती को मां कहते हैं। धरती मां के सबसे नजदीक ग्रह चंद्रमा हुआ, इसलिए मामा कहते हैं। साइंटिफिक रीजन है जी, साइंटिफिक रीजन है, साइंटिफिक रीजन है। लेकिन हमने इसको आपको समझाने के लिए इतनी कथा कही है, लेकिन आप मानना जरूर। और जब हम धरती पे रह रहे हैं, इसको ठीक रखेंगे और हमारा मामा भी ठीक रहे और मामा के यहां हमारा संदेश उपग्रह ठीक पहुंचा ले, तो उस दिन आप ताली बजा करके धन्यवाद देना, स्वागत करना भैया। करोगे क्या? करोगे? यस और नो तो बोलो भाई। करना, यस, बिल्कुल ठीक है। मैं भी एक कार्यक्रम करता हूं जिसका नाम है एक रात चांद के साथ। एक रात चांद के साथ। देखिए एक कंसेप्ट है, कार्बन एमिशन को कम करने के लिए यंगर जनरेशन ने एक वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड का एक कंसेप्ट पकड़ा। हमारे यहाँ इंडिया में भी आप कई बार देखते होंगे, अर्थ डे पे 1 आवर इज ए 0 आवर। कुछ छात्र और छात्राएं आती है, बोला हमारे घर में लाइट हमने बंद कर दी। मैंने पूछा भाई क्यों मोमबत्ती जला रहे हो, यहाँ क्यों आए? कि हम घंटा भर बैठेंगे। क्यों? अर्थ डे है। क्यों? कि हम कार्बन एमिशन को कम करने के लिए हमारा एक प्रयास कर रहे हैं, छोटा सा प्रयास है लेकिन हम कर रहे हैं। तो हमने कई बार समझाया कि हमारे भारतीय ऋषि मुनियों ने कहा है कि पूर्णिमा के दिन आप चंद्रमा के साथ रात बिताइए। तो उस समय तो लाइट नहीं थी, बिजली नहीं थी, लेकिन लाइट ये हो सकती है लालटेन की, दीपक की। ये भी क्यों खर्च करें? चंद्रमा के पूर्णिमा के दिन आप एक रात चंद्रमा के साथ बिताइए। तो अगर आप ऐसा करेंगे तो आपको साल में 12 रातें मिल जाएगी। अभी आप 1 आवर इज ए 0 आवर, 1 घंटा साल में, और वहां पे आपको 12 रातें मिलेगी, 12-12 घंटे की। तो कितने घंटे मिल जाएंगे? तो हमारा थॉट ठीक, या जो आप अपना रहे हो वेस्टर्न कल्चर का थॉट वो ठीक। तो उनके समझ में आता है। बोला कब चंद्रमा के साथ कब हम रहते थे? आप पुराने लोगों से चर्चा करना। पुराने लोग चंद्रमा के पूर्णिमा के दिन छत पे जाते थे, विशेष करके महिलाएं तो जाती जाती थी, और एक कंपटीशन करती थी कि सुई में धागा हम पोते हैं या नहीं। वो ये कंपटीशन होता था। आपने सुना होगा नानी और दादी से, सुना है क्या? और खीर भी बनाते थे। शरद पूर्णिमा एक महत्वपूर्ण पूर्णिमा थी इसलिए, लेकिन हर पूर्णिमा पे करते थे। हर पूर्णिमा पे हम छत पे जाते थे, हमारे पुरखे, या छत नहीं होती तो खुले आकाश पे नीचे बैठते थे, खीर बनाते थे। खीर पे चंद्रमा की रोशनी पड़ती थी, किरणें पड़ती थी। वो खीर हम जब खाते थे तो हमारे अंदर छोटे मोटे डिप्रेशन के भाव होते थे, वो गायब हो जाते थे। शीतलता हमारे अंदर प्रवेश कर जाती थी। तो इसलिए हमें अच्छा लगता था कि ये तो बहुत अच्छी एक दवाई है। और मैंने जब इस कार्यक्रम को हाथ में लिया, मैं हर पूर्णिमा को करने की कोशिश करता हूं। तो एक बार मैं पांडिचेरी में था, ताली बजा रहे हो तो जोर से बजाओ फिर, लेकिन आप करोगे तब बजाना भी। आप करोगे कि नहीं करोगे? एक बार मैं पांडिचेरी में था, उन्होंने कहा नहीं साहब ये प्रोग्राम हमारे समझ में नहीं आया, हम हिंदी नहीं समझते। तो मैंने दिन में सोचा भी क्या करें, तो मैंने उसकी अंग्रेजी कर दी, 1 नाइट विथ मून लाइट। तो बोला फिर ये प्रोग्राम तो समझ में आ रहा है, लेकिन करेंगे क्या? मैंने कहा चंद्रमा पे गाने गाइए। बोला नहीं है नहीं। मैंने कहा तमिल में बहुत है, देखिए। लोगों ने ढूंढा, सर्च की मोबाइल पे, और मिल गए गाने। मैंने कहा चंद्रमा पे भजन मिल जाएंगे, तिरुवल्लुवर के भी बहुत से शेइंग मिल जाएगी। तो पहले तो उनको जचा नहीं, लेकिन जैसे ही जमे वो, तो मैं सोच रहा था 2:30-3 बजे तक लड़के लड़कियां उठे ही नहीं थे। इतना सुंदर कार्यक्रम होता है। एक बार मैं इसका किस्सा कई बार सुनाता हूं, आपको भी सुनाता हूं। मैंने बिहार में छपरा में एक कार्यक्रम किया। वो हमारे हिंदी बेल्ट का ही पार्ट है, तो उनके समझ में भी आ रहा था। लेकिन 2 प्रोफेसर आए, पति पत्नी दोनों, एक यूनिवर्सिटी में प्रोफेसर थे। छपरा में एक यूनिवर्सिटी, उसमें पहले उनके समझ में नहीं आया भाई ये क्या प्रोग्राम है। फिर वो जैसे जैसे प्रोग्राम में रंगत में आए, कोई भजन गा रहा है, कोई कविता कह रहा है चंद्रमा पे। चंद्रमा रोमांस भी तो देता है, शीतलता भी देता है। तो सब कहते रहे। तो लास्ट में वो समाप्त होने से पहले उठे। तो पहले पत्नी उठी, और दोनों कवि भी थे, प्रोफेसर भी थे। तो उस पत्नी ने कहा कि मुझे आज समझ में आया है कि ये मेरे चांद हैं। तो वो हस्बैंड भी कहाँ रहने वाले थे, उन्होंने कहा मुझे भी आज समझ में आया है कि ये मेरी चांदनी है। ऐसा प्रोग्राम भी होता है ना। तो आप करिए, आप क्यों नहीं करते हो? प्रेम भी बढ़ता है भाई से, प्रेम भी बढ़ रहा है। ये एक रात चांद के साथ कार्यक्रम आप करेंगे तो आप ESG को प्रमोट करेंगे, आप ESG को प्रमोट करेंगे। आप लाइट मत जलाना उस दिन घर में, लोगों को इनवाइट करना, 20-30 लोग आ जाएंगे अगर आपके छत पे जगह है तो। और उस पे बिना लाइट जगावे चंद्रमा की रोशनी पे खीर बनाओ, आपके कोई भजन चंद्रमा पे आते हो तो गाइए, गीत गाइए, फिल्मों के भी गीत बहुत हैं चंद्रमा पे। और एक महिला तो ऐसी आई हमारे पास कि आपने क्या ये प्रोग्राम दिया, मेरी लड़की डिप्रेशन में आ गई थी। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ, कि उसके हमने कहा भी 90% से ऊपर नंबर लाने, तो उसने पहले हाँ कर दी। उसके परसेंटेज 90 से ऊपर नहीं आए, 88 ही रह गए। तो उसने देखा भी माँ बाप क्या कहेंगे, तो वो डिप्रेशन में आ गई। आपका हमने प्रोग्राम सुना था एक जगह, तो हमने उस लड़की को चंद्रमा दिखाया और पूर्णिमा के 2-3 पूर्णिमा के चंद्रमा दिखाए, घंटा 2 घंटा वो चंद्रमा के साथ बैठती थी, उसका डिप्रेशन ही गायब हो गया। तो ये भी एक काम है, ये भी एक काम है। चंद्रमा हर चीज की एक, बहुत सी चीजों की दवाई है, लेकिन हमने क्या चंद्रमा देखना ही छोड़ दिया, हमने सूरज को भी देखना छोड़ दिया। अरे भाई सूरज कितनी एनर्जी देता है, सूरज नहीं हो तो हम जिंदा रह सकते हैं क्या? लेकिन हमने सुबह सुबह सूरज को भी देखना छोड़ दिया। आप सूरज को भी देखिए और चंद्रमा को भी देखिए। आपका जो ESG का कुछ कार्यक्रम है ये पूर्णतः संपन्न हो जाएगा। आप 15-20 मिनट उगते हुए सूरज को देखना, 15-20 मिनट। और पूर्णिमा के दिन चंद्रमा को भी आप आधे घंटा, 15 मिनट, 1 घंटा अगर आप देख सकते हो तो देखना। लेकिन बात करना, चंद्रमा से बात करना, और आप प्रकृति में जैसी हो जाएंगे। तो इस यूनिवर्स में 5 एलिमेंट है, 5 तत्व है, वो आपके शरीर में भी है। जैसे ही आपका उसके साथ एकाकार होगा तो आपको बहुत आनंद आएगा। तो मैं इस विषय को, मुझे लगता है कि आपने CMA इंस्टीट्यूट ने अच्छा कार्यक्रम हाथ में लिया है, बहुतों को अवार्ड भी दिया है। अनलॉकिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी और G20 प्रेसिडेंसी पेव द वे, इस कार्यक्रम को भी हाथ में लिया है और मेरे मंत्रालय का भी काम किया है। मैं तो आपके, जब आप मिलने आए थे मुझे इनवाइट करने, तो उसी दिन मैं एक मेरे मिनिस्ट्री में एक कार्यक्रम में गया था। बोला पेंडेंसी बहुत है मुकदमों की, तो वो सब्जेक्ट आपको रखा, हमने ध्यान में दिया। और एक ADR अल्टरनेट डिस्प्यूट रिजोल्यूशन मैकेनिज्म में हम आर्बिट्रेशन को बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम मेडिएशन को बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम कंसिलिएशन को बढ़ा सकते हैं। एक कंसेप्ट दिया, और वैसे मैं ये कंसेप्ट कईयों को दे चुका, लेकिन किसी ने भी इंप्लीमेंट नहीं किया। CMA ने इंप्लीमेंट किया, सेक्शन 8 कंपनी बना दी, मेरे हाथों से उद्घाटन करा दिया। इसलिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हुआ मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। बोलिए भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आवर प्रेसिडेंट
सर, हम लोगों ने मंत्री जी 2 दिन तक में इस पे विचार किया, टेक्निकल सेशन से, पर जितने अच्छे तरीके से आपने समझा के समराइज़ किया, बहुत ही आनंदपूर्ण था। और हमारे सारे मेंबर्स की तरफ से हम आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं इसके लिए। और मैं सभी लोगों को यहाँ बताना चाहूँगा कि ये जो कंपनी बनाई, इसका जो प्रेरणा स्रोत थे वो मंत्री जी ने ही हमें इस चीज़ का बताया था, और आपकी प्रेरणा स्रोत लेके हमने किया सर। और हम आशा करते हैं कि आपका आशीर्वाद हमें आपके मंत्रालय से भी हमें हमेशा मिलेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साहब, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. We really, I can't, whenever I have heard sir, माननीय मंत्री जी, बहुत ही हमें आदरपूर्वक, मैं आपको कैसे बताऊं कि हम मोहित हो जाते हैं आपके आने से। मतलब दिस गैदरिंग बिकम्स वेरी पॉजिटिव। सो बहुत ही अच्छा लगा हमें आपके आने से, और हमारा सबका मोटिवेट हो जाते हैं हम लोग इस चीज़ के लिए। We since it is our global summit, so I'll express my thoughts in English also. So we sincerely express our gratitude, respect and appreciation for your gracing this summit, and you are embracing a very important portfolio, and we are admired. You are specially admired for your simplicity and dedicated parliamentarian and a thorough administrator, sir. Thank you, sir, for your distinguished presence. Surely your vision and guidance will add value to the growth of CMA profession, and we are really energized to move forward with a much more vigor and zeal. Thank you, sir. Now I would request our Secretary of the Institute, CMA Kaushik Banerjee, sir, to please propose vote of thanks for the Global Summit. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Sri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, Chief Guest, Honorable President CMA Vijendra Sharmaji, our Honorable Chairman of Global Summit CMA H. Padmanabhanji, all Council members, former Presidents, Regional Council members, members of the chapters, dignitaries on and off the dais, a very good evening to all of you. I take this privilege to extend a vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to the success of the Global Summit organized by the Institute on the theme Unlocking Sustainability. G20 presidency paves the way for ESG-driven new world order. We have learned in the last 2 days that ESG as a framework is used to evaluate the sustainability and societal impact of companies and investments. While ESG principles have gained significant attention and support in recent years, it is important to move beyond the theory and into action in order to make effective contributions and measure the values. The values of ESG contributions can be measured through the use of metrics such as carbon footprint, employee engagement, employee turnover, and customer satisfaction. These metrics can be used to track progress and identify areas where improvements are needed. As mentioned by the guests, that the CEOs are facing a dilemma as they try to balance these considerations with the need to meet the financial expectations of shareholders. CMAs play a key role in helping companies navigate this dilemma by providing guidance, resources, and education on how to integrate ESG considerations into their operations and advocating for policies and regulations that support ESG considerations. Dear friends, we are grateful to Honorable Sri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, our Honorable Union Minister for Law and Justice and Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, for being the chief guest of the Global Summit and addressing the participants in the inaugural session virtually as well as now. We are thankful to you, sir, for being a constant source of motivation and inspiration for the CMA profession. Thank you very much, sir. Dear friends, we are grateful and thankful to Honorable Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, Government of India, for being the guest of honor of the inaugural session and addressing the participants virtually. We convey our sincere regards for guiding us on the matter of sustainable development. I would profusely like to convey thanks to Sri Atul Sapti, Director General Standing Conference of Public Enterprises, and Lieutenant General Samir Gupta, Director General Financial Planning, Indian Army, for agreeing to share their experiences with the participants as guests of honor. Thank you, sirs, for your kindness. I am sincerely thankful to all the eminent speakers who made it to the summit from all across the country and shared their experience with the delegates to enhance their capacity. My heartfelt congratulations to each of the two icon awardees, CMA Parminder Chopra, Director Finance and CMD Additional Charge, PFC, and CMA P. Vasudevan, Executive Director, RBI. Heartiest congratulations to both of you. I am grateful to the Council of the Institute led by CMA Vijendra Sharma, President, and more specifically CMA H. Padmanabhan, Chairman, Global Summit 2023, for being a constant source of inspiration to all of us for organizing the Global Summit successfully. Thanks to you, both of you, sir. My sincere thanks to all the council members for inspiring us to conduct this event. My heartiest gratitude to all the former presidents for making this event a grand success and always inspiring us in our efforts. I convey our heartfelt thanks to all invited guests, eminent professionals, delegates, region councils and chapters representatives for attending the event and making it a success. My sincere thanks to the media for its presence with the hope of giving excellent coverage of the event. I convey our heartfelt thanks to all the corporate representatives, students and professionals for attending the summit and making it a resounding success. We are thankful to the members and other professionals who are watching the summit through the webcast for attending the summit and building their capacity. We are thankful to all the sponsors of the Global Summit 2023 for their continued support to the capacity building measures of the Institute. It was heartening to see the student volunteers giving their services in every aspect of the summit. This shows their belongingness to the Institute and the urge to learn new things in life. I congratulate them and wish them a bright future. I am thankful to the management of the Manekshaw Center for their overwhelming hospitality and services which were critical to the successful conduct of the summit. Last but not the least, I heartily appreciate the efforts of all the employees of the Institute in organizing the event in a very well coordinated manner. Thank you all very much. Jai Hind.
So thank you so much to our Honorable Minister. He is very magnanimous, like he told in the beginning, that whatever I tell, I do. Whatever I can do, only I will tell. And he told one more thing, that having come here, whatever you people tell, I will do it karke, ek karke, humko ashirwad diya, including inauguration of that Section 8 company, which he has directed our institute to do it. Now I made a humble request to him, that also he has agreed. That is divided by 3 sessions. One is sitting council members and newly elected council members. You can come over to the dais and have the privilege of one photo session with our Honorable Minister. I request sitting council members and council elect this thing. After that, Bisru Dada, you belong to sitting. Come. After that, the next session will be all the former president are requested to come forward and have the pleasure of having a photograph with our. See, please don't take much time. Please come quickly. Sir, Srinivasa Prasad sir, if you want, please come quickly because he has to leave. Special this thing he has given. Sir, former president's next round. 1 second. No, Bisru Dada. Yes. Kहाँ? उससे? ठीक है. Others can go down and Bisrup Dada, you also belong to former president. Bisrup Dada. नहीं सुन रहा है, बहुत खुश है. I request all the former president of our Institute of Cost Accountants of India to please come forward and have the pleasure of having a photo session with our Honorable Minister. Please come quickly. Our officials who are behind this successful conduct of the global summit, they would like to have a photo with our honorable minister. I request Nandi sir, Nisham madam and team. No, along with the presidents you can have. Please come. Arnab sir, Rajan Bose sir, Yoginder bhai, Tarun sir. Please, Abrol sir. Yes. Paisan bhai, please. Have the privilege of having the photo with Manekshaw sir. Where are former presidents? Where is Manekshaw? Bajaj sir is there. GB Rao sir is there. Please, anybody would like to come, please. Manekshaw sir, they are calling you. To the dice. He is not listening. Mahesh sir. Anybody else? Neeraj bhai. I request our Honorable IPA Chairman Dr. J.D. Sharma sir also to have the privilege of a photo with J.D. sir. This side, please come. It is more nearer. I joined Dada. 1 minute. No, bula ke aao. Please. Thank you. Photographer kidhar hai? Haan. Thank you all, and one small request, others can go down. President and Arjun Ram Meghwal sir can be here. I request the last session speakers, the stalwarts, the 4 people. I request Nisham madam to announce their name. Jyotsna, Ekta, Pradipta Das. Nisham madam, please announce the last session speakers and invite. Quickly, please come, madam. Both of you, I got the message that you would like to, please let us have a photo. Vijendra bhai,
Ms. Jyotsna Sitling, Ms. Ekta Kumar, Shri Sudipta Das, Dr. Birendra Rathuri sir. Thank you to our panelists for the 5th technical session. Madam, you also come. Ma'am, come.
So normally they send people to my room for session. Now Arjun Ram Meghwal sir is asking session over or not. Thank you. That is fantastic, this thing from our Mandriji. Thank you. Arey, give a very big hand everybody.